As Michael is opening his box of rum, on the side of the box it says Oscuro Rum, O-S-C-U-R-O, rum. Yep, I looked it up. According to the internet, that rum is actually from Barbados.
Well, I was very curious about this rum as well. I could not find this anywhere. I texted Prop Master Phil Shea.
What'd Phil say?
He made the whole thing. He made the bottle, he made the label, he made the box, he put the parrot on it, all of it. And it was scripted that there was a parrot hugging the bottle. So when Jim has his line, Michael, keep the parrot. That was in the script. So Phil actually had to invent this whole prop. Isn't that amazing? There was also a line in the script that got cut when Jim and Pam are trying to decide which gift to give, either the seashell alarm clock or the rum, where Jim says, whichever one doesn't look like we bought it at the airport. So that was another tip-off for Phil Shea. This had to look like something maybe you bought at the airport.
Sure, like in one of those souvenir shops.
Yes.
Well, I thought it looked great.
Well, during this scene, Pam is going to find out what's going on. Because Aaron's going to come in and say, Michael, I changed your reservation. You're all set for 2 people. And Pam is like, oh, fancy dinner tonight. Must be someone special. Hang on. Shay, the line of a parrot hugging the bottle.
I looked it up. According to the internet, that rum is actually from Barbados.
That rum.
Well, I was very curious
And the other girl says
about
it
this
doesn't
rum as
exist.
well. I could not find this anywhere. I texted Prop Master Phil Shea.
What'd Phil say?
He made the whole thing. He made the bottle, he made the label, he made the box, he put the parrot on it, all of it. And it was scripted that there was a parrot hugging the bottle. So when Jim has his line, Michael, keep the parrot. That was in the script. So Phil actually had to invent this whole prop. Isn't that amazing? There was also a line in the script that got cut when Jim and Pam are trying to decide which gift to give, either the seashell alarm clock or the rum, where Jim says, whichever one doesn't look like we bought it at the airport. So that was another tip-off for Phil Shea. This had to look like something maybe you bought at the airport.
Sure, like in one of those souvenir shops.
Yes.
Well, I thought it looked great.
Well, during this scene, Pam is going to find out what's going on. Because Aaron's going to come in and say, Michael, I changed your reservation. You're all set for 2 people. And Pam is like, oh, fancy dinner tonight. Must be someone special. And Michael's like, it is. It really is, but I think it's gonna end. Pam's like, why? No.
Yeah, Michael's like, Pam, it's very complicated. There's a lot of moving parts. And Pam's like, if you really like this person, you should see where it goes. And Michael's like, you want me to be happy? John's face is Jim as he sees where this is going. It's so good. But then Jenna, your face when you're like,
and then you charge $200.
Who is it, Michael?
That the $3 charge
no. It was so good.
Then the $200.
It was really hard to shoot that scene.
200 or 35.
They wanted me to take a really long time to realize it, and then they wanted me, to realize it but be denying it inside. If I remember the direction correctly, it was like deeply deny this information even though it's very clear to you who it is.
It was so good. I thought you guys, that whole scene played out so great.
Pam is going to leave the office and she's just going to go down to the parking lot and scream. Just scream.
There was a great deleted scene. Oh gosh, it's so cringy. And it made Pam's scream make so much sense. Michael has Pam's mom's socks. That's all I'm going to say. He found a pair of her socks, and he's on the phone talking to her directly behind Pam's back while she's at her desk.
I've got something of yours. I do. Left him at my condo the other night. Yep, I've got him right here. I still smell like you. It's not gross, I like it.
and the aggressiveness. For example, I just opened an account because I needed it for something, and it happened to be in the bank safe. And what they did is the gal who was there, the gal, by the way, no idea.
Oh my God. And then it cuts to Pam screaming in the parking lot. Now, we're not sure if she's overheard this or not because his door was shut and it's over her shoulder, but still, come on. This is what she would have to live with. Oh my God.
So we don't deny the
I did not remember that scene.
Yeah, it was.
Oh, it is so cringy. He literally is smelling them. He
As you
puts
said,
them on
that's
his
what
hands.
you're
They're like these little, like white footlet socks, you know, and they have like red and pink polka dots.
Wow. By the way.
Yeah, that's what Pam's reality would have been. Which her screaming, it feels warranted. I am speechless. I really am. So I just gonna notice that Michael seems tense, you know, and he's gonna offer to give him the chills. This made me laugh so hard. So hard. Did everyone do this growing up? We did this growing up. This was a slumber party thing. You crack an egg on your head and let your yolks run down.
Yeah,
But I never
always
did
says
a
that.
knife in the back. Oh, we had two versions. We had one that started with X marks the spot with the dot, with the line, and a question mark. And then it was like, I think it was like you hit a rock on your head and you stabbed the knife in the back and then the spiders went up the arms. It always gave me the chills though. I mean, it's so violent. It's so violent. Oh my gosh. We just did an egg crack on the head. We did egg crack. We did knife in the back. Spiders up arms. Wow. I know. It definitely felt like a moment though from the 80s, right? This is like, you know, you grew up in the 80s moment. Yeah. Is this still happening today? Young people out there, do you still crack an egg on your head of your friend and then chill, run down? I've done it to my daughter, but I do the egg on the head and the spike on it. Oh, good. So Pam's gonna yell at her mom now on the phone. She's very upset. Jim's gonna come out and sit with her on that little bench by the warehouse. It says in the script he brings her hot chocolate and a jacket, although I'd like to point out she was already wearing her jacket when she was screaming. Oh, so maybe she flung it off. I like to imagine that, like, in anger, she, like, flung her jacket across the parking lot and Jim had to come down and, like, gather it and bring it back to her. Well, now whenever I see us doing a scene on the side of the warehouse, I'm like, it's 3:30, because Rhea told us that's when the lighting was good. I remember that hot chocolate was good. I thought it was a sweet thing that Jim brought hot chocolate. I know, you can't really see me drinking it, but it actually was hot chocolate. They ask you, they say, what do you want in the cup? Would you like, you can have anything in it. We're not going to see it. You know, water, iced tea. I always got iced tea. Well, it depended, you know. Oftentimes I would put coffee in my coffee mug because then I could drink coffee, which was awesome. And this time I was like, you know what, hot chocolate sounds great. Can I have hot chocolate? And they said, sure. In addition to this hot chocolate, Jim is going to try to lighten Pam's mood. You know, he's going to try to gossip with her about the mallard. She does not care. She really doesn't care. She needs him to be more upset about this. This is his mother now, too. She says, your mother is sleeping with Michael Scott.
It is,
but
you're not.
Yeah, and then she just walks away and lets him sit in that
My
moment.
account is suspended.
And with that, I think we should take a break. But I want to point out, I have still not revealed what's on my two cards. Yeah, will you get to it? I'm so curious. I'll get to it. It'll be in this next part. We'll be back.
Seems to be suspended.
As you're spending it and you know how much you have in your account, you're far less likely to fall into an overdraft fee or
We are back, and Jenna spilled the beans on the green card and the blue card. Well, the blue card is first up, Angela. We're in the scene where Jim asks Andy to come in his office. He's going to start blasting some opera music. And of course, this is driving Dwight crazy. The aria that Jim is playing is from a German opera called Martha by Friedrich von Flotow. It is a romantic comedy opera, lady. Everyone in the office is hearing it, and Creed starts crying.
Oh, I had so many background catches as we went around the room. At 9 minutes 40 seconds, the camera zooms in on you, Angela, listening to the opera, and the whiteboard over your shoulder says this. I loved it. It says, Post-it Rep Joe, 4 p.m. with Phyllis. A Post-it Rep is coming in to talk to Phyllis, Angela. And then at 9 minutes 45 seconds, when the camera shows that Creed is crying, I noticed that Creed has a photo of himself taped to the wall. A headshot of himself. Not even in a frame, just taped to the wall. Just taped to the wall. Freestyle. That tracks. But here's what I'm going to tell you. Here's the late breaking info that came in from Randy Cordray. It's about that song that Jim is playing. He said that that song was public domain. However, we had to pay $1,500 in royalty rights to play that particular recording. Stuff you don't think about. Stuff I don't think about when I watch a show.
Nope. I do now, though.
Well, now Michael is going to hold a meeting in the conference room. A lot happens in this meeting, and yet I titled this scene, Ryan Has a Hat.
I wrote down at 10 minutes 35 seconds, we see Ryan's fedora for the first time.
Out of the blue. No explanation. What's going on? This conference room meeting is actually going to be about the fact that corporate wants each branch to brainstorm ways to better communicate with their community. And whoever comes up with the best idea is going to get a $50 gift certificate to a local restaurant.
I want to point out, when Jim announces the $50 gift certificate, how happy everyone was. There's a reaction shot pass, and we're all like, even Angela Martin is like, well, that's nice. Good incentive. Everyone likes food. People are shouting out ideas, but Pam is going to suggest that Michael leaving Scranton would make Scranton a better place. That would help the community. Oh, Pam's turning up the heat. She literally starts chanting, no more meetings, and stands up, like waving her hands about, no more meetings.
Yes, we had a fan question from Zach M. in Venice Center, New York. In the conference room scene, was it Leslie David Baker's idea to join in with Pam's no more meetings? Or was that in the script? I also just love his reaction when Michael says, I'm sensual.
Oh, yeah.
Stanley is the king of facial sass. I loved the term facial sass.
Yeah, me too.
You know what? Guys, that was all Leslie. It was not scripted that anyone should join in with Pam, but he made the choice to be delighted. And I absolutely love it.
During Pam's rally cry to get meetings canceled, Michael gets a phone call, and he starts to take it. This was the moment my character decides to raise her hand and participate, and Jim's like, yes, Angela, you should tell us your ideas. And I go off into my speech about the accounting department, and the rest of the room, they don't give a crap about what Angela's saying. They want to hear Michael's phone call, because he starts it off and he's saying, no one talks to my baby that way. Yeah, no, I'll talk to her. This is all anyone wants to hear. For sure. It was really hard for me to do those lines so seriously because we were all cracking up.
Steve was being so funny, and I checked the script. Everything he's saying was totally scripted. All of that. It was perfect.
It was perfect. The only line that I caught that was improvised was actually by Brian Baumgartner. Because when Michael comes back in the room, Kevin says, who's Pickle? Yeah, and that was not in the script.
Yes, and that made us laugh too.
Check out the reviews online.
I don't know if you noticed when Michael's phone rang, it had a distinct ringtone. I couldn't put my finger on it though. Did you pick it up? I played it over and over and over again. I just noticed that it wasn't like a standard ringtone. And Michael is known for having special songs on his phone.
Right, so maybe this ringtone was assigned to Pam's mom for a reason.
I couldn't figure it out. But in the script, it says that Michael's cell phone ring is supposed to be the song Sexual Healing.
what
This
keeps
brings
up
me back
with
to the
things
blue
that I
card.
know. The war in the region.
Sure enough,
What is AI
we
gonna
did
do?
pay
Listen
to have
to
his
Unplugged with
ringtone
Jake
be
Jesse on the
sexual healing.
iHeartRadio
That
app
is what is
or wherever you
playing.
get your podcasts.
We paid $26,500 just for that ringtone,
Whoa.
which I'm sad to say the joke didn't even land when I heard it.
Someone must have caught it out there in the world. Someone caught it. Yeah, that ringtone also is only like 6 seconds.
If that, yes.
Well, after Michael's phone call, everyone's going to learn that he's dating Pam's mom, and they're like, Michael, you're out of line. And then Michael makes this impassioned speech. You know, like, why can't I have love? You know?
Yeah.
And then Phyllis is like, well, Michael, I wish you luck. And then Oscar starts to chime in, and Pam was like, shut up, Oscar. This really starts a battle between Michael and Pam.
Yeah, you know, everyone's on Pam's side, but they quickly turn to Michael's side, and this is even more frustrating for Pam. The news comes out, she thinks she's going to have backup, and she doesn't. I mean, even to the point where when she walks up to accounting, Angela gives her a little sarcastic sass.
Angela's enjoying this. Are you kidding? Angela's about to bust out some popcorn.
Well, lady, we got fan mail from Jamie in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, who said, Angela, your delivery of Pam, how's your day going, is my all-time favorite line in the entire series. It is absolutely perfect and hilarious.
Thank you.
Jamie, I think we might need to send you an Angela Sass sweatshirt.
Oh, we
Because
should.
you like yourself some Angela Sass. We're going to figure out how to get that to you.
Thank you, Jamie. It was very fun to play something other than angry. And so being that like passive aggressive bitch was delicious. Pam and Michael have clearly drawn a line in the sand. She wants him to leave the office. He's like, I'm willing to die here. She's like, I'm willing to die here. And there's a standoff. There was an amazing deleted runner between Michael and Jim, where Michael is pleading to Jim to please help him with Pam. It starts in the kitchen. I want you to hear part of it.
I need you to side with me on this. You're the boss. Everybody here considers you to be the boss more than me.
Because you've been the boss way longer, so you've dealt with situations just like this dozens of times.
I think you can solve this because I am not that smart.
Toilet guard, gold ticket, you're a creative mastermind.
I will have a relationship with Pam. Help her better than I do.
Michael, you know me way
losing it.
better than I do.
That's only partially true.
Six minutes.
So then the scene somehow becomes this who's the best boss off? Because whoever's the better boss is who has to go handle Pam.
I am an idiot. You're brilliant, man.
You know I wouldn't even know where to start.
You are an excellent moderator, boss, friend,
or the greatest sleight of hand magician I've ever seen.
You're the man for the job. That's why you were promoted.
I can't lie anymore. You're a genius.
Well,
Yeah, and it's basically covering your ass for the future.
That just made me laugh.
But I want to hit both those points.
I guess
Okay.
Michael's going to end up going to
Do
Toby.
you have to have 6 months?
Yeah, because
4
he
months,
went to Jim and it
4
didn't work.
That is so
He won the best boss
aspirational.
off,
How
and he
many
doesn't want to deal with
listeners do you
Pam.
think
So he
are
is
out
now
there
having to
that
choose
have,
his last
let's say, 6
resort.
months of
He gives
savings,
Toby a hug.
that are
There were so many moments in the scene that I thought were just perfection. First of all, when he goes to sit down and Toby's like, I can get you a chair or you can sit on the shredder. Okay.
That's doable.
But yeah.
First one aspiration.
And also Toby's talking head, where he is like,
Makes a lot
he
of
always
sense
knew that he
for
and Michael would
many
become
different
friends.
Yeah,
Chelsea.
Michael could just give him a chance, you know?
Oh my gosh.
Heartbreaking.
I also think that Toby is very excited to have a reason to go talk to Pam, but it does not go well.
You can
No.
send out 100
At all.
resumes.
And Michael immediately turns on Toby.
Oh, by the way, lady, we skipped over a very important scene over in Kelly's Nook.
Yes, the fedora moment, because Dwight is all of a sudden hearing a conversation between Kelly and Ryan through the Mallard walkie-talkie.
We can hear Kelly talking about Ryan's fedora. She wants to get one. Where did he get his? She asked. He says, I'd rather not say.
Yeah, he doesn't want to get into it.
No. All the while, Dwight is running back to Kelly's nook and sees the mallard on her desk. A gift from Jim.
And once again, Dwight was like, where did you get that mallard? And Kelly's like, what the hell is a mallard? Oh, Professor Damien D. Duck?
Yeah.
It's about giving something too.
I want to say that we got some fan mail from Curie C. in North Hollywood, California, who pointed out that Ryan is not wearing a fedora. He is wearing a trilby. It's a different kind of hat. I looked this up. The main difference between these two hats, they're shaped very similarly, but it's the size of the brim. Curie noted that trilbies were very popular during this time, but they were often misidentified as fedoras. This trend was often found with, quote, gents like Ryan, who had a tendency to condescendingly explain things to others, even though the information was not accurate. This moment just is so peak Ryan. That Ryan would be walking around wearing a trilby, but calling it a fedora.
I do vaguely remember that, like, I feel like Brad Pitt used to wear these or something. Like, I feel like I remember seeing, like, big celebrities wearing these hats.
Oh, yeah, it was like a mini moment. It was the moment, these trilby hats on the gents, the hipster gents, the hipsters. Lady, we're getting near the end of this episode, and I'd like to get out my green index card.
Oh, this is the personal stuff.
This is personal, totally unrelated to the episode. Here's what it is. Lady, you and I have been working really hard producing the podcast each week. We've been doing the final pass of our book. Oh my gosh, the book. We talk constantly. But we talk about work. We have not had a good BFF download in a few weeks. And to me, that feels like a very long time not to have a BFF download with you.
I know. We used to at least once a week be able to grab lunch or breakfast or go for a walk or sit on one of our porches and just have just like a gal pal gab.
I have 3 things that I have been wanting to talk to you about, but I've not had the chance because every time we're talking, it's about work.
Are we going to do it right here?
This is my moment. I need this moment, okay? And I'm just going to let everybody in on the types of things that I would bring up to you in a BFF download. Are you ready? I wrote them on the card because I actually been writing them down so I don't forget to tell you.
Yes, I'm so excited. I didn't see this coming today.
I know, but this was my in. So the first one is something that has been bothering me for a really, really long time. And I have strong feelings about it. I need to get it off my chest, and I don't want people to come for me.
Oh, no.
Okay?
Okay.
But you're my BFF, and I can say this to you.
Okay.
What the is up with sun butter? It is so gross. It tastes horrible. Who is eating it? Who is eating sunflower butter? Who?
So this is the first time ever hearing of sun butter because, you know, I love just butter.
No, sunflower butter is like
fakey butter.
It's a peanut butter alternate, okay? You know, you've got almond butter, cashew butter, all these butters that are made out of tree nuts and seeds, and they have made a spread out of sunflower seeds. And Angela, it's gross. It is not good. And I just need to know, is anyone like buying it for a second time? Because you'll buy it, be like, oh, sunflower butter. This might be really delicious. Let me eat it. Does anyone buy it for a second time? Anyone? Cassie, Sam, feel free to weigh in on this. Your feelings on sunflower butter.
I've never heard of sunflower butter.
Thank you, Cassie.
I had
Thank
no
you.
idea this exists.
Oh my God, 3 of us had never heard of it.
Guys, don't buy it. Okay?
Oh my God, the sun butter people are coming for you.
I know. And listen, I know that this can be an alternate for people who have peanut allergies. I just want to say I'm so sorry that this is your alternate. I'm sorry. It tastes horrible.
I will
It's
say,
gross.
even though I didn't know it exists, this absolutely sounds like something Emily in Paris would eat.
Oh, yeah. You know what, Sam?
Every morning.
She would be bummed because she couldn't get her order of sun butter from the States.
Exactly.
And she would probably go into work at Savoir and be like, my sun butter hasn't arrived. And they'd be like, oh, stupid American.
All right. Well, sorry.
Sorry, Emily, embarrassed tangent.
all right. I've been meaning to complain to you about it ever since I tried it, and I tried it like 3 weeks ago. Done. My second thing.
Okay.
Gluten-free Oreos are amazing. You cannot tell the difference. I love them. They are so good. Thank you, Oreos, for making gluten-free Oreos.
Jenna, are all your things food related?
They are.
Okay. They are.
Does that surprise you?
The only thing that's funny to me is if we were in person, I know you and you would have made me eat the Oreo because I'd be like, no, I don't want it. I don't want it. I'm not going to like it. And then you might make me try the sun butter.
Oh, yeah. Okay, here's the last thing. I recently started following Jessica Seinfeld on Instagram.
Oh, yeah, I've been following her for a while and she does all these vegan recipes.
Yes, every day she posts herself making a vegan recipe from her cookbook, which is called Vegan at Times.
Yeah.
The videos are so compelling. Everything she's making looks so delicious.
She always looks so fashionable too, and her kitchen's so tidy.
I love these videos so much. Every day I look forward to them. What is she making today? Oh, she's frying some tofu today. Oh, she's making like a pesto out of spinach.
Yeah.
I want to get the cookbook and try some of these vegan dishes. It's making me want to eat vegan. That's it, lady. That was it. That was my BFF download. Is there anything that you want to share? Anything you've been needing to tell me?
I think my big thing I would tell you is I am losing my mind at the amount of stacks of clutter in my house right now. It's like when you walk in the door, there's like a pile of shoes and the kids have like wedged some socks in their shoes that have been forgotten about. And then there's like an arts and craft project that never got fully put away, but it's just sort of stacked tidily on the dining table. I don't know, Jenna. I'm having to walk through my house and like go into my happy place of like, I'm going to get to that. I'm going to get to that pile. I'm going to get to that pile. It's all going to be okay.
Yeah, you know, I can really relate to that because when we get into these like heavy work periods that we go through from time to time, I feel like I have to shut all of that out. And then when we're done, I know when we turn in this pass of the book, all that stuff is going to come into focus for me and it's going to be super overwhelming. Like all the piles that right now I'm managing to compartmentalize out of my life are going to come into sharp focus and they're going to bother me very much and I'm going to have to spend 2 days cleaning.
I would love like a week at home, like a staycation where we have no plans and every day I tackle one little nook. Like we have this area like under our stairs that is a absolute hot effing mess.
Lady, I really liked that. Hearing all that stuff, I hope everyone listening to the podcast enjoyed that.
I feel like if I go in the grocery store and see sun butter, I'm gonna like have some reaction. I'm gonna be like, ugh.
Sorry.
Just for you.
I've been holding that in so long and anyway.
And if I finally tidy under the stairs, I'll share on social media.
Great. Good. And you know what? That was your window into our friendship. We discussed the important things.
Because with your BFF, all of it's important.
That's right.
Yeah.
I'm invested in the bottom of your stairs now. I really am.
Yeah, and I'm gonna try a gluten-free Oreo.
See, that's best friendship.
Well, Michael has a talking head that he has plenty of female friends. Speaking of friendship, his mom, Pam's mom, his aunt, who just blocked him on IM, the lady at Quiznos. He doesn't need Pam. And we also have to mention, Pam has just found out that Jim knew. Even though he didn't know very long, he knew.
He knew. Yeah, Pam is really mad and she feels all alone because people are saying, I think you're overreacting. She's by herself in this feeling. You know, she feels like Jim has kind of betrayed her. Well, Jim is going to try to make it up to her. He is. He confronts Dwight about the mallard. Dwight apologizes, and Jim says, you know what, wash my car as payment for your deed, right? Dwight's like, that is fine by me. And then Jim gets Pam, and they're in the conference room, and they have this sweet little moment where he's like, look, Dwight felt bad for you today. He's washing our car. And Pam's like, you did that for me? And then Jim starts reminiscing about Puerto Rico. He says, you know what was nice? Night swimming in Bio Bay. And Pam's like, oh, say more nice things. I had to know, what is Bio Bay? Yeah, what is it? Is it popular to night swim there? Do tell. I looked it up, and this is what the website Discover Puerto Rico, which is the official tourism website for Puerto Rico, had to say. Exploring Puerto Rico's bioluminescent bays. If you're seeking an eco-friendly, surreal experience, you should include a bioluminescent bay in Puerto Rico when planning your next trip. They are rare ecosystems that happen when microscopic single-cell organisms called, oh, I'm probably going to get this wrong, dinoflagellates? Sure, I got that wrong. They grow in quantities big enough to produce a glow-in-the-dark effect when stimulated by movement. So when you paddle or splash around, these organisms light up in a neon blue-green color. And so does everything they come in contact with, giving a star-like reflection to the water. They can be found throughout the ocean. However, it is very rare for them to live in high concentrations enough to be noticeable. To put this in perspective, there must be thousands and thousands of these single-cell organisms to make a gallon of water light up. There are only 5 ecosystems in the world where the concentration of these planktons is high enough to be considered bioluminescent bays, and Puerto Rico is home to 3 of them. That sounds so cool, doesn't it? I've always wanted to go to Puerto Rico. I was supposed to go there because years ago, I wrote a short film called Blacked Out, and it was directed by my friend Andres Anglade and edited by Juan Marquez, who are both from Puerto Rico, and it won the Crowd Favorite Award at the Rincon International Film Festival. And I starred in it along with my husband Josh, Creed Bratton, my friends Tone Bell, and Michaela Hoover, and I was unable to go to accept the award in Puerto Rico because I was in Vancouver filming Haters Back Off. Oh my gosh. Well, first of all, I remember that short film, and it's so funny. You and Josh are so good in it. It's very, very funny. Creed is hilarious in it. I need to find a way to, I don't know, I don't know where to put it. You need a link. I need a link. I own it. I don't know how to have people watch it. But anyway, it was just a passion project of mine based on something that happened to a friend of mine. And anyway, there you go. Puerto Rico, Bio Bay. I want to go. Put it on my list. My parents are going to Puerto Rico. I'm going to tell them about this. Yeah, they love Puerto Rico. They've been several times. It's like one of their favorite vacation destinations, and I've never been. They might even know about the Bio Bays. Well, I'm going to call them after we're finished, and I'm going to chat them up about it, because that sounds seriously amazing. I know. As everyone's leaving for the day, we have this really fun little moment. Just once again, Kevin's going to compliment Ryan's fedora. Says, where did you get it? Ryan says, I'd rather not say. I don't know why I love the phrase, I'd rather not say. I want to adopt it. It's so douchey, so dismissive. I'd rather not say. Where'd you get your shoes? I'd rather not say. I mean, I like want to do it. Why do I want to do that so bad? It's funny to me. Put it in your pocket. Bring it out at your next cocktail party. I think I might. As if we have cocktail parties. I know. Okay, where are we? Well, where we are is that everybody has left, and Dwight goes into Jim's office and reveals that the true recording device was that pen that he brought in at the very beginning. And it's a fancy looking pen. Wouldn't Jim have been like, where'd I get a fancy pen and why'd I put it on Dwight's desk? But again, Jim has entered into the Michael vortex of being a boss, so maybe he's missing these cues. That's what I'm saying. He has all these blind spots now. And Dwight is tickled because he's got 8 hours of recordings to listen to. It seems like he's going to listen to them right now, tonight.
I think we need to end this episode with something from the deleted scenes. It is how Michael sums up this whole day to Jim.
Stupid wedding. If I had known the outcome, I would have stopped at third base.
That's not true.
Stupid wedding. Well, you guys, that was The Lover. Thanks so much for listening and sending in your questions and comments. We love you guys.
Yeah, next week we have Koi Pond, which I've already watched and absolutely love.
Oh, it's a good one. We'll see you guys next week.
See you then. Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey. Our show is executive produced by Cody Fisher. Our producer is Cassie Jerkins, our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer, and our associate producer is Ainsley Bubico.
Our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton. For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
And now I might get a physical piece of mail to my house that advertises that same luggage, all because they said, oh, we know this guy's email
Or that they showed us. It actually wasn't on Meredith's computer, but they did show it to the cast before we started rolling so we could see what happened. And then we all gather around Meredith's desk and we just sort of faked it.
Yes, Randy said that they burned it into the computer screen with special effects, that came later. And I think some of that is because they hadn't quite decided exactly what they were going to use yet,
right,
when you guys shot your scene. I guess we should probably explain that as they're watching this video, everyone notices that as Michael's falling in, Jim, leans back.
I mean, hard. It's like he's stepping out of the way, like, no. Don't take me with you.
He does not try to...
Most people give up on their resolutions by mid-January. Walmart Plus can help save yours this year by saving you time and money. Walmart Plus is the membership with benefits like gas discounts, video streaming, plus so much more. Is your resolution to simplify your life? With free delivery, Walmart Plus makes ordering what you need online a no-brainer. Join now. New members get $50 in Walmart cash to get what they need to help save their resolution. Terms apply. See walmart.com/plus for details.
I think that technology 100% exists at this very moment to do that.
I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only 2 people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office Ladies. Hello.
Get out your snorkels.
I am so excited today. I loved this episode in the rewatch.
It was so fun, and we have so many fun people who are going to share memories from this episode. I say let's get into it. I'm excited.
Well, before we get started, we have some morning announcements. Did you have morning announcements in school?
Yes.
Did a person come on the intercom and give you morning announcements?
Yes.
Me too.
I think they still do it. I think there's still morning announcements.
We had this thing when I was a senior in high school where the seniors got to take over the morning announcements for a week. I know, it was like a big fun thing. All right, well, I'm going to do my best at a morning announcement. This is really exciting. We now have signed copies of our book, The Office BFFs, available for pre-order. They are online right now at the following retailers: Barnes & Noble, Books A Million, BJ's Wholesalers, and Premier Collectibles. And you can support independent bookstores by purchasing a signed copy at Strand Bookstore.
You guys, Jenna and I signed thousands of copies of books,
Boxes and boxes of these sheets of paper that were pages from our book that they bind into the book. Yes. And I mean, our families, I feel like they were like, what are you signing more? Okay, are you signing more? What do you do? Oh, you're signing more? Like, that was like the narrative for weeks. I set up a little TV tray by our TV in our family room. And when we would watch a movie, I would just, all you would hear in the background was a Sharpie going. It took me 2 months to sign all of these. This was a big project. Yeah. But they're out there. They are available. You can find a link on our officeladies.com website. We're going to put it up on our socials. And you can also find it at hc.com/officebffs. We signed them with love, you guys. We did with love. Okay, morning announcements are done. Let's get into this episode. Today, we are breaking down Koi Pond. It is season 6, episode 8, written by Warren Lieberstein and Halstead Sullivan, and directed by Reggie Hudlin. Here is your summary. It's very simple. It really is. But it packs a big splash. Whoa! Michael falls into a koi pond while out for a meeting and becomes the butt of many office jokes. Meanwhile, Pam and Andy go out on mandated cold calls and are mistaken for a married couple all day. A married couple expecting a baby. A very funny runner. I enjoyed it. Fast fact number 1. This episode was directed by legend Reggie Hudlin. You know, it happened from time to time on The Office when we would get these directors that you just can't believe that they are directing your television show. Yeah, and Reggie was one of them. So Reggie wrote and directed the film House Party. He directed the film Boomerang. He directed 11 episodes of The Bernie Mac Show. He was the president of Black Entertainment Television for 3 years. And he went on to be a producer on Quentin Tarantino's Django Unchained, which was nominated for Best Picture at the Academy Awards. Reggie was amazing to work with. He was just great. And in addition to all of his professional accomplishments, his family history is amazing. I knew a little bit of it, but I didn't know everything. In researching this episode, I went to his website, and his bio, his family bio, is worth a read. I will give you the highlights. His family grew up in East St. Louis. His great-great-grandparents were Peter and Nancy Hudlin, who were part of the Underground Railroad. His great-uncle was a very famous tennis instructor who mentored Arthur Ashe and Althea Gibson. Reggie attended Harvard University, where he graduated magna cum laude with a BA in Visual and in Environmental Studies. And it was at Harvard that he directed his thesis project, which was a short film version of House Party. It was inspired by his experience growing up in East St. Louis, and that short film became the basis of his feature film, House Party. Well, we reached out to Warren and Halstead, the writers of this episode. They are going to share awesome stuff with us. We can't wait to share with you. Warren said that one of the perks of writing on The Office was being able to meet some of the people in the industry you really admired. He was a big fan of House Party and Boomerang, so he was thrilled Reggie was going to direct the episode. And he said Reggie was, quote, all class, and we had a great week together. It was an honor working with him. Yeah, and Halstead also mentioned working with Reggie when we reached out, and he just said that Reggie had an amazing sense of humor and he knew how to land the jokes. He also said that Reggie was a great storyteller. He said he doesn't think he told stories with the intention of Halstead repeating any of them on a podcast, but he just wanted to say that he was really great to work with and he'd really like to work with him again. I feel the same way. I mean, I just have wonderful memories of doing this episode. Same. All right, now for fast fact number 2, Ange. Warren shared with us that there was a very unique writing style for this episode, and I found it totally fascinating. He said that with most episodes of The Office, and including most shows he's ever worked on, they lay out the story on index cards, which we've talked about.
You love the index cards on the wall of the writer's room.
I love an organizational technique. But he said that for the most part, the only thing you write down on those cards are just the main beats of the story. And you can move them around, you know, and then you figure out the flow, and then you make an outline, and you use that outline to make your first draft of the script. But with Koi Pond, Warren shared that so much of what they were telling was a subtextual story between Michael and Jim that Greg had them do something different when they were writing this episode. He said that they had to write the main story beats on white note cards, and then they wrote all of the subtext on pink note cards. So anything that Michael and Jim were feeling went on pink, and like plot went on white. And he said it was really helpful for this episode, and he gave some examples. So he said early on, Michael has a talking head where he wants to insult Jim, and he starts off by saying that if Jim wants to be the boss, then he'll have to wear Michael's suit, which would be too small for him. But then Michael stops, and he admits that, you know, Jim would probably still look good in it. Yeah, it's so great. He's like, damn it, he'd still look good. So the text is that he's mad at Jim, but the subtext is that he's still envious of him. So envy went on the pink card. And then, of course, at the very end of the episode, Michael gets to have this talking head where he realizes that, wait, Jim is actually jealous of him. And so I just thought that was really, really interesting. The idea of mapping out the subtext.
I love that. I mean, that's something we would do in our scripts as actors, like our actory homework. We would get a script with like a paragraph that's like, Angela is mean to Oscar, right? And there's a speech where she's mean to Oscar, but the subtext is Philip was turned away from daycare, right? So she's coming in with like shame and embarrassment. So in her angry speech to Oscar about him using her stapler, the subtext is Angela's embarrassed, right?
Yeah.
So we would do that kind of thing, but I love that they did that in the writer's room too. It's like a really cool creative writing exercise.
Yeah. Well, Angela, this brings us to fast fact number 3.
Oh, I'm so excited for fast fact number 3.
This is not Angela's digital clutter this week, folks.
Sorry to disappoint.
Guys, the plot of Michael falling into a koi pond while on his way to a meeting is based on a real life event.
This happened to Warren, guys, the writer of this episode. Warren and Halstead together went on a meeting, and Warren fell into a pond in a lobby. And here they are today to share the whole story with us.
Yes, they each sent in audio clips, and they were so fun, we decided to turn them into a fully sound-produced story thanks to our own Sam Keeper. So, here it is, The Inspiration of Koi Pond by Warren and Halstead.
Good morning, Bill, and thank you so very much. I was enjoying your conversation with Rich DeMuro. It would have been okay.
Hi, my name is Warren Lieberstein, and along with Halstead Sullivan, we wrote the Koi Pond episode of The Office. The idea for the story stemmed from my falling into a koi pond. What had happened was our agents set up a meeting for Halstead and I on the west side of Los Angeles. It was in this nice 2-story office building. There was a marble reception, an open atrium lobby. There were these dark tavertine floors. So we enter into this building for the meeting, and I'm chewing gum. And I can't go to a meeting chewing gum. That's horribly unprofessional. And so I'm immediately looking for a trash can.
Warren and I walk in for this meeting. And, you know, I head over to the receptionist just to announce our names. And Warren says, oh, I'm going to go throw away my gum.
I see a trash can by the staircase off in the corner, so I walk over. After I toss my gum in the trash, I turn and pivot on my right foot. My right foot somehow, though, doesn't reach the floor.
So while I'm there at the desk, you know, checking in, suddenly I hear this huge splash.
So my right foot doesn't find the floor, and I lose my balance, and I'm falling backwards. this point, real concerns that I'm falling to my death, down an open stairwell or whatever. My legs hit it first, and I have no idea what size tank of water I'm falling into. In this millisecond, I now believe I'm falling into a shark tank, and I'm definitely going to die by shark attack. But after a second or so, I realize, obviously I'm in a koi pond. I just nesty plunged into it. I am drenched. And all I can say over and over again is, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Halstead turns around and sees me.
Warren is basically like lying in the pond splashing, going, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. I'm like, Warren. As Warren's sitting there splashing in the pond, we look up.
Of course, everyone comes out of their offices to see what the commotion is. So basically, everyone in this building is now staring.
And on the railing, there are like 8 people looking over. You know, on the first floor, all these people have come out to see all the commotion.
My favorite part of Warren's description is the nesty plunge into the koi pond, and also just like how disorienting that is.
Yeah.
Like it's gonna take you a minute.
It's so many things. It's like I'm falling. I'm wet. Why am I wet? Where am I?
So I'm drenched, and there's so much water on this nice lobby floor.
And someone comes up to us with a roll of those brown paper towels that you get from the bathroom. You know, they're just basically made of manila paper and have zero absorbency. And it's like, okay, thanks.
At this point, they leave, right? Because Warren is soaking wet.
That's what you would think, Jenna. But you have to remember, we all live in Los Angeles, and they have driven really far for this meeting.
They actually offer us to move the meeting for a week later. But Halstead wanted to keep the meeting because, you know, for those who don't live in LA, going to the west side, no one wants to cross the 405 ever. The 405 is a highway, and no matter what side of it you're on, traveling to the other is like a traffic nightmare.
We know that around the corner is a sporting goods store. So we go there. You know, we walk in, Warren's soaking wet.
I'm sopping wet. There was these 2 women working there, and I looked insane, like Jim Carrey in Ace Ventura when he comes out of the bathroom. Water's pouring all over their floor, and I just say, I need one of everything. We go back to the meeting, and Halstead looks, you know, great, per usual. You know, it's his normal meeting outfit. And I look like a rap star from the 80s. It was a sports clothing store, so, you know, all I could get really was a tracksuit. But we take the meeting, and of course, all we can really talk about is me falling into the koi pond, and the puns were flying. You know, they kept asking if I needed more water, you know, all of it. And we used all that in the script. And then after the meeting, my agent called and said, I heard you made a splash at the meeting, which is a line that Aaron says in the show.
So that is the koi pond story. Life imitates art, art imitates life, and you make an office episode out of it.
Sam, you crushed it. That was so much fun.
Yes, Sam, that was so good. Oh my gosh. And I just have to say, Warren, I'm so glad you fell in the koi pond, because I'm so glad it got turned into an episode that I thoroughly enjoyed. And you know what? This is what artists do. They take moments from their life and they turn it into art. Thank you, Warren.
Absolutely. I remember when it happened. You know, Warren is my ex-husband, and we're still very good friends. And I remember saying, you know what? This will be a great story someday. And it was. And it still is.
Yes. Well, on that note, I think we should take a break, and then we'll come back and we'll get into this episode.
Sounds great. Well, folks, you know I have a lot of family in Texas, and I just want you to know, if you travel to Texas, there are vast landscapes, cultures, regions, destinations, activities that allow for an infinite number of different travel experiences. You can have fun in the sun. Texas has 350 miles of coastline. That's right. Or if you like more of a rugged vacation, there are campgrounds, hiking trails, state parks, and the food. food. Can we talk about the food? Tex-Mex and barbecue. There's live music, art museums, cowboy experiences. Come on.
Right now, Travel Texas offers a one-of-a-kind online trip builder that allows users to generate a custom visually led trip matched to their unique interests. So you go in there and you click your interests and it'll say, here's where you want to go in Texas.
Visit traveltexas.com/get-your-own to get the only trip to Texas that matters, yours.
That's traveltexas.com/get-your-own. Whether your resolution is to save money, eat better, or stress less, HelloFresh is here to help you do all three.
Yes, you guys, I love HelloFresh. Jen and I both love it. You know why we love it. And guess what I made the other night? What? It was so delicious. I made their pub-style shepherd's pie.
I've made it.
Yes, it's so good. White cheddar and then thyme mashed potatoes.
I know it very well. It's a family favorite.
Well, you know, Josh normally makes dinner, so this was my turn, and I made this, and he loved it, and I was so happy. I was like, I made a shepherd's pie. I'd never made one before.
It's so good. Everyone, you can say hello to your most delicious year yet with fresh ingredients, chef-crafted recipes, all at a price you'll like, delivered right to your door. Go to HelloFresh.com/OfficeLadiesFree and use code OfficeLadiesFree for free breakfast for life.
One breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life at HelloFresh.com/OfficeLadiesFree with code OfficeLadiesFree.
HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp.
You know, around New Year's, we all reflect, and people really start making lists of what they can do to be their best self for the next year.
Yes, I think, the new year definitely makes you think New Year's resolution. What do I want to change?
New year, new me, that kind of thing.
Yes, but perhaps this year we could be reflecting on what we're already doing right.
Yeah.
And therapy can help you figure out your strengths so that you can ditch this idea that you need some extreme change or this extreme New Year's resolution and just, you can make changes that really stick because they're based on your strengths.
I like that.
If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try.
It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule.
Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge.
Celebrate the progress you've already made. Visit BetterHelp.com/OfficeLadies today to get 10% off your first month.
That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/OfficeLadies.
Joined the company in 2008 as chief operating officer, overseeing the company's push into digital ad sales.
Let's get started this week with a fan question, Angela. Great. This comes from Tom W. in San Francisco, California, who says, whenever this episode airs on DirecTV cable, the on-screen guide summarizes it as, quote, the office plans a haunted house for children in the community. But there's no mention of a haunted house in the episode or deleted scenes or in any other episode that I can remember. Was this a storyline that the writers chose not to pursue? Well, Tom, here is your answer. This episode originally had a Halloween cold open. We shot it, and it actually aired because this episode came out the week of Halloween. And there is a haunted house in the warehouse, and Michael fake hangs himself in the haunted house. And after it aired, NBC decided to pull it from all future episodes. So that's why you're seeing it in your description, but the cold open is not there anymore.
It's also not on the DVDs in the deleted scene section. There are photos of the cast in their costumes from this episode online. I was a spider. Mindy was Lilu from Fifth Element.
Yeah, I think this is the one where Jim is Facebook, but he just wrote book on his face for Facebook.
That's right.
But anyway, guys, instead, this episode opens in Jim's office. And Michael is sharing about his plans for the weekend.
Yeah, he's going to go to a garlic festival.
It's a real thing, lady.
Is it?
There is a Pocono Garlic and Harvest Festival. I looked it up. It is held every year on Labor Day weekend in the Shawnee Mountain Ski area. The festival is Saturday and Sunday. Angela, I think we have to go.
I was about to say it. I know I say that every time you bring up one of these things, but I am telling you, I would love a garlic festival. I bet they have all kinds of things made from garlic.
Lady, listen to what your ticket price includes. I can't wait. 4 stages of continuous live music. Great. Professional chef cooking demonstrations. Ding, ding, ding. Farmer garlic growing seminars, as well as children's craft activities. Can adults do the craft activities?
I was going to say, you got to have a craft table at a festival.
I found out that Pennsylvania is home to something called hardneck garlic. Hardneck garlic, it's a type of garlic. And there are 3 main types of hardneck garlic. They are rocambole, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. It has a rich, full-bodied taste, and it'll last up to 6 months. There's porcelain hardneck garlic. That'll stay good up to 8 months. And then there's purple stripe hardneck garlic. And it's famous for making the best baked garlic. It has a distinctive bright purple streak on that papery sheath.
I've seen that.
Well, if you need to bake your garlic, you're going to want to buy that purple striped garlic.
Okay.
Anyway, Michael's going to the garlic festival.
He's also very excited because there's a TCBY booth. I remember us all going to get yogurt. There was this like yogurt phase. I think it's still happening, obviously, right? There's lots of yogurt places. But I feel like TCBY was the first one where we were all like, oh my gosh, let's go get yogurt.
No, Steve used to come to work very excited when he found a new frozen yogurt place. He was especially into it. I feel like this line maybe came from that real life obsession.
It was a thing. It did crack me up that Michael says, yeah, it stands for I can't believe it's yogurt.
Yes.
But it's TCBY. I looked it up, Jenna, and it actually stands for the country's best yogurt. TCBY, the country's best yogurt. Oh, there used to be one in Scranton per the internet in the Fashion Mall, but it's no longer there. Huh, there you go. Aaron is going to interrupt all of this talk of garlic and TCBY to say that Raskin Design called and is expecting both of them for their meeting in an hour. And Jim's like, hold up, it's just me. Michael is delighted that they want him to tag along.
Yeah, I know. He's like, really? Oh, they want me as well. Oh, wow. He's all like playing like he's not delighted. That must have been a pink card.
Pink card. Michael's delighted. Yes.
Well, Michael's going to try to prep Jim for this meeting.
Oh my gosh, Jenna, and deleted scenes. This was a much bigger moment. It cracked me up. Michael's like, this office is very formal, Jim. You don't just say Dave. It's Mr. Borchardt. And also, is that what you're wearing? And then the scene would have continued where Michael is going to help Jim retie his tie. He says he needs a double dimple. A double dimple. Have you ever heard of this, Jenna?
No.
Can we hear it?
Nope.
Is that what you are wearing?
Yes, it is.
How about the knot of the tie? Double dimple.
I think we need to go.
No,
Don't touch
you
my.
need to double dimple your tie, Jim. Come on. Here we go. I want you to look good. I can't turn around. Come on. I can only do this in one direction. Here we go. Here we go. I don't want them to think that you are a country bumpkin. And up through the rabbit hole, around, the merry-go-round, and up again, through the rabbit hole, and down, into the gopher hole, up, up. How do we look? That's perfect.
Okay, so in the scene, Michael steps behind him, and Jim is so annoyed. He unties this tie that was really well tied. He does this rabbit hole, gopher hole. He's very awkwardly trying to reach over Jim, who's taller than he is, right? And then when he spins him around and says, how do we look? He just looks, the tie looks horrible.
Is there a double dimple now?
I couldn't see a double dimple, and Jim's collar is all messed up. And it's just a really physically funny scene. But it got me curious, what is a double dimple? Jenna, this is all over the internet. It's clearly important when it comes to tying a tie. What? Yeah, there's video tutorials. One says the perfect dimple every time. There was a quote I found online that said, dimples matter. You'll see this even in the simplest of tie knots. The 4 in hand. Make sure you create the dimple under the knot, otherwise your tie will look flatter and less finished. Wow, no one wants a flat tie. You need the double dimple.
I had no idea.
But it was a really cute scene where Michael is basically trying to get Jim all spiffy.
Well, Michael also wants him to change his watch. He says you need a tankard watch. I looked that up. That's not a watch. There's no such thing? There's no such thing as a tankard watch. There is such thing as a tank watch. It's a Cartier watch. Apparently it was designed after the tanks of the World War II battlefields. It has a rectangular face, so when Michael is handing Jim this rectangular face watch, I don't know. I feel like maybe someone kind of like with his fake Seiko, maybe they sold him a fake tank watch and called it a tankard. A tankard is actually a drinking stein. It's sort of like a beer stein. That's what a tankard is, I learned.
Oh my gosh.
Isn't that crazy?
That is crazy.
A tank watch by Cartier sells for like $4,000.
Yeah,
So that's clearly what Michael thinks he has purchased.
He's purchased a tankard.
A tankard.
We're about to start a really fun runner between Pam and Andy. Jenna, this must have been a blast. You had Ed Helms to yourself doing all these bits all day. I loved this runner.
It was so much fun. We had the best time. You know that scene where Andy is singing the directory?
I wrote it out. I wrote the whole thing out. Palapon Drilling, Where Are You? Dean Trophy, Suite 100 and Doodly Doo. Sherman Blinds and Rugs, Suite 202, Palapon Drilling. I mean, I was cracking up.
Yeah, Ed made that up. I mean, he made up that tune.
He made up the whole melody?
He did. That was just on the fly. And we knew that I was going to cut him off at the end with the Suite 401.
Yeah, and then he couldn't resolve the melody and his brain hurt.
Yeah, he said it felt like he was holding in a sneeze.
Well, Warren shared they loved your look to camera when Andy sings Sweet 401, like as the door shut. And I have to tell you guys, you know, I've known Warren and Halstead a very long time, and they were both in a cappella in college. So I have to imagine this scene was just such a fun moment for them.
I've got a location alert for my scenes with Ed. We did shoot one entire day out in Woodland Hills, California at the Warner Center Corporate Park. We did everything in this one office. So basically, they dressed 2 different offices, one to be Palpabon Drilling, and then later Reed Diamond Labs, when we're going to meet with Miss Gifford. And we also did the driving scenes on that same day. So this was truly a full day. Just me and Ed and Reggie and Warren and Halstead, basically. It was awesome.
Back at the office, Michael and Jim returned from their meeting, and Michael is soaked. I mean, he is drenched.
Well, he was caught in a flash flood storm, is what happened.
Yeah.
Jim outran it, though. That's why he's dry.
He outran the storm. Meredith was like, no way. If there was rain, my hip would have been throbbing.
I know.
So I want you to note something in this scene at 3 minutes, 35 seconds. I have a background catch. Did you see Angela Martin's sassy, wavy ponytail?
I think about this neighborhood a lot. Where
A wavy pony.
Yeah, I clocked it right away because wavy ponytail means one thing.
It's in Colorado.
It means we have been to a fancy party, and this is day 2 here for me. I showed up at work with great hair that had been blown out and styled the night before, and that's when Kim Ferry, who did my hair, would usually put it in a cute pony.
Oh!
And then we would have to match the wave every day that I worked after that. Sassy ponytail led me to my digital clutter, and lady, we filmed this episode in September of 2009 around the time of the Emmys.
Oh!
And I also wrote that my parents were in town for the Emmys. This is the year my dad went with me.
Yeah.
So I took them to everything I could get us invited to because I really wanted them to feel the whole experience of like going to the Emmys and the parties. So yeah, I had sassy ponytail, leftover hair.
Well, that is amazing. And Angela, look at that. Your digital clutter. It made it into this episode after all.
I snuck it.
Well done.
Thank you.
Well, I wanted to point something out in the background of this as well. This is at 3 minutes, 13 seconds. The watercolor on the wall, it has been replaced with a photo of a golf course that says failure is not an option.
Yeah, it's been replaced with an inspirational poster.
Although nothing's more inspiring than Pam's watercolor.
It's hope in a frame, Jenna.
It is. I know. It's going to be back.
It'll come
Don't
back.
worry. It's coming back.
Pam and Andy are now chatting with the receptionist. I watched this scene. I rewound it because I laughed so hard. I feel like this is something I say when I'm in my mom mode. Looks like someone's got a case of the definitelys. Oh my gosh, Pam is so mortified when the receptionist thinks she's a couple with Andy, and she does that thing where she overcompensates, where she's like, no, definitely not, no.
Yeah, she keeps repeating it. The receptionist was played by Jennifer Hasty. She's been in tons of stuff. She's been on Bosch, Better Call Saul, Transparent, and True Blood. And Angela, we had the hardest time getting through this scene. It was really difficult because they wanted me to really go on too long, like way too long before Andy says somebody has a case of the definitelys. The direction was like, keep hearing this idea in your head, like realize it over and over again. So I think I do it like 3 times where I'm like, no, definitely not. Oh, no, definitely not.
No.
It's as if she keeps saying it, but she's not saying it. That was the direction, was to keep hearing it and responding.
Well, it was really funny. I loved it.
Well, Warren and Halstead said that this plot was loosely based on a story that they heard in their real life, but they couldn't remember now who it was. But they said they had a female friend who was pregnant, and she went to IKEA with a male friend, not her husband, and everyone kept referring to them as a couple.
Right.
And they were just like, we get it. I mean, we're shopping for furniture together and I'm pregnant. Everyone just kept congratulating them. And so they remembered that, and that's kind of the inspiration for this plot line.
And I'm sure in that moment, at first you're like, oh, actually, we're not related. Oh, actually, we're not a couple. Oh, yeah. And then at some point you're like, yeah, sure. We just, because it's just easier to go with it.
You're like, we need to buy what we're buying.
Yeah, sure.
We're going to get out of there.
Back at the office, Erin gets an interesting phone call.
She does.
It's from the custodian at Raskin Design.
Apparently, they found Michael's keys in the koi pond.
She announces this out loud, and the bullpen is an instant buzz. Koi pond, your keys in a koi pond. Everyone is very curious.
I love the cut to the next moment where Michael's phone rings and then we pull out and reveal everyone hovering around reception and Erin just being like, Michael, people have a lot of questions.
These scenes were always so much fun to film because it's just a big group clump. And we got to have like our dialogue sort of rapid fire back and forth. I have such fond memories of doing scenes like that.
Well, the truth is going to come out. Michael tries to say, yes, he fell in a koi pond, but how do they know that he wasn't trying to save a child?
And Angela's like, so a child fell in the koi pond?
And Michael's like, not yet. Not yet. It's amazing.
Jim has a great talking head. He says it wasn't so much how Michael fell in, but it was how long it took him to get out. You know that's got to be true. You know, like getting out of that koi pond for Warren.
I thought the same thing.
Realizing what had happened and all the people looking over the railing at him. Oh my gosh. Well, it's time for Pam and Andy to do their big pitch. Right? They've got their sales pitch.
Yes, they're talking to Tim Dockery, and he's really impressed. He's especially impressed, you know, because he's running a family business, and they're clearly a family business. Pam and Andy have to do the, oh, no, we're not.
We're actually not a couple.
No. But then Andy goes on and on.
Well, it's payback time. It's payback time for the lady who had a case of the definitely's.
I guess so.
And he says, oh yeah, no, I'm not with her. I only date face models. On a scale from 1 to Giselle, like my girlfriend's a 9. Pam's just a surrogate, you know, because we don't need her to look good.
I love that. Apparently, like, we're not a couple, but that is his baby.
Oh,
He is going to claim the baby.
Yeah.
All right, I have 2 things to point out in this scene. Number 1 is my guest star alert. Tom Yee played Tim Dockery. According to his bio, he has lived in 4 countries on 3 continents. Impressive?
Yeah.
And he has been on The West Wing, Arrested Development, Dr. Ken, Community, and Monk.
Monk connection.
We got another one of those. It's been a while.
Yeah.
And then at 3 minutes 55 seconds, I wanted to point out Pam's baby bump.
Okay.
It is much more pronounced in this episode compared to last episode, and that is because I am wearing Bump B.
You've gone up a size in the bump.
I've gone up a bump. Alicia, our costume designer, made a document that she called the belly tracker. And she tracked from the first time we heard of Pam's pregnancy news all the way to when she would give birth. And she painstakingly mapped out each time we needed to go up in a belly. And this was our first belly bump. We went up to bump B. They became increasingly less comfortable, and I became increasingly more miserable.
I have something to share about that later that you don't know, but I'm waiting. I'm waiting.
Oh my gosh. Well, Angela, I look forward to whatever this piece of information is that you will be giving me later.
Yeah, I think it's going to make you laugh.
Okay.
Before we leave this scene, Jenna, I wanted to share with you guys that the name Tim Dockery actually came from Warren's best friend from college, who's Martin Dockery. Hi, Martin. But I guess the name Martin didn't clear. Tim is Martin's brother. So there you go, Tim Dockery. And it was always fun when our writers got to put a friend's name or a relative's name in an episode.
The next scene has a joke in it that made me laugh so hard. Am I a dork? Michael asked Aaron for one of those clips that hold paper together, and Aaron says staples? Staples? I loved it.
I did too.
Aaron tells Michael that David Wallace called to say that he heard Michael made a big splash at the meeting. But then she immediately backtracks because that didn't really happen, and she feels bad and everybody put her up to it.
She says, Kevin and Meredith put me up to it, and then Kevin leans through the file cabinet and says, I will kill you. But yes, that line is inspired from the real life event when Warren's agent called and said, I heard you made a big splash.
We had a fan question from Ella B in Ontario. At 7 minutes 13 seconds, you can see a picture of a fish tank on Pam's computer, which is Jim's old desk. And then a couple seconds later, you can see the same screensaver on Andy's computer. Was this a nod to the koi pond?
It was, and in fact, if you watch Michael walk through the bullpen, he clocks Andy's computer.
And obviously, Pam and Andy don't know anything about the falling in the koi pond. They are not at the office to change their screens. So I guess you have to imagine that someone in the office is doing this.
Well, in the deleted scenes, it's clear that Kevin is having maybe the most fun with this. I don't know, is Kevin usually the one that falls or trips or something happens and now someone else has had a big fall? But in the deleted scenes, as Michael walks through the bullpen, Kevin makes this noise with each step. Like water, like squishy water in your shoes. And Michael's like, stop it. So someone in the office was really having fun.
Well, Michael is going to hold a sensitivity training meeting in the conference room.
Yeah.
And we're going to make a list. We're going to make a list of things that we can no longer talk about.
No teasing. It's called a do not mock list. Michael writes the first one, koi pond, and he also admits he's fallen into the fountain at the Steamtown Mall as well, so he writes koi pond and fountain.
We had a fan catch from Victoria S. in Orlando, Florida, When Michael says he's fallen into a fountain at the Steamtown Mall, I don't think there's actually a fountain there. I was born and raised in Northeast Pennsylvania. I have been to the Steamtown Mall, and I don't recall seeing one there. Well, Victoria, our producer Cassie wanted to find out. Cassie, tell us, what do you know about the fountain at Steamtown Mall?
Do you have a deep dive, Cassie?
Yes, I have a little deep dive of me trying to figure out if there is a fountain at the Steamtown Mall. I called and emailed and I could not get through, and I think they probably were like super weirded out by me just saying like, hi, just want to know if there's a fountain here. So they weren't responding to me. And I like went on Google, I tried to look at pictures, I watched like old news clips of people doing segments at the mall, and I could not find a fountain. I was about to give up, and I was like, you know what, I'm gonna reach out to the Office Ladies Facebook fan page, because people post like pictures of them in Scranton. So I reached out to Nikki, who moderates it, and then she was like, I'm on it. And like a couple hours later, she got back to me and was like, so I couldn't find any pictures. I called the Steamtown Mall, got a hold of someone. They were very weirded out by her asking if there's a fountain there.
Why are all these
So they were
people
like,
calling and asking if there's a fountain?
Yeah. So they like were like, well, we'll get your name and phone number and someone will contact you. And then an hour later, she just got a text message from them saying, no, we don't.
All right. I love this story so much. I love that both of you women were calling the Steamtown Mall asking if there's a fountain, and the people are like, what do these ladies want to do in a fountain? Why are they looking for a fountain so badly?
I want to picture the person answering the phone, like later that day, maybe they're on their break, you know, having a snack, they're with other coworkers, and they're like, you guys getting calls, like with people asking if we have a fountain? Like, what the hell?
Thank you, Cassie. But Victoria, you are right. There is no fountain in the Steamtown Mall. Yes.
Okay.
Well, Angela, I have a mystery I want to solve from this scene, and I'm calling it Ryan Has Glasses. Remember last episode? He was wearing his Trilby hat? Yes. Well, now he's holding a pair of glasses. They never go on his face. After I saw this, I watched the whole episode waiting for those glasses to go on his face. But he's just gesturing with them. He's just got a pair of fake glasses. I don't know what he's going through.
Ryan and the accessories.
Yeah,
Wanting to feel dignified or something.
I guess so.
Michael wants other people to shout out things they don't want to be teased about. And Dwight volunteers. He says, my nose is too small. And then he has a talking head where he says, the geometric proportions of my face are perfect in every way but one. My nose is too small. I mean, it works. I can still smell things. I just have to be a lot closer than most people. And then Rain, as Dwight does this little, like, sniffy sniff. It's really cute, actually. I thought it was cute.
We got so much mail about this, Angela. People really wanted to know if Rain participated in this, the writing of this, or if it was a total surprise to him when he got the script.
Well, here's what Halstead said. He said they asked Rain if there was anything about him that people made fun of or that he was ever sensitive about growing up. And Rain said, okay, my nose being small. And it actually worked as a really funny bit. Obviously, Rain is fine with his nose now, you know? Yes. But Halstead said they liked to reach out to the actors to get things. That way, it's better coming from the actor than the writer making something up that maybe, I guess, could hurt your feelings, right?
Yeah, no, they were always really good about that. That's very funny.
As the scene goes on, other people participate, and I zoomed in on the dry erase board at the end to see what Michael had written on the board under each person's name. The Do Not Mock list has Michael, Koi Pond and Fountain, Dwight, Nose Too Small, Aaron, Orphan, Kevin, Huge Gut, Angela, Shrimpy, Meredith, Sex with the Terrorist. Shrimpy? Shrimpy? So I was like, what? So I went to the script Shrimpy is not in the script. It says, for Angela, Michael writes, tiny bitch. And I think Steve, in the moment, just wrote Shrimpy.
Well, there is a deleted scene for Aaron explaining why they wrote orphan.
That's right.
Leaving the conference room, we are back with Pam and Andy. They are at their next sales call. They are with Keena Gifford, played by Amy Reed. Well, Angela, we know Amy Reed very well. I thought perhaps you'd like to give us the guest star breakdown on this one.
Oh, I would love to. So Amy Reed, we knew her at this time as Amy Weaver, and she is just a dear friend of mine, and I've known her a long time. We met working at iOS. I think our bonding moment was the song Jolene came on, and she's from Oklahoma, and you know, my family's from Texas and Louisiana, and we both, without missing a beat, just started going, Jolene, 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 in our southern accents. I just love her so much. She is a hilarious actress and phenomenal writer. She's still one of my dearest friends to this day. And I reached out to Amy and asked her if she could share her memories of being on the set of The Office. And here's what she had to share. First of all, she said her scenes were only with Jenna and Ed in this super small abandoned office building. There wasn't a huge cast or crew, so she really got to hang out, which is fun. She said one of the things she remembers is that Jenna was wearing a really huge baby bump. And it was making her go to the bathroom. And she went to the bathroom one time right before they called them back to set. And some very sweet, but maybe a little too eager production assistant was knocking nonstop on the door while poor Jenna was trying to get the belly back on. Amy said, I only really appreciated how hot and heavy those suckers are many years later on a shoot where I had to be fake pregnant. She said she would like everyone to know even fake pregnant women should not be rushed in the bathroom. That's the lesson here. I knew you'd be happy. I know you're applauding.
I am slow clapping that. Amy, thank you. I feel so validated. Let me explain what you have on. It's not just a belly. So I was wearing, for a reason I don't know, tights. Yeah. So I've got underwear, tights. Then on top of that, you have on like what's like almost a wetsuit with boy shorts, and that goes all the way up over your bra. It's like a whole contraption. And then from there, they can slide in different sized bellies. Then I had all my clothes on top of that, but I also had on a microphone and a microphone pack with a wire taped to you. Yes. So to go to the bathroom, I had to dismantle all of that. It was a good 10 minutes just to get undressed. Then I had to pee. Then I had to put it all on. Again, it was like 20 minutes. If I said I need to go to the bathroom, that was a 20-minute break because it was really difficult and frustrating, and no one seemed to get it. And I really, like, I asked Alicia, I was like, Alicia, is it worth like gathering the production team together and sort of like taking them through all the layers? Because they expect me to pee in the same amount of time that I always pee, but I'm wearing so many more elements. And maybe there's like a workshop we could do to show them. Yes. And I actually think, Angela, correct me if I'm wrong, wasn't there a day where Kelly Cantley, our first AD, put it on and wore it?
Yes, because you were like, someone else needs to experience this.
Please, I'm begging you.
And so she put it on. You know, years later, I would have to wear the same thing. And I feel like you paved the way with our crew about what to expect.
I know, but you know what? It was a tough road. It was a tough paving.
Well, after all these years, that's the first thing Amy remembered to share with me.
Amy, thank you. Thank you. I'm so touched.
She went on to say, Jenna and Ed and I were jammed into a tiny office, and the director, Reggie, and the crew were outside the door on the other side. And at some point during downtime between takes, Jenna and I got really chatty with each other. And I guess we were kind of leaving Ed out of the conversation with very little room to jump in. And he finally just interrupted and said, do you two know each other? Because you had met Amy through me, and we had become all a group of friends. Yeah. The last thing Amy shared was this. One random thing that made a huge impression on me that day was when Jenna invited me to her trailer for lunch. As we sat there chatting, it somehow came up about the beginning of you and her's friendship. Jenna shared about the transition you guys had by being on the cast of The Office, how you two really bonded over going from inconsistent acting careers to suddenly being in the limelight, and the impact and weight of being on The Office and the adjustment to that, and how you two were together through all of it. Through that transition, you balanced earnest humility and the thrill of being on the #1 comedy.
Wow, now I'm like crying.
I know,
I'm like really
wonderful.
moved.
I know.
Yeah, I mean, that was true. I can't imagine having to have done that without you, Angela.
Aw, lady.
It was overwhelming. It was all of your professional dreams coming true, but all the ways that you don't think that that is going to impact your life in weird ways, you know? Your face on television every week, and what that does, how it changes different relationships or friendships, how your time is not your own when you are on a television show, the long hours, but then all of the additional promotional work that takes up your weekends, and how you can't go to things anymore, and to have someone to go through that with and navigate that with, and you're so excited, but then the Midwesterner in me would always feel like very shy about it, and I think we had that in common. I mean, she really nailed it.
I know. I thought, what great observations from her day on set.
Yeah.
Well, you know I feel the same way, lady. My gosh, how would I gotten through, the last 18 years, oh my word, without your friendship?
Oh my gosh, 18.
I have one last fun tidbit about this scene. Warren reminded me of it, and I went and looked for it immediately. There is a photo of our daughter, Isabel, in a frame just over Amy's shoulder. If you go to 11 minutes, 35 seconds, you can see Isabel in the little silver frame. She's smiling so big. She's in her car seat. I love that Phil Shea did that for us. It just, oh my gosh, warmed my heart so much.
I saw it too.
Oh, and one last thing. I know I've had a lot to say about this scene. So Miss Gifford and Andy bond over this birthing teacher named Miss Janet. Well, Janet is my sister's name.
That's so sweet.
So there you go. That's everything that I had for that scene.
Well, I think we should take a break. And when we come back, we're going to talk about how you eat like a squirrel, Angela.
Okay, great.
Angela, I am very, very, very jealous because you have received your life straw. Mine is on its way to me, but you know I would want this, right? This is me.
Yes. So here's one of my New Year's resolutions. It's to drink more water. I don't feel like I drink enough water in the day. And I wanted a type of water pitcher that filters water so I can have really great, safe water to drink and have it ready to go. And Life Straw is that. It is amazing. It is the only water pitcher that filters out over 30 contaminants, including bacteria, microplastics, and PFAs, and makes your water taste way better. It does. It tastes good.
I'm so jealous you got yours already.
Also, you're going to love this. It's in a really nice, sleek, hand-blown glass. So it looks nice in the fridge. It looks nice on the countertop. If you want to bring it over to the dining table for dinner, it looks nice too.
Better filtration, better taste, better design. Life Straw home products can be found at lifestraw.com and on Amazon.
We are back, and we are still in the conference room. People are still talking about the things that bother them. And Angela, you do not like it when people say you eat like a squirrel. You don't care for that.
I don't care for that. And also, I'm afraid someone's going to throw me around like a football because I'm so petite.
Aaron is going to interrupt this meeting and let Michael know that someone has called to inform them that one of the koi died and they want him to pay for it. It's going to be $300.
Aren't koi like crazy expensive?
Yeah, they are. And Halstead shared that they had pitched around in the writer's room a kind of extension of this storyline because they found out that some koi can cost as much as $2,000. So at one point, the koi that Michael killed was going to be worth $2,000, and that Michael was going to pay for it. He was going to get it because he was going to want to see a $2,000 fish. And then back at the office, he was going to cook it in the toaster oven and eat it. No! Yes, this was the pitch. But that ultimately Michael was going to chicken out and he was just going to throw it away. And Halstead said by the time they got to the end of this pitch, they were like, you know what? It's disturbing. How about the koi is just $300 and there's no eating of the koi
Or throwing it away.
Yes, and Halstead said, I'm very happy we changed that.
Well, you know, Michael wouldn't have thrown it away. If he didn't eat it, he would have had a proper burial for it.
That's most likely, yes.
And there would have been a koi funeral.
Yes, and then maybe Creed would have digged it up and eaten it.
Oh, gross. I did love when Creed was like, oh man, you're paying way too much for worms. Who's your worm guy?
Who's your worm guy? So funny.
Put that on a shirt.
I mean, back in the early days.
Jim is going to get Michael aside and say, I have a strategy. I think maybe you should make fun of yourself for falling into the koi pond.
Yeah, and that will diffuse everyone else, right?
Yeah.
They won't be able to tell jokes because you've covered it.
So Michael's going to try it. He's like, all right, I'll try it. And at first, it goes well. And then it doesn't.
He goes too far. He goes too far, and he knows he's going too far. This was such a brilliant performance. It's like that thing when you're like talking to someone and you know that moment you went past where you should have stopped. And in your own brain, you're like, stop, but you can't.
Yes, and he just keeps talking. He keeps saying embarrassing things about his life that aren't even about the koi pond.
Well, Warren shared with us that this was one of his favorite comedy bits. And he said when Michael goes too far with it, they had even more pitch, Jenna. They had even more jokes in the pipeline here. He said he and Halstead loved writing this runner. Here were some that didn't make it in the show. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
I can't listen to talk radio when I drive because I get scared that someone else is in the car. Okay. Then there was another one where Michael locks himself in a dog cage at Kmart. No one could get him out. He was stuck. They had to call the fire department. Okay. Then there was a take when Michael goes so far and cuts so deep at himself that he makes himself cry. And Warren said Steve's performance was so phenomenal. It was his favorite take. He fought really hard, but too many people disagreed. They said it was too depressing, and Warren lost the battle. So it ends with the who's there.
Wow. This was definitely one of those scenes where we would go to the candy bag. They would always have extra stuff for scenes like this.
And I know we say this a lot, you guys, but Steve is so amazing because he could dial it up or dial it down or cry or just, he could do anything. He was so impressive. I would lose myself. I've said this before. I'd be like, oh crap, I'm supposed to be reacting as Angela Martin. And instead I was just there like, oh my gosh, Steve is crushing it.
I wish I could have been there. I would have loved to have watched this. That was maybe one of the things that was so fun about rewatching this episode was that I was really watching this as a fan because I wasn't there. So I don't have memories of what else went on or what got cut.
I'm just watching it. It's great.
Same. I think that's why I got so tickled when Andy says, looks like someone's got a case of the definitelys, because I wasn't there when you guys did that.
Yeah. Well, now, Angela, I've got a fan question for you, because you are in the break room and you are eating a nut. Heather C. from Leeds in the UK said, Angela, one of my favorite Angela moments ever is the bit where you eat like a squirrel in the break room. Also, the part where you wrap your packaging back up cracks me up so much. How did you come up with this bit exactly? Did you perhaps watch a lot of videos of squirrels eating?
Heather, that's hilarious. Well, thank you for appreciating my squirrel eating performance. You know, honestly, I didn't watch any videos. I just, I've seen a squirrel eat, and I've used my own personal life observation. And just so you know, the stage direction in the script for the scene was Meredith, Kevin, Angela, and Oscar sit at tables. Angela gnaws at an almond, holding it with two hands like a squirrel. So I knew I had to hold it with two hands, just the way I'm doing it. And then I just ate it the way I thought a squirrel would eat it. And then in the script, it goes on to say she puts the rest of her almond back into saran wrap. So that was in the script, but how I folded it and did it, it was just me sort of playing in the moment. I had so much fun doing that, and we kept laughing. Like Brian and Oscar, we all kept cracking up.
Well, as your BFF, I will go on record to say that you do not actually eat like that. We all know you bite right into the string cheese.
Oh yeah, I'm not holding it with two hands, gnawing at it. I'm going to chomp at it.
You're not stringing it or anything. You're just eating it. But you do often wrap up the second half of whatever you haven't eaten. That is true.
This is true. If you open my fridge right now, there's like 4 grapes wrapped up in a little piece of tin foil.
You're going to eat those later.
I will.
So listen, back in the meeting with Pam and Andy, Andy really gets a little out of control. He's like smothering Pam's belly with his face.
Well, they just finally decided to lean into it. Yeah, fine. We're a couple. This is our baby. To try to make the sale, but we learn a lot about Andy in this moment.
We do, and afterwards Pam says, that was great, but maybe you took it a little far, and he's like, yeah, it was, maybe the belly kissing was a little much, and he reveals a couple of things. One, he reveals that it was nice for him to pretend for a minute that he was part of a couple with a baby on the way.
Oh, that broke my heart.
I know. And then he also reveals that maybe he has a little crush on Aaron.
Well, guess what? Meredith's roommate is friends with the night janitor at the office building where Michael fell, and she's got a copy of the security footage.
Yes, she does. Everyone is going to gather around Meredith's computer, and we are going to see Michael fall into the koi ponds. We got so many fan questions about the fall into the koi pond, and we're going to do our best to break it down for you. Starting with Callie B. from Rogers, Arkansas, who asked, where was the security footage of Steve falling into the pond filmed? Randy told us that we shot the koi pond just down the street from our studios. They were a neon sign manufacturing business called Knights of Neon. This business has operated for over 30 years, and they make custom neon signs for commercial use.
I really hope their logo is like a knight in like metal armor, holding up like a shield. Knights of Neon.
Oh, well, it's spelled Nights. Oh, boo. Yeah, I'm kidding. This company, Knights of Neon, had a really big empty warehouse, and that's why we picked it. We rented it out for a whole week, and Michael Gallenberg and his construction coordinator, Tim James, they started by laying down like a waterproof liner over the entire floor of the warehouse. Then they built a koi pond on top of it that held 1,000 gallons of filtered water.
and then they made the walkways on top of it. They also then set up 2 cameras. Reggie really wanted like this motorized surveillance camera that would sort of sweep the lobby back and forth. And so Matt Sohn created this effect by using a tripod with a fluid head mounted on top of a tall ladder. So they made this fakey, sweepy security camera. I guess this sweeping shot is best seen in the deleted scenes around 4 minutes 9 seconds.
Oh yeah, go to the deleted scenes for this episode. It's the last one. It's the whole entire footage of Michael falling in. And when I watched it, I was like, oh wow, I didn't realize how long Steve was in the water. I mean, they really went for it.
Well, I guess we added another stationary, non-moving B camera that was angled a little bit more at the front. Derek Carver was our B camera operator that day, and the footage that you end up seeing on this tape that everyone's watching is that B camera footage, the still footage. All right, next question. This one comes from Braylon M. in Seattle, Washington. Were there actually koi in the pond that Michael falls in? Yes. Yes, Randy told us that we went with our usual animal training company, which was Bob Dunn's Animal Rentals in Sylmar, California.
They do it all, clearly.
They do. The head trainer there is Denise Sanders, but we had to also employ a special koi wrangler named Mike Long. What was Kelly Cantley thinking? She's had a fruit fly wrangler, she's had a koi wrangler,
Several cat wranglers.
Fascinating. They filled up the koi pond with water several days in advance because they had to let the chlorine evaporate from the water. They did a careful pH balance, all of that. Randy said the koi were very expensive. And before they put the koi into the pond, they did a test with some goldfish just to make sure. So the goldfish, they were like, you know, when the king has a tester eat the food first.
Yeah.
So those little goldfish, they lived.
Well, thank God they lived.
The koi went in. He said that we used 28 koi that were up to 2 feet long.
They're very big.
And that the total cost for the fish, the holding tanks, the pumps, the filters, and all the labor was $12,000.
Wow, that's a pricey koi pond. Well, when we started filming, Halstead shared that when they put the koi in the pond, they immediately all swam under the steps that went over the middle, you know, of the koi pond.
Yeah.
And I guess they were in a new environment, and so they kind of go and hide, they check it out, and it takes them a bit to get comfortable and then to swim out from their hiding place. The koi wrangler told Halstead and Warren that they had to wait for the koi to settle and come out before they could do the first take.
Oh, those guys were just standing there waiting for the koi.
Yeah, so someone probably made an announcement, guys, we're going to take 5 and let the koi get ready. Waiting on the koi.
I've got another fan question now from Nina D in Washington. How many takes did you do of Michael falling into the pond? Randy said they really hoped the answer would be 1. But the answer is 2.
Uh-oh.
I think we should mention that Steve did not have a stunt double. Steve actually fell into the pond.
That is very clear if you go to deleted scenes.
When he got out from doing it the first time, they went over and they checked that sweeping camera that they had set up
To look like security footage.
It had missed all of the action. It swept past him and then he fell and then it swept back. It missed it all. So they had to ask Steve to dry off and do it again.
Warren shared that he could tell Steve was, you know, bummed out because he had fallen into the koi pond and splashed about, and now he was going to have to do it again. And he said Steve asked out loud if anyone would believe this was even possible. And Paul Lieberstein, Warren's brother, who was there at the time, pointed at Warren and said, "Oh, it's possible."
Oh no.
And I guess somehow up to this point, Steve was unaware that it had actually happened to Warren. And Warren said Steve just looked at him and said, "Wow." Warren said that that was very generous because he could tell clearly there were many thoughts running through Steve's brain, which he chose not to say. And he just said, "Wow." And then they all started laughing. And Warren said he knows a lot of people have said this, but it is true that Steve truly was the nicest. Wow. Can you imagine Steve looking at you and going, "Wow. Okay. All right then. Well."
Halstead shared that after Steve fell into the pond, it caused all the koi to hide again. So Steve dried off, but then they had to wait for them to come out again. Halstead also shared he doesn't even think you can see any of the koi.
Listen, when I watched the deleted scene, it's like black and white kind of security cam, right? It's supposed to. I couldn't really see the koi. I don't know why I'm whispering that. I'm doing that thing my mom does, where you whisper bad news.
Yeah.
I didn't see the koi.
Yeah, well, I guess on this second take, they did get it on the sweeping camera, but like I said, they didn't even end up using that part of the footage anyway. Now, this all leads me to our final fan question about this. From Logan Z in Columbus, Ohio, when everyone is watching the clip of Michael falling in on the computer, did you actually get to watch the video, or are you guys just pretending?
It was a little bit of a combo. So they had some of the footage of Steve falling in, and they had it on a little monitor that they showed us. It actually wasn't on Meredith's computer, but they did show it to the cast before we started rolling so we could see what happened. And then we all gather around Meredith's desk and we just sort of faked it.
Yes, Randy said that they burned it into the computer screen with special effects, that came later. And I think some of that is because they hadn't quite decided exactly what they were going to use yet,
right,
when you guys shot your scene. I guess we should probably explain that as they're watching this video, everyone notices that as Michael's falling in, Jim, leans back.
I mean,
hard.
Completely. It's like he's stepping out of the way, like, no, don't take me with you.
He does not try to grab Michael. He does not try to stop it. And everyone is now piling on Jim.
They're like, "Yeah, Jim, you could have caught Michael. What the hell?"
I got a fan question from Kelly S. in Portland, Maine, who is wondering, was Jim really at fault for Michael falling in the koi pond? It's not like he bumped him. Kelly says, what was Jim supposed to do? If he'd grabbed Michael, maybe they would have both fallen in. Thoughts?
Sort of an interesting character assessment of your personal character. It's like fight, flight, or freeze, right? So Michael's falling. Let's say you and I are walking over a koi pond and you're next to me and you start to fall. I would hope my first instinct would be to grab for you. I mean, I do that with my kids. You know how that mom instinct kicks in, like you're at a soccer game and there's a ball that goes crazy towards the stands and you grab your kid out of the way. I mean, it's just like a reflex.
Lady, this just made me remember something that happened in real life. What? So, I'm just remembering this. I was in the kitchen and Lee walked in the kitchen and he was soaking wet. Just like this, just like he's soaking wet. I'm like, what happened? I know where this is going. What happened? And he was like, I fell in the swimming pool. I'm like, you fell in the swimming pool? How? So when our daughter was little, she used to like it when Lee would fake throw her in the swimming pool.
Sure, like swing her out over and then swing her back.
Yes, swing her out over and then swing her back. And he was like, I was doing the thing where I swing her over the swimming pool. but I lost my balance and I fell in. And I was like, is she okay? Did she fall in? He's like, she's fine. She's dry. Well, we have a security camera, Angela, and we went and we got the footage. It is so funny. We still sometimes play it as a family. You can see him like fake swinging her over the pool. He's swinging her, and then he's swinging her, and then he swings her, and you see him start to lose his balance. And through some, like you're saying, like in these moments, what is your character? What is your instinct? Through some like heroic feat, like the kind of thing you see football players do where they get both feet down before they fall out of bounds. Like you're like, how did they do it? He, while falling into the pool, whips our daughter around and places her gently on the side and then sort of falls backwards into the pool himself. It's really incredible. He saved her while falling himself. So I guess it's true, you know, in these moments, there's this instinctual part of you that just kicks in. Yeah. So I would hope my instinct would be to grab you, knowing I might fall in with you, but to at least try. Yeah, but Jim does just the opposite. He leans so far back, he's almost like, better you than me, you know? Yes. Yeah, could he have helped him? Should he have at least reached out? Was he maybe just surprised and thrown off guard? Because that could happen. You could just be so surprised in the moment. I thought John did a great body acting job there. I thought he really did a good job. Well, the episode ends with Pam asking Aaron to fax something for her, and she sees it as an opportunity to bring up Andy. And she says, isn't he, you know, great? And Aaron's like, Andy is the coolest person I've ever met. Ooh, romance. I did catch a post-it note at 20 minutes, 47 seconds. Guys, does it say call mom? It says call mom and then something on the bottom I couldn't make out. That's weird. I know. Because Erin has just shared she's an orphan. So what's the post-it note with call mom? Do you think Ellie needed to call her mom? I don't know. Was it a post-it note to herself? Maybe it was. I used to do that. Oh, I know. I saw your grocery list. Well, guys, that's Koi Pond. It is, and we have some shout-outs, some big thank yous to go over. Yes, thank you so much, Randy Cordray, for giving us the lowdown on how you built that Koi Pond and how that all worked. And thank you to Warren and Halstead for your amazing behind-the-scenes facts and for your audio clips breaking down the real-life event. We wanted to let you know that Halstead is a producer on Central Park. It's an animated show, and the second half of season 2 is going to premiere on Apple TV on March 4th. It is a fully animated musical starring Leslie Odom Jr., Catherine Hahn, Josh Gad, Titus Burgess, Emmy Raver-Lapman, Kristen Bell, David Diggs, and Stanley Tucci. And I think I have to say a personal thank you to Warren, who just humored his ex-wife, texting him a whole bunch about this episode. And I'd also like to say a big thank you to our friend Amy Weaver, now Amy Reed. She has written a feature called Smoky Mountain Rain, which she is also set to direct. Go, Amy! Go, Amy! Guys, we love you. We'll see you again next week. Yeah, because there's a double date with Jim and Pam and Michael and Pam's mom. Oh no, what could go wrong? We'll see you next week. See you then. Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey. Our show is executive produced by Cody Fisher. Our producer is Cassie Jerkins, our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer, and our associate producer is Ainsley Bubico. Our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton. For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said in a national address in Israel, he's capable of saying no to his friends and promised
Most people
to
give up on
continue
their
the war
resolutions
until
by
Israel
mid-January.
has a decisive
Walmart
victory
Plus
over
can help
Hamas.
save yours this year by
Democrats
saving
in
you
the House are
time and money.
criticizing the second
Walmart
impeachment
Plus is
hearing
the
against
membership
Homeland
with
Security
benefits like
Secretary
gas discounts,
Alejandro
video
Mayorkas.
streaming, plus so much
Mississippi
more.
Democratic Congressman
Is your
say
resolution
Trump said
to
in
simplify
open
your
session,
life? With
Republicans
free delivery,
predetermined
Walmart
the
Plus makes
outcome
ordering
before
what
the
you need
committee
online a
even started its
no-brainer.
inquiry.
Join now. New members get $50 in Walmart cash to get what they need to help save their resolution. Terms apply. See walmart.com/plus for details.
Republican House
Did you know
Homeland
that the
Security
bold,
Chairman Mark
smooth
Green
taste of
disagreed.
Dunkin'
He said,
cold
"Under
coffee can be
Mayorkas'
brewed in
rule,
your Keurig
migrant
coffee
crime
maker and
has
enjoyed at
tragically
home?"
increased
You heard that
and
right.
endangered public
Dunkin's
safety
cold
across the
K-Cup
country.
pods were
Burger King
crafted
is
to be
offering
brewed
its
hot and
croissant
enjoyed cold.
breakfast sandwiches
Each
for
Dunkin' cold
1 cent.
K-Cup pod
It's
is
to honor
packed with the
National
smooth, bold
Croissant
Dunkin'
Day.
flavor
Coming
you
up on
crave.
January
Pick up a pack
30th,
of Dunkin's
members
cold
of
K-Cup
UK's
pods and
loyalty
enjoy a
program
Dunkin'
are
cold
access to
coffee
the
at home
field.
whenever you
They
crave
can
it.
snag
Just
a
brew over
sandwich with
ice
any
and
order
sip in
that
seconds,
costs at least
because
$2.
the home with
Burger King is
Dunkin'
also
is where
celebrating
you want to
National
be.
Pie Day on January 23rd with free Hershey Sundae pies.
I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only two people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office ladies.
Hi! All right, we are sitting across from each other, you guys. This is very exciting because 2022, we couldn't do this until now.
Until now, I'm tearing up a little. So good to be back.
It's so good to be back, lady.
Aw. Today we're talking about Double Date. It is season 6, episode 9. It's written by Charlie Grandy, who is the writer famous for Boom Roasted, and directed by Seth Gordon. Here's your summary. Jim, Pam, Michael, and Pam's mom Helene all go out to lunch to celebrate Helene's birthday. This is the double date of Double Date. And it all goes well until Michael spirals out about Helene's real age, and then he breaks up with her at her birthday lunch. Michael. Meanwhile, Dwight does nice things for everyone in the office in an attempt to get each of them to owe him a favor. Then he's going to cash in his favors to get Jim fired. But unfortunately for Dwight, Andy is also very good at favors.
Andy will not owe you anything.
I love it when he's like,
You send me a wedding invitation? I respond. Yeah, invite me to your birthday? Boom, accepted.
yes, I would like that. It's good quality.
I mean, you know, you probably get a handwritten thank you card from Andy.
You probably do. All right, let's get into Fast Facts. Fast Fact number 1 is all about our director, Seth Gordon. You know, we said last week, we're going to get into some of these, like, heavy hitter directors, and Seth is another one.
Yeah.
I loved Seth because he directed one of my favorite movies of all time, the documentary King of Kong, A Fistful of Quarters.
It's so flippin' good.
It's so good, and we rewatched it as a family.
Did you?
With the kids. If you do not know this documentary, you need to watch it immediately. It is about the world of competitive arcade gaming. Specifically, it follows this just gentle-hearted, sweet guy named Steve Wiebe in his attempt to beat the Donkey Kong high score, which was held for like 20 years by this guy, Billy Mitchell. Billy Mitchell is like the ultimate documentary villain. There's a story of these two guys battling it out to have the high score on Donkey Kong. I couldn't love him more.
When he would go in his garage and practice,
Yes.
and his wife would like check in. Oh my gosh, you guys, it is such a wonderful story.
You can find it on Prime Video and Apple TV. We watched it on Prime. We had to buy it. I'm so glad we did. So Seth Gordon, he did everything on this movie. He directed it. He was the cinematographer. He edited it. And then he came and did our show. So we got another documentary and film director.
I looked through my digital clutter, lady, and I actually emailed a friend of mine saying how excited I was to have Seth on set, and that we were all really excited. And then I also said, and I have a day off because
of the double date
the double
storyline.
date story. And guess what I did with my day off?
What?
I did an episode of Yo Gabba Gabba.
Oh, I remember that,
Yeah,
Anne.
because my daughter loved the show, and I went to the set. I got to play the school teacher. I had to sing about show and tell. Here it is.
Much to get to. Time for show and tell. Time for show and tell. Show us what you can do.
Oh my gosh, well done, Angela.
Time for show and tell. I had to sing and dance. You know, these are things I do not do, but what you do for your kids. Isabel's so excited. They gave me this great picture of her and I on set with all of the characters, and I have it in my office.
It's so cute.
And everyone there was so nice. They were so much fun. It was one of the most fun days of work I've ever had. Every day on Yo Gabba Gabba was a theme day, and that day was birthday day, and you would come dressed as whatever your interpretation of that was. And this one gal came dressed as a cake, like fully a cake, like a hat and a skirt, but she was a tiered cake.
You would wear that. You love a birthday. I do love a birthday. Should we start having theme days on our tape days here at Office Ladies? Is that a lot of pressure? Okay, we won't do it.
Maybe once.
We'll do one theme day.
We'll do one. Sam, you have to participate. Everyone participates.
I would love to.
Okay. Theme day coming up.
Well, before we move to fast fact number 2, let me also add that Seth Gordon has gone on to direct huge movies, Four Christmases, Horrible Bosses, Identity Theft, and Baywatch. He's also directed a ton of television. I loved working with him.
I loved him.
So now, fast fact number 2 is a location breakdown.
Is it of the restaurant?
Yes. I mean, so much of this episode takes place at this restaurant, Paparazzo's. Not a real restaurant. We made it up. We filmed it in Los Angeles at this place called Bistro Garden in Studio City.
I was going to say, wait, I've driven past that.
Yeah, I've eaten there. It's at the corner of Coldwater and Ventura.
Oh, yeah, with the big awning and the steps.
Yes.
Yes.
It's now closed, but it was a really great restaurant. When I reached out to our writer on this episode, Charlie Grandy, to ask him about some of his memories that we might be able to share, he reminded me that there was a giant water main break on Coldwater Canyon Road that exploded and flooded the whole area. Yes,
I remember that.
and that was like the day before we were supposed to shoot in this area. I used to live off this road, off Coldwater Canyon. There was one way in and one way out of my neighborhood, and it was this road where this water main broke. Randy Cordray confirmed that this happened, and it caused a huge problem with this intersection. There were hundreds of thousands of gallons of water. It was about 4 feet deep. There was all this traffic. It took like 3 days to clean it up. Some guy had to be rescued from his car.
All the businesses along that street flooded, yes, and had to be closed, and some of them had to be renovated, and some didn't even come back because it was too much damage. And you know what I remember? I remember right on Coldwater, a few days after the flood, there was a sinkhole.
Yes,
and they had a giant hole in the ground.
Lady, I found a picture of it. This was in the LA Times.
Yes, it was crazy. And then they had to fix the sinkhole by laying these big metal plate things on the ground.
And when you drove over them, it was like,
yeah,
it was scary. And then later they had to fix this water main, and you had to have a special pass to even drive on this road. You had to prove that you were a resident with only this road to access your home. So we got the special car passes.
The traffic was a son of a bull.
It was. Amazingly enough, the bistro where we were shooting did not flood, and they found a way that we could access it from this back road, and we still shot that day.
Wow.
Yeah. All right. Fast fact number 3, Angela. The other memory that Charlie Grandy shared was that he got a BlackBerry during this episode. He finally upgraded his flip phone.
but he said he did not know how to set it up. So he asked John to help him to set up his BlackBerry on set because John was the voice of BlackBerry. Oh yeah, John had one. He had to know how to use it because he was like part of a campaign. Yeah, I found an audio clip. Oh,
What's this? The new BlackBerry? You've seen BlackBerries before. It's no big deal. Maybe one quick peek, just to see what all the fuss is about. Whoa.
So this was when BlackBerry was getting away from the little buttons, and they were just like going to become a touch screen BlackBerry. So that's why he's like, whoa. He has a really good voice for that. He's done tons of voiceovers. I know. So anyway, I loved that Charlie had a memory that during different setups, he'd be like getting John to set up his new BlackBerry for him. It's so funny because, you know, like when you're talking to someone and they all of a sudden tell you something and all of these memories flood back. Yeah. So that's now happened twice today. First of all, the sinkhole. I remember the sinkhole. Secondly, I remember getting my BlackBerry and having Rain help me. Yeah, Rain got so frustrated with me because he was like, Angela, you're not listening. Yeah, because Rain was the first one to get one. Yeah, but I just remember Rain helped me set up my BlackBerry. Well, that's all I got for Fast Facts. Well, I loved your Fast Facts. They took me down memory lane, and this is such a fun episode. I was so delighted by it. I can't wait for us to just get right into it. I had forgotten about so much of it, so I loved it too. Well, how about this? Let's go to break, because when we come back, lady, I brought in one of my journals. Oh, this day is awesome. Things are gonna get spicy.
When we come back, if you're going to Las Vegas,
well, folks, you know I have a lot of family in Texas, and I just want you to know, if you travel to Texas, there are vast landscapes, cultures, regions, destinations, activities that allow for an infinite number of different travel experiences. You can have fun in the sun. Texas has 350 miles of coastline. That's right. Or if you like more of a rugged vacation, there are campgrounds, hiking trails, state parks, and the food. Can we talk about the food? Tex-Mex and barbecue. There's live music, art museums, cowboy experiences. Come on. Right now, Travel Texas offers a one-of-the-kind online trip builder that allows users to generate a custom visually led trip matched to their unique interests. So you go in there and you click your interests and it'll say, here's where you want to go in Texas. Visit traveltexas.com/get-your-own to get the only trip to Texas that matters, yours. That's traveltexas.com/get-your-own. We are back. Dwight is walking around with, I want you to know, what I think was a very nice basket. Because I notice a basket. He's got all of these beautiful bagels from H&H Bagel in New York, and he has started his favor campaign. Yeah, I'll have you know, H&H Bagels is a real place in New York. It's very famous for having the best bagels. And this is also not the first time that H&H Bagels has been featured on a television show. What was the other show? Seinfeld. Oh, yeah. And I have an audio clip. Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, the strike's been settled. I'm going back to work. What's the strike? H&H Bagels. That's where I worked. You work? Bagels? Let's start my business card. We've been on strike for 12 years.
I remember seeing those guys picketing out there, but I haven't seen them in a long time.
Yeah, well, H&H wouldn't let us use their bathroom while we were picketing. Crap in our solidarity.
Your demands.
$5.35 an hour, and that's what they're paying now.
I believe that's the new minimum wage.
Now you know what to thank for that. Why didn't you ever mention this? I want you to know I was out of work. It's embarrassing.
So this is the storyline that suddenly you find out that Kramer had a job, that he's been on strike, and it was H&H Bagels, and he goes back to the bagel place and he gets his job back. But he doesn't know, like, he gets there, and I ended up watching the episode. I can't tell. And he gets there, and he's like, raisin bagel.
we're putting raisins in them. And you're like, yeah, I mean, the raisin bagel. He's like, all right, I can do it. It was very funny. But I'll have you know that the bagels that Dwight is passing out were not actually H&H bagels from New York. They were from a place called Western Bagel in Van Nuys.
Western Bagel's very good too. I've been there. I have a little something to share about H&H.
What is it? Why are you reaching in a bag?
I'm reaching for my journal.
What?
Get ready. Okay. The first bagel I ever had was an H&H bagel, and it was when I was interning on Late Night with Conan O'Brien.
Stop it right now. This journal, it's a flower journal. It has many post-it notes sticking out of it. Pages are falling out. And there is a Late Night with Conan O'Brien sticker. I got the sticker when I got the internship, and I put it on my journal. I mean, I'm taking a picture of you, obviously.
All right, before we turn to the page where I talk about my first bagel experience, I interned on Conan O'Brien. Years later, over a decade later, I was asked to be a guest. It was a full circle life moment because I went from the person who was getting everyone's coffee to actually being a guest. And I brought my journal when I was a guest, and I read this on Late Night with Conan. Ready?
Yes.
All right.
Wait.
Turning to the page. Here we go. Tomorrow night is Conan's first-year anniversary party at the Museum of Modern Art. Lots of important people, stars, NBC folks, and the interns get to go. Wow! Details later. What are my details later to myself? This is my journal. I go on to say, and there are serious food perks to interning here. I get a free meal with the writers, and I had my first bagel. It's basically bread that looks like a donut.
No, you did not just describe what a bagel is in your journal to myself. Just in case you forget later.
Just in case I forget. Just in case someone finds this journal someday and they're curious, what is a bagel? And they're curious what's going to happen at Conan's party. Details later. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Keep going, please.
No, that's it? Okay.
No, please.
Okay,
please.
Let's see.
Did you ever write the details later?
I did. I don't know if I can read them. Okay.
This is what the journal becomes just for you.
Yeah. Okay. In a nutshell, Conan's party. The interns had to work the front door.
So you got to go, but also
I had to work. We had a list of names of people who could come in. After working the party, we got to come inside at the end, and we got to have drinks. We all got tooted.
Oh my gosh. Wait, can you go back and read your description of what a bagel is one more time? I just want to hear it again.
Yes. And there's some serious food perks to interning here. I get a free meal with the writers, and I had my first bagel. It's basically bread that looks like a donut.
Okay.
I'm sorry, you guys got what? At the party? What did you guys get?
Tooted.
What time period does this take place?
You guys, this is 1994. I got tooted. I got tooted on free drinks after working the door all night.
I'm sorry, I need a mug that has a picture of a bagel, and underneath it says, basically bread shaped like a donut.
There you guys go, my first H&H bagel, and now you know how lame I was in my 20s.
Your journal reads like how they write Michael Scott's journal.
It does, lady. It's amazing. It's amazing.
Oh my gosh.
Please bring it back again some other time. Please just keep reading it.
Oh my gosh.
Oh boy. Okay, all right. All right, back to the episode. I'm sorry, okay. Okay, back to the episode. You know when Dwight went in to offer Michael the bagels?
Yes.
And Michael claims he isn't hungry because he had 2 fish stick sandwiches, which were an aphrodisiac.
Right, but his lady friend declined.
Yes. Dwight says something like, you're thinking of deer penis.
I was thinking of oysters.
There are many things that are aphrodisiacs.
Oh no, I sense a deep dive.
But I was most curious.
No, you did not type
Deer
William
penis.
Shatner was a guest.
I did type,
is
is deer penis an aphrodisiac?
Oh,
Lord
makeup
Jesus.
on him. Wow.
It is.
That's a good brand,
What?
though. That's a strong
It's
brand.
real.
So
Come
maybe
on.
Yeah,
It goes all the way back to Hippocrates.
Very strong brand.
Recommended deer penis as a solution
If you're
to,
going to
quote,
Las Vegas,
resolving sexual difficulties.
There is a
But that's not all.
bridge that
According to
is very
Wikipedia,
prominent
in
on the
traditional
Vegas Strip,
Chinese
over the
medicine,
Vegas Strip. And, you know,
deer
it's
penis
where
is
everybody
thought
stops
to
to
have
take
like
pictures.
other therapeutic
I mean,
properties.
There's also like the three-card
There's something
wine
called
games
deer
up
penis
there,
wine.
like the,
No.
a bunch
Yep.
of
No.
things
Yep.
that are tourist-related.
You
I think people
can
selling t-shirts,
get
and
it for
on
about
hot days,
$12 a
people
glass.
sell
Get away
beverages
from
up
me
there, cold
with your
drinks.
deer penis wine.
But
It
now,
supposedly can help heal
they, I guess, have
athletic
such a
injuries.
collection of
Well, I'm not
pedestrians on
athletic,
the
so.
pedestrian bridge,
But
you're
if
standing
you
there taking
don't
pictures
want
and doing
deer penis
every
wine,
bit of performing
It's
for
wrong.
Instagram
you could
and
have
TikTok.
3 penis
Now
wine.
it's illegal
What?
to shop.
3 penises
They
in the
can't
wine.
take a picture now
A
because too many
seal
people
penis,
Stop
shoot
it.
them
a
up
deer
and other
penis,
people can't get past.
and a
Right.
dog
So it's kind of
penis.
become a
Come
security thing,
on!
I guess. It was
Who is
pretty
making
critical
wine
mass
out of a
going
bunch of
on for years.
penises?
Right. Was going
I don't know,
through
but you can
the
get it. And
bridge,
since I was
not
in
fine.
studio
No,
today,
no, I'm not
I thought-
drinking it. I'm not drinking it. You did not bring deer penis wine.
No. I know. I didn't. God.
Oh my God.
I didn't.
And that's what led to this.
I was just
Which I
kidding.
think is
Oh my
fine.
God.
Come on, it's public property.
But I
This
did
is
find a
design
website
fault. This
called Ale
politician
Sessions,
blaming you and me
and
for
this
something
person
they
did
created.
drink 3
Yeah,
penis
I
wine,
mean,
and I
guess
thought
you
I'd
know,
read
I
you
mean,
the
I get
description.
that. It's always easy to blame
Okay.
politicians, I think, on some
Here's
level,
what
Jeff,
they
but I mean,
said.
don't you think if you
Quote,
had- there's a lot of
It's
people
something
take
along
pictures
the
of
lines
Beverly
of an
Hills sign.
expired
If the
port
only place you
with
could
a
take
pungent
pictures of Beverly
vinegar
Hills sign
taste and
was
some
from the
prune
middle of
juice.
the street in Beverly
And
Hills.
if you thought you'd get away with
they would
not
use you out.
tasting the
And
3
that's a
different
public
penis
place also. But they
profiles,
would
you
use
thought wrong.
In other words, if there's
Also, it does not work in cocktails
then
because it really just
safety
overpowers
is
any
talking over
possible combination.
You think? The multiple penises overpower the other flavors?
The writer said, "No one should consume more than just a sip of this concoction. If you truly are interested in tasting the weirdest of the weird, 3 penis wine can generally be found in select Chinese grocers. It is sold on the shelves as it is classified as more of a natural herbal drink than alcohol. But honestly, don't drink this. It's not good, but that should be fairly obvious already."
I don't even know what to say. I am just thinking about these poor animals. How are they getting the penises? I can't.
I didn't want to know, but what they do is they like soak the penises in something.
And by the way, this is that.
There's
just so
also
you know,
something
'cause I
called
don't
baby
want
mouse
anybody
wine.
in the KFI
It's like a
world
jar of
to
baby
get
mice,
caught.
and then it
It's not only
ferments, and
on
then
the
you
bridge,
drink it.
but in
For
the
what?
stairs leading
I
up
don't
to the
know,
bridge.
but you know, when you're
There's 20
Googling
feet
3 penis
surrounding
wine,
the
all these
connected
weird
stairs,
wines come up.
elevators, and escalators,
Just
no
weird
stopping.
drinks, you
And
know?
honestly, there were a lot of
There's
people doing a lot of
articles
business
about
there.
the
I saw that
weirdest
three-cars money
I mean,
shop.
drinks.
You never get
okay,
involved in
note
this
to
and
self,
that.
do not Google about penis wine. Well, a sentence I never thought I would say out loud.
Well, just like we weren't the first show to feature H&H Bagels, we aren't the first show to mention deer penis. 3 penis wine was also a plot line of an episode of The League where they drink it.
Well, I don't know what you thought you were going to hear today on Office Ladies. The bagel looks like a donut. There's penis wine. Anything can happen, guys. Anything.
I don't have much else for the rest of the episode, so the scale is tipped to here at the top of the show just with the cold open.
I have 2 more things about this cold open.
Oh my gosh, we're not done with the cold open!
Not. At 19 seconds, I got a coffee mug callback.
What's that?
I love a coffee mug callback. Andy has his mug from Kelly's America's Got Talent viewing party sitting on his desk. Also, this was not the cold open in the shooting draft.
It was great.
Really?
Yeah, there was a whole different cold open. Here's what it said. Cold open, interior, Michael's office. Michael sits at his desk flipping through a small stack of pictures. He sees Jim walking by. Jim, you have to see this regarding the photo. Do you know who that is? Jim. Now, Michael, come on, how can you not tell? The t-shirt, the jeans. Jim, is it you? Michael, I'm flattered, but it's Johnny Depp. Jim, really? Where did you take these? Michael, my condo complex. Jim, of course. And what was he doing there? Michael, he was on the down low, but he was moving in. Jim, right, because I read in People that Johnny Depp was looking for a 2-bedroom in Scranton. Michael, I'm totally flipping. You know my idea for a 4th Pirates movie, right? So this goes on and on. Michael is convinced that Johnny Depp has moved in and is his neighbor. And as it turns out, when he goes to see Johnny Depp's mailbox, it says M. Schulman. So it's not Johnny Depp. I'm surprised Michael doesn't think that's an alias. It is a really funny scene, and we shot it, and it also includes Michael's impression of Jack Sparrow. That exists somewhere.
You know, this is crazy. This is unlocking a memory for me when we read that at the table read. We all thought that was so funny.
Yeah,
amazing. Are we closing out the cold open?
That's it. We're done with the cold open.
All right. Let's move in to the episode. Dwight goes up to Pam's desk and offers her a bagel. She doesn't want one because she's having an early lunch. And this is when we find out the information that she's going on this double date for her mom's birthday. We had a fan question from Genevieve B. in Omaha, Nebraska. Why is Pam wearing such neutral, earthy colors in this episode? Normally, she would be wearing at least a little pop of color, but in this episode, she looks like she's dressing, dare I say, like Dwight. What? I see what she's saying. The color palette is very fruity. But I also noticed that everything about it was, there was no color. I think Pam is in mourning. I think she is going on this double date, and she, like, when she looked in her closet, this is what spoke to her.
I have noticed since Pam has become a salesman that her whole outfit has become more muted. There's less pop of color.
Yeah, I've noticed that too. We're going to get it back.
Okay. Ryan is continuing to evolve. Who is Ryan? He's the hat-wearing glasses guy. Now he's a photographer. He's showing his portfolio to Aaron. It's a black and white series that he calls Exposure in the Workplace. I wrote down the images I saw.
Do tell.
One looks like some drains on the side of the building. Another one is clearly the Dunder Mifflin parking lot. You can see the top of Meredith's van, the hedge, and the sign. And then, of course, we have Kelly, nudie from the waist up at her desk.
We had a fan question from Cecilia P. in Minnesota, who would like to know, what is this photo book? How did we take the photo of Mindy? I want to know everything.
Let's hear it.
Well, Randy Cordray told us that all of the photos were shot by our production designer, Michael Gallenberg. He would do that for the show. For example, you mentioned that coffee mug. Michael took the pictures of all the cast members that then Phil Shea put on the coffee mugs. He's actually a very talented real-life still photographer. So he did all of these photos. And the shoot with Mindy was done with her wearing like a flesh-colored bandeau,
like a tube top.
Yes, because they knew that it would be pixelated later in post. So that's how we did it. You know, I'm going to bring out this story. I wasn't planning on it, but this episode feels like, I don't know, it feels like it would be on theme. I wrote about this in my book, The Actor's Life, A Survival Guide. This scene with Ryan showing Aaron the pictures of, like, Kelly nude. Have I ever told you the story of how I almost joined, like, an international Spice Girls singing group that was actually a front for a call girl service?
What? Yeah. You thought you were auditioning to be in a band?
Yeah,
a singing group. That's how they hoodwinked the girls?
Yeah.
Ah!
Yeah. I've also told this story on Conan.
Oh my gosh.
So I moved to LA
and you know, you're just looking for any gig you can get, sure. My friend was a really talented singer, and she saw a listing in the newspaper, the free newspaper.
Okay, red flag number one.
Correct. For singing auditions for a new international Spice Girls type singing band in this guy's condo. Red flag number two.
Yeah, audition in a condo, red flag 2.
She asked if I would go with her. I said, sure, I'll go with you. So I stood in line with her, big group of people, went in, she sang, and the guy's like, do you sing? To me. And I'm like, not really. No. He's like, well, just sing something. So I sang Rocky Top.
What?
You know the song Rocky Top?
Like good old Rocky Top.
Rocky Top, Tennessee. That's what Rocky Top, Tennessee. That's what came to my mind. So I sang Rocky Top. Guess what, lady?
You got the part. You're in the band.
I got it
With your Rocky Top song.
I'm the American girl.
Red flag number 3.
I get a call. It's Nate. Imagine my friend who's like a professional level singer.
Yeah.
She didn't get the gig. I got it. I'm going to be the American girl. This guy gives me a tape. I'm supposed to listen to it. I'm supposed to learn my song. It was a country song about a truck stop. I practiced it and practiced it and practiced it. And I was like, when do I meet the other girls in the group? He's like, soon.
Red flag.
And then he calls me and he's like, listen, we have a gig coming up. I'm like, we have a gig coming up? I've never met the other girls in the group. How are we going to do our dance moves? How are we going to harmonize?
What are our outfits?
And he's like, come by the condo,
red flag,
and, you know, let me just see how your song is doing. You'll just do your song. You'll do it just a solo. I'm like, oh my gosh, okay. Meanwhile, by the way, I've basically told everyone back in Missouri, buckle in, I'm about to be
a big star,
a huge pop star. So just, I don't know if I'm going to be able to come home for Thanksgiving this year.
sang Rocky Top. I am now going to be a pop star.
I had a whole new country name star for myself, Ginny Lee. My name was going to be Ginny Lee.
Oh my God. You are giving me shit about my journal, about like getting tooted at a party. You're Ginny Lee singing Rocky Top.
I am. So I go to the guy's condo and I've got my whole bit. I just want to say that when I got there, there were girls walking around in lingerie. You guys, none of this is penetrating the stars in my eyes. None of this is like, I'm taking in none of this information. So I sing the song so earnestly. My truck stop song. Gosh, I wish I still had the tape. Sing it, and I'm like, oh, what do you think?
You sang your country and western song about trucks.
Yeah, okay. I'm like, what, do you think I'm ready? He's like, I do. Then he says to me, you know what you need are
Some lingerie.
well, I guess the part where he offered to take my photo. He had mentioned that my headshots, they weren't very dazzling, and he said that he takes headshots, and he offered to take some new headshots for me, and I said I can't afford that. He said it's fine, you can pay me back later. And then he said, while we're doing it, why don't we take some of you in like a bikini or maybe nude, because I'd like to represent you as an actress as well. And what if you go in on a part that requires nudity? You know, you don't want to have to get nude in the room. It'd be better to just hand them a photo.
Which never happens.
Never happens.
Red flag.
But you know what my answer was?
What?
I was like, you know what? I'm not going to want to do parts with nudity, so I won't need those photos. Again, why am I impenetrable?
You're just sweet and innocent, and this person is a monster. Okay, so what happened after you danced and sang your heart out about the truck stop?
I said, am I ready? Do you think I should do the show on Friday? I'm so nervous.
And he goes, I think you should. He goes, now here's the thing I also want you to know. It's going to be for a group of international businessmen.
Oh, gosh.
It's a private show. And afterwards, you know, if you want to offer the gentleman some companionship, it can be quite lucrative.
Here we go.
This is when suddenly everything comes into focus for me. Suddenly I'm very aware of the people in lingerie. I'm very aware of the fact that I've never rehearsed with any of the other girls. The offer to take nude photographs. The fact that my friend, who's an actual talented singer, didn't get the gig. I'm like, oh my God, this is a call girl ring. I'm not going to be a famous pop star. And I left. I changed my phone numbers. I never spoke to him again.
What did you tell everyone back in Missouri?
The truth.
You did.
I just did. I mean, what am I going to do? I told my parents. I guess.
Or they like get on a plane home.
How did my parents not fly out and bring me home? I don't know. That was a very long tangent, but it sprung to mind when Ryan was like, I could take photos of you.
Creeper.
So guys, if you're an aspiring actor and you want to come to Los Angeles or New York, maybe buy my book, The Actor's Life, A Survival Guide, where I lay out a lot of things that you should and shouldn't do based on my experience.
While this photo display is happening, Pam's mom walks in.
Yes.
And we're going to have a little bit of Angela sass coming up.
Oh, yeah. Pam, aren't you going to introduce us to Michael's girlfriend?
Angela Martin enjoyed saying that so much.
I know. How about the story about the necklace that Michael slipped onto Helene's neck this morning?
Well, she was sleeping.
Kelly's like, it's beautiful. No, it's not. I love that.
I'm going to break down all the gifts that Helene got in a little bit.
Oh,
so remember the necklace.
We got a piece of mail from Genevieve B. in Omaha, Nebraska. Who said this? I found this fascinating. I worked as a manager for Claire's in the late aughts, early 2010s, and I am 90% sure that Helene's necklace was from the Icing's dressy special occasion collection.
Claire's Boutique in the mall?
Yeah.
That's where I got my ears pierced.
Me too.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
It's still where you get your ears pierced. Yeah, it's what they're known for. Genevieve goes on to say, if so, the piece in question appears to be a cubic zirconia necklace, and in 2009, 2010-ish, they were marked down to $5.
Okay.
I'm not sure where we got this necklace, but I think this is a good guess.
I think it's a great catch.
Well, Pam's going to try to get out of going to lunch by having Aaron transfer a fakey phone call. This was very funny to me, along with Greet's talking head.
I thought all of it was really funny. I also loved John's performance as Jim, where he's like, nope. Hardly ever. Like hangs up.
Also, he doesn't say anything. Like when he's like, I'll handle it, he takes the phone, he goes, okay, great.
Yeah.
It's there. They found it.
And then Creed's worried. He's like, that paper was never supposed to arrive. What is Creed running on the side?
I don't know.
Is Creed the reason they're going bankrupt?
I think so. Probably.
Pam doesn't get out of it. She's got to go to this birthday double date. The car ride was so cringy, but guess what? The car ride home is going to be even worse.
Pam's mom calls her Pammy. Did you notice?
I did notice, and it's like Helene and Michael are like talking to Pam about making good choices and being a good salesperson, and they're being so parental, and you can just see like Pam was like, oh my God, what is happening?
So next we're going to go into the kitchen, and Dwight is continuing his favors for the office. He's cleaning out the freezer.
Oh, I have some catches here.
Oh, tell.
4 minutes, 42 seconds. Did you guys see what all Dwight had taken out of the freezer and put on the counter?
I did. I paused it.
Took a screen grab. Let's see if we clocked the same stuff. 7 tubs of ice cream.
7 tubs of ice cream, all of which still have the plastic thing on them. Like none of them have been opened.
Yeah. 6 frozen microwave dinners. Some mixed veggies. A whole thing of butter. a bag of, what is that, 6 small baguettes?
Yes.
And then 2 enormous bags of what looks like to be raw chicken sitting on top of the microwave,
Which will get called back later.
so much raw chicken.
We had a fan question from Pepsi from Cuernavaca, Mexico. I noticed Dwight cleaning the fridge in this scene, and I'm wondering if you guys ever use the fridge or freezer or cabinets to actually store your real snacks. We did not. It was just props. We never ate any of that. We never kept our food in there. There was,
Well,
what?
sometimes Mindy would eat prop food. We know this. Mindy and Ed were notorious for eating prop food. But we kept all of our snacks in our desk drawer.
Yes, my perishable snacks we kept in the fridge that was backstage.
Yeah. But I had like a bag of potato chips in my drawer.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I had a gum. Yeah. But I would not trust eating something I found in that fridge. Because maybe it was from like, who knows when.
Oh, yeah.
Unless it was a new item made for that episode, the other stuff in there just sort of stayed.
I remember one time, a few of us, I don't know why, ate some of those cheese balls.
Oh, yeah. I was there. I was part of that.
Yeah.
It was like a dare near
And
the
then
end.
all of a sudden, I remember Phil shaping like, guys, we spray those with the stuff so they don't go bad. We're like,
Yeah, with like a lacquer.
we're fine.
We're here. Well, while Dwight's cleaning out the freezer, Andy comes in to give him his newly polished briefcase because he's returning the favor of the bagels. And this leads to this favor competition, basically, as they're walking back to their desk. It's really funny. These two guys cracked me up. Me too. You know, at 5 minutes, 36 seconds, Dwight says, if you clench your buttocks together while walking, you can really take the pressure off your knees.
Little tip there. Just a little tip.
Well, I looked it up.
Does it work? I was going to try it.
Well, I read an article called Getting to the Bottom of Knee Pain in Women.
Okay.
Knee pain in women caused by their butts, question mark? The article asks. It says, if you're experiencing knee pain and you go to a physical therapist, they might ask you, are you using your butt? If the pain is not from like an obvious injury, you know? This physical therapist says I always start with the glutes. I guess a lot of times knee pain can be caused by either tight, weak hips or weak glutes, because the glutes are like your stabilizer, and so they will often want you to increase your glutes. But the question here is if you're supposed to clench your buttocks or not
When you walk.
and so while yes, weak glutes could be the root of your knee problem, I read a different article called To Clench or Not to Clench Your Butt, That is the Question, by Brooke Thomas. She says, do not perma-clench your butt. Don't perma-clench it.
What's a perma-clench?
That's, I think, where you're just clenching for no reason.
Why would you clench for no reason?
To take the pressure off your knees. She said it can lead to other problems. It can lead to wear and tear on your lumbar discs. You can get too tight of a pelvic floor. I guess that's bad. Instead of clenching, just do good glute workouts to build up the whole muscle.
Okay.
Okay? I know that we have not gotten very far into this episode. Should we take a break, though? And then we'll come back and we'll break down the rest.
Yeah, because when we come back, the Scott family is checking in at the restaurant.
Yes.
Messes around with Abner Gatt and his team. Give Abner a call. 818-997-6262.
Scott family table is ready.
But which one is it? I mean, there's just a bunch of boring tables.
Yeah. Oh, wait, one has a ton of balloons. And nice of the restaurant to let them hang a banner in their potted plants.
I know. It is so sweet. Michael has completely decorated this table for Helene's birthday. Pam notices. I think this is the first moment where she's kind of softening to this. Also because Helene is so delighted.
She's so happy. they start the birthday lunch sort of talking about how, like, oh, they're at this great Italian restaurant. Michael's like, I'd love to go to Italy. Helene's like, oh, you can have all my travel books. I can't do those big trips anymore.
Yeah, the flights are too long.
Yeah.
I'm not interested. And he's like, great, I guess I'll take your books.
And then Pam and her mom have this like fun little banter. Pam's like, so Mom, which birthday are we celebrating this year? Jenna, I used to do this with my mom.
What do you mean?
I would be like, okay, Mom, what birthday is it? And for years, my mom said 32.
Really?
32.
That is so funny.
So Helene says, I'm sticking with 49. Pam says 49 again. That's 9 years in a row. Michael's like, haha, that's funny, but you can see him trying to do the math.
But then he's going to need to take pencil to paper.
And still get it wrong.
Right. Michael realizes that Helene is 58.
And you can tell this hits him pretty hard.
We had a fan catch, though, from Allison H. in Louisville, Kentucky, and many others, by the way, who said, I think there's a math error. Helene says she's 49. Pam says it's the 9th year in a row. But if she first celebrated her 49th birthday on her 49th birthday, that counts as one of the 9. So you would actually add 49 plus 8 additional birthdays, which means Helene is really turning 57.
Nice catch.
Yeah. So when I was trading messages with Charlie Grandy about this episode, he said that what he remembers most about working with Seth Gordon was the fact that me, John, Steve, and Linda were going to be locked at this same table for like 4 big scenes in a row. And it became this big question, how are we going to visually differentiate these scenes? How are we going to make them feel alive?
Right.
And Charlie said if you rewatch it, you can really see what a great job he did. He added multiple angles. He keeps flipping sides to keep it interesting. And by mostly framing out the other tables, he does a great job of shrinking what was a really big space and, quote, imprisoning you in Michael's awkwardness.
Ooh, that's so artsy.
I know, and it's really true. I started rewatching these scenes, and we only used 2 cameras, but in each of the scenes, they set them up a little differently. So you didn't feel like you were coming back to the same table. And as the scenes go on, the camera gets closer and closer and closer. So you really are like going into Michael's like little mind. It's cool.
It's really cool. Well, we're going to go from this talk of being 49 9 years in a row, but actually being 58 with more sexy talk. What name should she be called, Nana or Grandma?
Mm-hmm.
Michael's really feeling it now.
He is. I noticed something at 9 minutes and 6 seconds in this scene.
What?
Do you notice how Steve eats his food as Michael Scott? It's exactly how he ate in Dinner Party.
Well, he kind of scrapes the fork with his teeth.
Yes, he eats tiny amounts of food off the tip of the fork with his very front teeth. He doesn't put the fork all the way in his mouth. He like bites it off the tip of the fork. It's very interesting. He does not eat this way in real life. I've dined with him many times. This is clearly a Michael Scott eating choice.
It's either a Michael Scott eating choice or it's Steve the actor not wanting to eat the prop food and making the best of it. Because I would do something similar. I would just put the tiniest amount like on the end of the fork or spoon so I didn't have to eat too much of it.
Oh,
Well,
cool.
now I guess
And
I'd
more.
have to watch Steve's other films and see if he's eating in any of them
What are we
and
gonna
see
go
if this
What are we saying?
is just his actor way of
What are
eating or if
people
it was a
saying?
character choice. I'll
Yeah,
investigate.
help me understand
Investigate,
what's
because
the
with prop
tracking
food,
card.
when you start out,
As maybe 100 plus.
A female cabin crew member.
As maybe 100 plus.
It happened on Al
He's
Nippon
taking over the
Airways.
internet.
That's right.
Well,
Tuesday, forcing Al Nippon
I have like over
Airways
20 of these
bound
accounts
for
on my
Seattle,
account too.
return to Tokyo,
That's great. That's
Tokyo
tight.
to Seattle, return back, and that was at 9:47.
It's got a lot of
So
them.
it just
Oh, hell yeah,
imagine
dude.
you're
We
on
just
that
waited
plane,
another
and your passenger had nothing to do with this. How frustrating.
Oh,
Somebody does this to the flight attendant, and now you're stuck back at the airport. Yeah,
How funny is that?
Whatever it is, 15
I think it's funny.
can't help
How many
themselves.
fucking accounts does
And
this
this little
person
woman,
have?
again, I always feel like I just expect better of the fairer sex, but I'm now I have to realize no, it's not gender specific. The jerkiness goes across
Prop
men and
food,
women.
when you start out, it's usually really fresh and warm, and they've made it ready for you to eat. But as each take goes, it gets colder and colder and a little bit more wilty, depending what you're eating. And I just found early on, the smaller bites are better. True. It's also lunchtime back at Dunder Mifflin. And oh my gosh, Andy has set up a whole taco buffet in the conference room.
Yes, but Dwight is going to volunteer to serve everyone.
Yes. Did you notice at 9 minutes 26 seconds when Angela Martin enters?
Yes.
Her face she makes that she does a 180 out of the room? Well, because she's vegetarian. So I went to the script because I was like, what did it say in the script about this moment? In the script, it just says Angela Martin enters the room and immediately walks back out.
Oh.
So the face I made was just me, like probably playing around in the moment.
I have a question. Did you guys actually eat those tacos that day? They looked good.
We did not, just because it had to sit there for a bit.
Oh,
But we wanted to, when they first brought them out, we're like, woohoo, tacos. And I'm like, no, guys. There's also a Kevin talking head and little moment that got deleted, probably for time. I loved it. Kevin is so excited that Dwight is going to serve the tacos, and he has this talking head. This is great. I love tacos, but whenever I try to make one, I get too excited and I crush it. Oh, and so then it cuts back to the scene, and Dwight's making his taco. Dwight hands it to Kevin, and Kevin's so excited he crushes it in his hand.
Oh, Kevin. Well, after these guys compete to see who's going to serve the tacos, now they're going to compete to see who's going to clean them up. It doesn't stop.
It doesn't stop. Then I'd like to break down all the gifts that Michael got Helene.
Oh,
and really show how all out he went for her until he broke up with her. He went all out. He got her the necklace and then also the lunch reservation, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where he decorated the table. I counted 8 balloons, a birthday banner, and also a really beautiful flower arrangement that none of the other tables had.
Yes. I assume she can take that with her.
Yes, as well as a scrapbook of their courtship. The wrapping paper says love in several different languages. Here are a few things that were in the scrapbook per the shooting draft. Some made it in the episode, some did not.
Oh,
the penny that Helene threw into the wishing well at the mall,
which doesn't exist.
right? the fountain that doesn't exist. Also, a ticket stub to a movie they went to together, Love Happens.
Oh,
I looked up Love Happens. It was a movie that was out in 2009 starring Jennifer Aniston and Aaron Eckhart, as well as the poem that Michael wrote / plagiarized from Shel Silverstein. Here was the poem. I cannot go to school today, said little Peggy Ann McKay. I have the measles and the mumps, a gash, a rash, and purple bumps. My teacher's really mean. Happy birthday. I love you, Helene. I mean, it's beautiful. It might be in my journal.
We had a fan question about this scrapbook from Carla B. in Gardena, California. The cover page of the scrapbook at the very bottom where it says, Love, copyright Michael. We also see the letters XXLR. Any idea what those letters stand for?
Do you know him? I do.
What is it?
It's in the shooting draft.
Oh, tell us, because I thought they were Roman numerals, but when I looked it up, there's no R in Roman numerals.
Yes. So Helene reads that out loud, kind of like curious, and Michael goes, those are Roman numerals. I made them up.
Oh my gosh! I did not know that you knew the answer to that question when I asked it.
Yeah, it's in the shooting draft.
Oh, the shooting draft. It unlocks so many mysteries.
So many mysteries. I have a few other things to share from the shooting draft as well. Did you notice that Jim and Pam left Dunder Mifflin with a box, a gift box, wrapped in green wrapping paper? Jim is carrying it.
Oh, yes.
And they bring it into the restaurant. It's their gift to Helene.
Oh,
do you know what they got? Helene?
what?
In the shooting draft, it says Helene is holding a sweater that Jim and Pam gave her. Michael.
What a nice gift.
Oh, yes, a cozy sweater on his 58-year-old girlfriend. It's not sexy. It's not sexy to him. I mean, Michael is really spiraling. So much so that he's going to go hide. Pam has to go find him. He's like hiding in the bar.
Yeah. She's like, come on, weirdo. It's time for cake. This scene was amazing, start to finish. The fact that it starts off with Michael saying, finish your cake, Helene. I want you to enjoy that cake because I have something terrible I need to tell you.
Yeah.
How did you get through that without laughing?
First of all, the thing that made us laugh the most was the waitress interrupting us to pour the water.
That was so brilliant. I thought that was brilliant. It is scripted exactly in the shooting draft, the way you guys shot it.
Yeah.
Because this is what you really do. You have these conversations, and sometimes someone walks up to your table and you have to stop mid-sentence.
Yes. I do it all the time. All the time. What is that like from the waiter's point of view?
I mean, I walked in a restaurant, people like, you walk up, sometimes you hear stuff, sometimes they don't stop. But this was hilarious. Michael is saying how he wants kids, and he gestures to Helene, unfortunately have already completed that part of your journey down there. Pam's like, Michael's like, hey, it's not my decision, it's Mother Nature. And Mother has very strict rules about fertility.
It was so difficult to get through.
I would have completely lost it. So Michael's clearly breaking up with Helene, and he uses Pam as the excuse. He's like, I've thought about it. This isn't fair to Pam. Pam's like, no, Michael. Jenna, there was a talking head that would have come here. It was in the shooting draft. It got deleted, and it really showed what Pam was feeling. I'm going to read it to you.
Okay.
My mom used to call me every night to cry about the divorce. Then she started dating Michael, and she stopped calling. And I thought it was because she knew how mad I was. But now I think it was because she stopped crying, and that's what I should want for her, right? And so you would have had that talking head, and then you would have cut back to the scene when Pam's like, you know what? No, Michael, it's okay. It took me a while to come around to it, but I'm okay with it.
I'm glad they cut that talking head, because I think that makes you kind of really hate Michael for breaking up with her, because I don't know.
It's so pure. It's so sweet.
Yeah.
And it just really breaks your heart for Helene.
Too much. Yes. Before we move on, I just want to say the cake was really good.
Oh, I wondered about that.
It brought back memories.
Well, Michael's going to tell Helene there's another woman, and her name is Italy, and skydiving, and bungee jumping. And then Michael decides that he's going to also try to comfort her in this moment. It's in the deleted scenes. We have to hear it.
It's like, you don't buy a Mad Libs book with everything already written in it. You are going to find somebody so quickly with your killer bod and your wisdom. God! Ow! Did you guys get kicked? No. I kicked you. Stop.
Jenna kicks Michael really hard. It is so funny. And I think I almost see you start to break.
I remember filming those now. It was really funny.
Yeah. So Michael is like, what? And Jim just shuts him down. And this leads us to the super cringy car ride home.
Yeah. Helene is wondering out loud, what is she going to do now? She's 58 and single. And Michael's like, how about hobbies? Jim's like, no.
The scene continued on. Helene says, why do I keep dating these losers? But she doesn't stop there. You have to hear it.
It's directly targeted the Iran backed group. The Houthis have been attacking Richard Simmons says he has nothing to do with the new movie being made about his life. The trailer was released yesterday for a short film called Support Gesture. ABC's Andrew Dimber says Simmons issued a rare statement.
She told me she doesn't like it.
The 25-year-old saying on Facebook today, maybe
Oh my God!
sure. I have never given my
Isn't
permission
that
to
so
this movie,
funny?
so don't believe
I mean, how awkward is that car ride for Pam?
Oh my gosh. I mean, Pam has had to hear so much today. So much. Maybe she already knew. I mean, it sounds like they're close, but I don't know. And I think there's new information.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Well, we get back to the office, and first of all, we see Andy trying to get something from a real tall shelf. He can't get it. Dwight, can you help me?
Dwight's so excited. Here it is. Andy needs them. It's a favor.
Guess what it is? Starbucks gift card. From everyone.
Were you curious how Andy got the whole group to chip in for a gift card for Dwight?
A little.
I was, so I went to the shooting draft.
Does it tell all?
It tells all, and I'm going to share it with you. Dwight goes to the restroom, and when he does, Andy gets up and makes an announcement to the bullpen. He says, maybe you noticed Dwight has been trying real hard to do nice things for us. That's not his normal way, and he's not having an easy time with it. And like the bullpen's like, who cares? Stanley's like, so. Meredith's like, what's your game? Andy's like, we need to give him a gift. And Creed's like, what, like a present? Andy continues. He says, Dwight wakes up every day at 4 a.m. and kills a pig. That's his workout. He's not like us. But today he tried. And you know, it wasn't too long ago I had a temper. I was a real bastard. And do you know what got me out of it? Oscar comes in with some snark and says, mandatory
I think how
anger
this lady's not
management.
here today or the rest of the week.
We're calling back all this stuff.
And they put an extra for this to make it sound like she's reading. She said that she's not. You like it? Yeah. Oh,
So
lively.
badly. And
Yeah.
Ed is really funny in the scene. He goes, no,
Cool,
the
that's
kindness
something
and
perfect.
gentle
That's okay.
words of my anger management sponsor. And his whole thing is, guys, my point is, maybe we can be that for Dwight. We can be that person. Wow. And Phyllis, coming in hard with the sass, says, look, we all do nice things. I bring in muffins at least once a week. And Stanley says, those are leftover book group muffins. Oh my gosh, so much sass. Anyway, Andy's like, hey, we're getting off topic. He's coming back. Will you guys please give me some money? So when Dwight gets the gift card and it pans to the bullpen, do you see how like everyone is like, whatever? Yeah, that's why. Wow. The shooting draft. Well, Michael is going to ask Pam to come in his office. It's about work. It really is. It is about work. It is. He is going to offer her a raise. She's going to take it. Yeah. But it's still not changing her mood towards him. No. And he wants her to know that the raise has strings attached from his heart to her mean attitude. Pam's like, are you bribing me? And then he's like, well, what do you want? What do you want? Do you want $1 million? Do you want to hit me? She says, I want to hit you. Lady, this plot line was so controversial. When this ended up airing, oh my gosh, it lit up the message boards. I bet. Not only does she want to hit him, but she says in the parking lot in front of everyone, I'm going to hit you as hard as I can. Everyone gets very invested very quickly. There's a lot of chatter around the office. And Toby is like, Pam, can I talk to you for a second? We all think he's human resources and he's going to stop this. Yes. But Toby just wants to confirm that she'll be hitting him off property. And then he wants to show her how to throw a punch. Oh my gosh. Charlie Grandy said that Paul is the one who pitched this bit. He pitched it in the room during the rewrite. And Charlie said he was pretty new on The Office at this time. And when Paul was first pitching it, he thought, well, I don't know, how is this gonna like play realistically and funny? But Paul was like, I know how to do it. And he said that Paul just did it perfectly. Totally. I also think this whole joke of Toby showing Pam how to throw a punch is a great example of a joke that lives in history. In the character. This is part of Toby's history. Yeah, and we have gotten to know Toby so well, and we have seen years of Michael giving Toby, you know, such a hard time that of course Toby's going to be like, so the power comes from your back foot. You want to turn, because it's so clear. the joke is in the subtext that Toby has fantasized about throwing a punch at Michael for years.
We had a fan catch from Efrat T in Israel who just wanted to point out that when Michael hit Meredith with this car, he tells Ryan that it was on company grounds because it was the parking lot.
Oh, good catch.
But also in the duel, Andy and Dwight are fighting in the parking lot, and Jim tells them not to fight at work. So just kind of pointing out, suddenly the parking lot is not company property, at least as far as Toby is concerned.
That is a really good catch, because technically she'd have to try to throw a punch out in the street.
Or at least on the sidewalk.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of the parking lot, everyone's gathered outside. Kevin's money is on Pam. Oscar notes it's a one-sided fight. It's not really, Pam winning is the only outcome here.
Well, right now there's no Michael. There's just Pam. We can't find Michael. Meredith checks the men's room, says the toilet seat is still warm. Thanks for putting your hand on the toilet seat, Meredith.
I guess so.
Kelly has made popcorn.
Yes, she has.
She's bringing snacks. And we find Michael in the stairwell.
Yeah.
He's clearly trying to psych himself up for this moment. And he walks out to the parking lot.
And Pam is going to wind up. She's going to wind up for the punch.
He flinches. And can I just say that Angela Martin, for once, is on Pam's side.
Oh my gosh, your line is so funny.
Pam says, Michael, you have to put your hands down. Angela says, put your hands in your pockets. So this is just another person who is excited for Michael to get hit.
Well, as Pam is getting ready to hit Michael, he actually stops. He apologizes to her for everything. Pam takes it in, and she's like, okay.
Okay, she says, fine, don't date anyone else in my family ever again. And she's going to walk away.
She is.
Michael cannot shut his mouth.
Yeah.
He says, for the record, your mom came on to me.
Pam pivots on her heel and slaps him so hard across the face.
And she's got that superhuman pregnancy strength for Kelly.
We got a lot of mail. I might say fan mail flurry.
Oh.
Enoch N from Pennsylvania wants to know, did Jenna really slap Steve? And Angela, Katie M from Fresno, California said, quote, the moment Pam slaps Michael, I absolutely believe Jenna could have played Sydney Bristow on Alias.
Katie. Okay, fine, Katie. I agree. This is a real Pam kicking some butt moment. Jenna, you nailed it. I am also curious because my character, as you know, slaps two people on this show, and I really did hit my co-stars. Did you really hit Steve?
I did not. Steve said I should hit him. It did not seem safe to me because I am whipping around. If it was just a slap from a standing position, but this was like, I could not bring myself to do it.
I think that's really smart because I hit Mike Schur on the run. Your whole body goes into it.
And he discussed that slap on our podcast.
Yes.
Well, our stunt coordinator, Eric Solke,
love Eric.
Yes. He gave me very detailed instructions on how to pretend slap Steve. And he also worked with Matt Stone on positioning the camera behind me so that you couldn't even tell that I'm not hitting him. And then Randy told me that we added that slap sound in post-production. So I did not slap Steve.
Well, I'm glad you didn't, because also you couldn't see him. Your back was to him.
Yes. That's what I was worried about. I mean, I was worried that I might make contact, but I was very specific. Like, we lined up our bodies. My pivot was highly choreographed. I just pivoted on that one spot.
Yeah. You guys sold it. I thought it totally worked.
Well, at the end, Michael is limping away. And
Limping.
I know. And Dwight's like, why are you limping? He's like, I don't know.
Well, we had a fan question from Emmy L. in Baltimore, Maryland. Was Michael's limping and Dwight's reaction scripted or improvised? It was scripted. Yeah, when I reread the shooting draft, almost every single thing you see was completely scripted. All the little details. Well, fans had very mixed reactions to this slap. Yeah. A lot of people felt like it was one step too far. They did not like Pam for doing this. I think Steve is so good at playing the vulnerable side of Michael. People were upset. How did we feel about it and rewatching it? I mean, I thought, Pam was walking away. She wasn't going to do it. And Michael just couldn't leave it alone. I think that collectively, I remember the writers and producers felt that we couldn't end this story of Michael dating Pam's mom, doing this like highly insensitive thing to Pam. Not only did he date her mom, he then broke up with her mom on her birthday in a public place, and he needed a comeuppance. He needed, yes, he did. Him and Pam needed to settle this, and now it's settled. It's not gonna fester. So that was, I think, the reasoning behind it was that we needed to. This was now. It's been resolved. There were a few relationships on the show that reminded me of siblings. Like Angela, Oscar, and Kevin. They were almost like siblings, Stanley and Phyllis. Stanley and Phyllis. And I felt like Pam and Michael were like brother and sister. I think that's a really good analogy. But yeah, I remember people were really chatting about this. Dwight is going to bring Michael inside, and he says he's got some chicken he can put on that. Call back to all that chicken on the microwave. Fan question from Victoria H. in Columbus, Ohio. Was Dwight holding real raw chicken on Michael's face, or did Phil Shea make that? Well, both. It is real chicken that Phil Shea, shrink wrapped. So it was real, but it was covered in something so that gross. That is so gross. I thought for sure you're going to say no, it's a fakey rubber chicken thing. No, it was real chicken. Wowzers. Yeah. Well, Dwight thinks he finally did his favor, and he says, fire Jim. Michael's like, no. Dwight is angry and takes his dinner away. Yeah. He's going to eat that after it was on Michael's face, apparently. I feel like this episode wraps up best with the talking head that Michael had. Yes, I feel like I need to read it. Okay, please do. As I watched Pam's big, strong hand coming towards my face, I saw my entire life flash before my eyes. And guess what? I have 4 kids, and I have a hover car, and a hover house, and my wife is a runner. And it shows. And Pam and Jim are my best friends, and our kids play together. And I am happy, and I am rich, and I never die. It doesn't sound like much, but it's enough for me. There you have it. There you have it. Michael, in the end, just sees them as his family. Always, always. Next week, you guys, buckle in, because it is murder. Ugh, this is one of my biggest memes. Me too. People tag me all the time as Voodoo Mama Juju. That was Double Date, everyone. Listen, check your glutes and maybe pick up some 3 penis wine if your muscles are aching after your glute check. We should probably go get some right now, Ann. Skip the 3 penis wine. We love you. See you next week. Have a great one. Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey. Our show is executive produced by Cody Fisher. Our producer is Cassie Jerkins, our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer, and our associate producer is Ainsley Bubico. Our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton. For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
Still all shut down with a shipping container that went over the side. And in
This show is sponsored by BetterHelp. You know, around New Year's, we all reflect and people really start making lists of what they can do to be their best self for the next year.
Yes, I think, you know, the new year definitely makes you think New Year's resolution. What do I want to change?
New year, new me, that kind of thing.
Yes, but perhaps this year we could be reflecting on what we're already doing right.
Yeah.
And therapy can help you figure out your strengths so that you can ditch this idea that you need some extreme change or this extreme New Year's resolution and just, you know, you can make changes that really stick because they're based on your strengths.
I like that.
If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try.
It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule.
Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge.
Celebrate the progress you've already made. Visit betterhelp.com/officeladies today to get 10% off your first month.
That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/officeladies.
Most people give up on their resolutions by mid-January. Walmart Plus can help save yours this year by saving you time and money. Walmart Plus is the membership with benefits like gas discounts, video streaming, plus so much more. Is your resolution to simplify your life? With free delivery, Walmart Plus makes ordering what you need online a no-brainer. Join now. New members get $50 in Walmart cash to get what they need to help save their resolution. Terms apply. See walmart.com/plus for details.
Did you know that the bold, smooth taste of Dunkin' cold coffee can be brewed in your Keurig coffee maker and enjoyed at home?
You heard that right. Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods were crafted to be brewed hot and enjoyed cold.
Each Dunkin' cold K-Cup pod is packed with the smooth, bold Dunkin' flavor you crave.
Pick up a pack of Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods and enjoy a Dunkin' cold coffee at home whenever you crave it.
Just brew over ice and sip in seconds, because the home with Dunkin' is where you want to be. I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only two people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office Ladies. Good morning.
Good morning. Good afternoon. Good evening.
You're very peppy for such a serious subject.
I am really excited about this episode.
Everyone is murder. Oh, dun dun dun. Season 6, episode 10, written by Daniel Chun and directed by Greg Daniels. And we have a special treat this week for you for our summary.
We do. Okay, so you guys, you know I have a big Southern family. We're spread out between Louisiana and Texas. And I know it's not Savannah, Georgia, but my sister Billy Jo has a great Southern accent. And I asked her to read our summary today, and she did. Here it is.
I do declare there's been a murder. Michael attempts to distract his employees with a murder mystery party after everyone hears rumors that the company might be going bankrupt. Jim wants everyone to keep working and is frustrated by Michael's game. Meanwhile, Andy attempts to ask Aaron out on a date.
Angela, she nailed it.
She nailed it. Jenna, I was so tickled by this. I knew I wanted someone in my family because this episode hardly takes place in Savannah, Georgia.
Yes.
So I knew I would want someone from my Southern family to give the summary a go. And thank you, Billy. Thank you, Billy, for giving it a shot.
Well, she can do the summary anytime, yeah.
Billy Jo, did you hear that? Right now, she's like, no. Somewhere she's yelling, no.
Well, let's get into Fast Facts. Fast Fact number 1 is all about our new writer for this episode, Daniel Chun. We know him as Danny. He started on the writing staff for season 6. He was a supervising producer, and this was his first script. Danny had previously written on The Simpsons for 6 years. I was able to get back in touch with him, which was so fun. And he told me that he knew a lot of the Office writers socially, just through the comedy writing community. He knew BJ for a long time. He said that he loved being at The Simpsons, but he kind of felt like 80% of working on that show was just punching up jokes, unless you were the showrunner. So he didn't get to do a lot of long-form writing there, I guess. He said he was really hungry for a different challenge.
BJ had always been a big supporter of his writing, and he showed Mindy and Paul some stuff that Danny had written just for fun on MySpace. Remember MySpace? Oh my God, yeah. He said that gives you a sense of how long ago this was. But the stuff he had written on MySpace got him a meeting. They brought him in, and that's how he got hired to be one of our writers for season 6. See, guys, you never know. You never know. Yeah, all that stuff that you're writing, if it's a blog, if it's a vlog, I don't even know. If you're creating it,
all the logs out there,
all of them.
someone could see it.
Yes. So fast fact number 2, I was able to talk to Danny a little bit about the inspiration for this episode of murder.
What was it?
He said this was a card on the wall. What did the card say? The card said, Michael makes everyone play a murder mystery game. It was one of the pitches they had come up with over the summer. He also remembered a card that never got made. It was this. They go on a ski trip and someone makes a huge stain on the wall.
Ew.
I know, but he was pointing out, like, this is how simple a card could be. But they picked this one, and then they had to figure out how, why, what happens. How is this a whole episode?
So on Mom Detectives, a card could be 2 ladies on a train with a succulent.
Yes, and that has to be a whole episode.
That's an episode.
Yeah, they have to turn that into something.
Yeah.
Danny said they also, for season 6, had all of these mini arcs that they were going to add to the season. Those are little stories that take place over several episodes. And one of those ideas was that Dunder Mifflin was going to go bankrupt. And another one was that Jim would get this co-manager position. That's already happened. But this episode of the murder mystery game, they thought it tied in really well with that mini arc of Dunder Mifflin going out of business.
Oh, for sure. So there is a DVD commentary for this episode.
Oh,
so it features Ellie Kemper, Danny Chun, and Greg Daniels, and they talked a little bit about this episode setting up 3 major arcs, like exactly what you're saying. The crumbling of Dunder Mifflin, the sale to Sabre, and Andy and Aaron.
Yes, the Andy and Aaron, you're right, that's another one. Danny also told me that the writers played one of these murder mystery games for research in the writer's room. He said they noticed that in all of the games, the people had silly pun names, so they knew they were going to have to do that. There was a CD with a narrator that would help you along. He said in the game they played, his character was a Frenchman, and so he was stumbling through a French accent while they were playing, and that kind of gave them the idea that they should have a game where everybody has to have accents. He also said that they originally thought that this game could be Murder in Little Italy, but they were afraid that would feel too much like the Mafia episode, and so that's when they pitched the game be set in Savannah. Well, Danny said mainly he just remembered feeling like the game was not that much fun. It involved a lot of acting. And so he thought about that, and he thought that's why people like Andy and Michael would like the game. I just really like how much playing this game in the writer's room informed them. You know? Yeah. Because Danny was like, I don't like playing this game. I don't like doing an accent, and it's too much acting. I feel like he now could write very well for Angela.
And Stanley.
Yeah. But he's like, somebody would like this. I guess Andy and Michael.
I thought this was an amazing episode. So, Danny, my gosh, your first one out of the gate. Home run. I really liked it, too.
All right, fast fact number 3, Angela, is a fan question from Megan H. in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, who would like to know if either of us have ever done a murder mystery event, like in the show.
Great question. I actually have a story. Jenna, do you have one?
I do too.
Okay,
you go first.
Oh, okay. I was once invited to a dinner party where they said there will be dinner and then we will be playing a game as a group.
Did they say what the game was?
No.
Oh.
And when I got there at dinner, the host explained the game while we ate our meal. Guess who the hosts were?
Who?
Oscar Nunez.
What?
Yes, and his wife Ursula.
Oscar hosted you for a murder mystery game night?
Yes.
Was this before this episode or after?
Before this episode.
Oh my gosh.
So the game was called Mafia.
Oh yeah, this is really a popular game. This was like all the rage in Los Angeles for a very long time. I don't know if this went over the whole country, but people were crazy about this game.
Crazy about it. And they had the rules. I was actually texting with Ursula yesterday. I was like, Ursula, what did you guys call it? Because in my memory they called it Killer. And she goes, no, Ursula, it was called Mafia. Yes. And so there were about 10 of us at the dinner party. And there's a few different ways you can play this, but the way we played it was there was one mafia, one killer, a detective, a doctor, and a narrator, and then you have the civilians.
Okay.
And the narrator kind of moves it along. The narrator's who knows who's who, right?
Oh, okay.
Because
that seems like not as much fun of a part.
It actually is. I've been the narrator before, and it's kind of fun.
Oh, okay, go ahead. I never played Mafia, which I kind of can't believe because I'm a sucker for these games.
I want us to do this. Oh my gosh, Earwolf Company Party. We play Mafia.
Have you guys played it? Sam, Cassie, have you played Mafia?
No, I haven't, but I do remember the absolute stranglehold that it had over everybody for a while.
Oh yeah.
Wordle or Animal Crossing at that time. It just,
Yes.
Everyone was playing it. So in Mafia, the game is divided into two phases, day and night. During the night, everyone closes their eyes and the narrator awakens each role. So the narrator starts with the mafia person, lets them know who it is, because in each round it's someone new, right? And as the mafia person, the way you kill someone is you wink at them. So you have to be real sneaky. At least that's how we played it. And then the doctor can choose to save someone or not. And the civilians have to try to figure out, because every time they awaken, someone is dead.
Oh,
right? Because the mafia person kills someone each time. So the civilians begin questioning each other, and there's a detective role.
But I imagine, though, also the mafia person is, and the doctor, they're pretending, everyone's pretending to be a civilian.
Yes.
Right.
Yes. And it's so much fun. And one time I was the mafia person, and no one figured me out. But what does that say?
It says you were very good at pretending to be a civilian. You're diabolical.
It was really, really fun. But yes, I played a version of this murder mystery with Oscar in real life.
Wow, before this episode.
Before this episode.
That's very cool.
I know, isn't that crazy? I did not have to wear a funny hat or have an accent, I should say.
I guess you could have chosen to. Well, it is very funny that you say that, Angela, because I did a mini deep dive on the murder mystery game genre, and they believe that it began in the first half of the 19th century with a party game called Wink Murder.
Oh,
yeah. One player is secretly selected as a murderer, and they kill other players by winking at them.
That's what we did.
If you get killed, you have to count to 5 before you die.
Yes,
right?
Yes,
That's it.
Yes, because you can't just give it away. So you have to like make a moment of it.
This is so weird. Is Mafia just based on wink murder?
So far, it's sounding like it. I will say this. If you play Mafia with your friends and you're the murderer and you're not good at winking,
oh no, I never thought of that.
Like me, I think I'm good with one eye.
You just winked at me great with both eyes.
Did I really?
Yeah, you did fine.
Oh.
Well,
no,
sorry. I watched you closer this time.
The right eye.
You do regular wink with this eye, and then the other eye, you go.
I know. So I can wink in normal speed with one eye, but the other one is like boom, boom.
Yeah,
boom, boom.
I can see you concentrating on it
to try to wink.
Yeah.
So you got to figure out what's your good eye.
Well, I have never played Mafia. I have never played a murder mystery game.
Yeah, what's your story?
But I was an actor in murder mystery dinner theater.
Come on!
Yep.
Is there any footage of that? Can I see any of that?
I have a photo of myself in my crushed velvet gown. I played several parts in several different shows. This was my very first paid live theater acting gig. I did it in St. Louis, Missouri at the Lemp Mansion. A bunch of people would come in.
Wait, was it like an old mansion? Like a haunted sort of cool, like old mansion?
Yeah, and I even had a ghost encounter there.
Come on.
I was working there. I did. I saw the Lavender
lady.
Come on.
I did.
What is the lavender lady?
I don't know. I didn't know who the lavender lady was, but I was in what was one of the rooms of the house that they designated for the actors to change in. And no one was supposed to come in there because that was our changing room. And I heard the door open behind me. And I looked up in the mirror in front of me, and behind me by the door, I saw a woman. And I said, "I'm sorry, you can't be in here." And when I turned around, there was nothing there. So I was fired up. I went to the owner of the place and I said, "Listen, if you're going to give us a place to change our clothes, you need to make sure it's secure." A woman walked right into that room. And he said, "No one was in that area." And I said, "Well, explain to me how this woman walked in." He said, "What did she look like?" And I said, "Well, she was," I kind of tried to describe her. I was like, as I was describing her, I realized like she's wearing a big hat and like a dress and sort of, I realized I was describing an old-timey lady, and then his face got all white and he was like, "Oh my gosh, you saw the lavender lady."
What?
Yeah.
I'm out at that point. I'm bye-bye. Bye, dinner theater.
Listen,
career.
I'm gone. I have to go entertain folks. They're on their salad course. I've got to get out there and tell them a murder has happened.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, that's creepy.
Yeah.
You did dinner theater, lady. You did theater while someone was like buttering a baguette.
Well, here's the thing. We did it between courses. So we bring everybody in, we'd sit them down, they're getting their drinks, we're handing out slips of paper. It was our job during this mingle to find the people who seemed outgoing enough to play the major roles. Because you don't want to get...
Wait, the people eating dinner play a part?
Oh, yes. Everybody gets a part. Everybody has a funny name. Someone in the room is the murderer.
Oh, I didn't realize that. I thought you were performing a murder mystery while people ate dinner and watched you.
No, interactive improvisation / scripted. We had jokes. We had to keep people kind of on the plot. But, you know, you walk people to their table, waiters giving them a drink, you're hobnobbing with them in character, and you find the people that seem like they can play the different roles, and then you've got these slips of paper and you hand it to them, and then later you'd be like, "Where's Bobby Oilton? Bobby Oilton? Oh yes, I saw you when you came in. Bobby, what do you have to say for yourself?" And then he has to read off of his little slip of paper.
You were Michael Scott.
Yes, I sort of was.
Caleb Crawdad.
I was sort of Caleb Crawdad, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, so I did that for 2 years. But I got $50 a night. That was like good money for acting, for doing what I loved.
I need mom detectives to go to a murder mystery dinner theater. Put it on a card, Jenna.
Yeah, we should investigate the lavender lady sighting.
Yes!
We'll get to the bottom of it.
We will, but we'll have to be in character with our outfits.
Yes, because we'll pretend like we're part of the dinner
We're
theater.
part of the show.
God, it writes itself. God. If I see this on TV one day,
I'm gonna kick someone's ass. If it's not you and I
know.
kicking some butts.
All right, let's take a break and call our agents.
Well, folks, you know I have a lot of family in Texas, and I just want you to know, if you travel to Texas, there are vast landscapes, cultures, regions, destinations, activities that allow for an infinite number of different travel experiences.
You can have fun in the sun. Texas has 350 miles of coastline.
That's right. Or if you like more of a rugged vacation, there are campgrounds, hiking trails, state parks, and the food. Can we talk about the food?
Tex-Mex
and barbecue. There's live music, art museums, cowboy experiences. Come on.
Right now, Travel Texas offers a one-of-the-kind online trip builder that allows users to generate a custom visually led trip matched to their unique interests. So you go in there and you click your interests and it'll say, here's where you want to go in Texas.
Visit traveltexas.com/get-your-own to get the only trip to Texas that matters, yours.
That's traveltexas.com/get-your-own.
That's Canadian prices.
We are back, and today only, Dwight Schrute presents this year in martial arts, updates, advancements, and etc.
Yes, like Jim said, there's always lots of changes to the 1,000-year-old martial arts traditions.
Dwight's going to start with Phyllis. I clocked some moves. Phyllis charges Dwight with what looks to be a 2-finger eye jab. Dwight stops her with an arm block that I guess would have broken her arm, and then he's going to flip her over.
Yeah, he tried to engage Kevin. Kevin's a and all of this is going to lead to Dwight fighting himself.
Yes.
I'd like to point out in this scene at 39 seconds, Meredith is wearing the designer sweater vest again. I clocked that too. I mean, I feel like this is some sort of personal trolling of me.
Well, I have a few tidbits about this cold open.
Oh, really? I have some as well. Well, I'll start by saying we got a lot of mail of people asking if Dwight's self-fight was choreographed, and I would like to tell you guys that was all Rainn Wilson.
Bravo, Rainn!
Yes. He came up with all of those moves based on descriptions in the script. We did have our stunt coordinator, Eric Solke, on board for the day, just to make sure that Rainn didn't actually hurt himself.
Well, in the DVD commentary, Danny shared that the original version of this cold open ended with Dwight and Michael kicking each other in the groin.
Oh,
yeah. But instead, they went with a pitch from Jen Salata where Dwight fights himself instead.
It still ends with Dwight punching himself in the groin, but it was originally scripted to be a self-kick in the groin. It said this.
Kick yourself in the groin.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Here's what the script said. Quote, Dwight snaps his leg up and kicks himself in the balls. Dwight's face shows equally the pain of the kick and the pride of winning.
That's so great.
On the day, they realized there was no way for Rainn to self-kick himself in the balls, that it was just sort of physically impossible. However, Danny said in an interview that Greg was convinced there was a way to do it if maybe they could attach a strap to Rainn's leg that would help sort of hoist it up somehow. He even sketched it out on the back of his script, which is a very Greg move. Can't you see Greg turning his script over and like sketching out the self-groin kick strap? Here's how it works. Here's the mechanics.
I want that sketch and I want it in a frame.
Right?
Where is that sketch?
In the end, obviously, this was not happening, so they had Rainn punch himself in the groin.
Greg shared that he really enjoyed directing the cold open and the tag for this episode because they were like mini action movies, or the closest thing our show got to little action sequences. And Jeanette Ellie shared something. She said the cold open was filmed the morning of the Emmys.
Oh, so after Rainn beat himself up, he had to go to the Emmys?
We all did.
Wow.
We worked that day. We have shared this before, that many times we worked right up until an event, and we would have to get ready at the set.
Yeah. And the Emmys were traditionally on a Monday night.
Yeah.
Which was rough because it would be like the beginning of your work week.
Oh, and you'd be wrecked
for the whole rest of the week.
Wow. We worked this day, and then we went to the Emmys. Oh, one last thing. I have a Dwight flyer count. Oh, because clearly you need to have multiple flyers for your year-end martial art update. We have one on each of Jim's class balls, and we have one on the door by accounting. 3 in view during the whole cold open. I don't know about the rest of the bullpen.
Or the kitchen, or the break room.
I know.
I'm sure they're everywhere.
They're not there for the rest of the episode, but there's 3 visible for the cold open.
Well, now we're going to get into this episode. It opens with some weird banter between Michael and Andy about sculpting stand-up comedy, and it's interrupted by Dwight receiving an email. And Michael's like, you need to be more specific. I get like 8 emails a day.
8, Jenna. He gets 8.
It's really weird that before we started recording today, we were discussing our email inboxes.
Yeah, so guys, Sam and Jenna are really tidy about their email inbox. Like, they get to 0, and then they ask me what my inbox said, and my inbox says 1,582.
And Sam and I are still processing that, and
It gave you like hives for a minute.
yeah, we're having a hard time.
I don't mean this as an attack,
Uh-oh.
but the way you live is chaos.
Sam's at 0 right now. I'm at 10 unread emails.
Actually, do you remember in the break there was a great Jenna moment where you were looking for an email and you couldn't find it, and Jenna goes, "Oh, I'm sorry, can you not?"
Yeah, I was like, oh, you can't find the email I sent you? I think I sent it on Monday or Tuesday.
Well, I
That
got
helps.
I got a few emails since I last checked, and now I'm 1,583.
See, you do what Lee does, which is if you can tell that it's something you don't need to read, like it's, I don't know, an ad or something, you don't delete it, you just skip it, and then it stays unread.
Yes.
I delete those. I don't want that cluttering me.
No, you do it right. That's the way you should do it.
But if it doesn't bother you, then you're not doing it wrong. It would bother me if I did it your way.
Well, Michael only gets 8, so I guess he's not super stressed out.
I guess he's not. The email that Dwight is talking about is from David Wallace, and it is referring to an article in the journal. I mean, the wall. Yeah, as Michael calls it.
Yeah, oh, the wall, right?
Oscar finds the article, but in order to read it, you have to pay an extra $1.99 to get past the paywall.
Danny shared that they spent like 5 hours researching the rules of the Wall Street Journal's paywall at that time. He said apparently if you're referencing a specific publication, you cannot make up a fact like that. That's not true.
Oh, so at that time, that was the rule
Of the paywall.
Interesting. Why did it take 5 hours to get that information?
I think they just had to get it correctly, and Jenna, they didn't have the Google back then.
They had Google back then. It was like 2009.
They didn't have the same search engines
Yeah,
we had.
100% they did.
How like old do you think Google is?
It's new. Google is new.
I'm gonna Google when did Google start?
Well, I don't know why it took them 5 hours, but that's what he said on the DVD commentary. They had to be thorough, Jenna. What were you Googling in 2009?
Don't put this on us.
Any number.
I'm not saying you. I'm saying people listening.
Hold on.
What did you Google in 2009?
Google started September 4th, 1998.
But their search engine.
I'm gonna get more specific.
Thank you. When did the Google search engine really come into effect?
Not really come into effect.
When did people start using the Google search engine?
1998.
And it really became popular around 2000.
Thank you,
I
Sam.
don't believe it. No one was Googling until like 2 years
God.
ago.
Okay, everyone. And I discovered Google a couple of years ago.
Listen, I don't know why it took them 5 hours, but they clearly had to get it right. Maybe they had to get on the phone with someone. I'm not judging our writers, Jenna.
I just thought it was a long time.
Well, Jenna's judging you guys.
Here's what I want to point out about this scene. As we're all gathered around the computer and everybody's reading this article off of Oscar's computer, we're learning that Dunder Mifflin might be, I guess, going into debt, going under, filing for bankruptcy. Yeah. Angela, this entire scene, you are blocking me. You cannot see my face in this scene because you are standing directly in front of me. And then finally, you move out of the way and John blocks me. I took pictures. Yes, I did. It was so funny to me because one of you is blocking me the whole time.
We talked that morning. We were like, today is the day, John. You and I'm going to wear my 3-inch heels, and I'm going to make sure I block that shot.
Here, I put them all together.
Oh, we really are. Why didn't anyone say anything?
I don't know. So we don't know how Pam feels about this article because we can never see her.
Face. Sorry. I rarely was able to block anyone. Personal victory, I guess.
No.
Well, what's funny is they all stop at the $1.99. They're like, oh, I guess we're not going to know what really happens with the company. And then Jim enters in his information. Yes, this sends Michael on a spiral, and he calls David Wallace, but David's in a meeting. I was curious about two moments in this scene. Okay, one was I was wondering if Steve improvised the way he said, you should spy on him. Wouldn't that be so hilarious? Okay. I was like, did they tell Steve to say it like that? I went to the script, and it said on that line, in parentheses, Valley Girl.
Oh, yeah. So they did give him sort of a line read.
Yes. The other thing I was curious about was the line in the script when Michael says, catch you on the flippity flip. I was like, that sounds like something Steve would improvise. No. So that line was in the script too. And Danny shared on the DVD commentary that Gene Stupnitsky actually pitched Catch You on the Flippity Flip for a different episode. And the writers loved it, but it didn't make it in. So they kept trying to get this line in.
Oh my gosh.
Episode after episode, and they finally got it in.
Well, you know when Michael goes to the bathroom, he's been vomiting, but then he tries to tell Kevin he was just pooping. We had a fan question from Kelly C. in Michigan. Who wrote the line, just poopin', you know how I be? That was Danny. Danny said it's one of the lines he's most proud of.
It's a great line.
Oh, I also wanted to say one more thing, Angela. Back in the office when Michael calls and tries to get in touch with David Wallace, once again, we had Suzanne Watson as the voice of David's assistant, Stephanie, and she's always great.
So great. So in the script, Jenna, they built in more scenes to show Michael really spiraling. You know, he calls David, he vomits in the bathroom. He also just starts pacing in front of Erin's reception, waiting for the phone call, waiting to see if she signals him that someone's calling. It's so funny. I want to play it for you. It's in the deleted scenes. The first part I'm calling, Michael is pissed.
Don't make it look like it's for me, okay?
I'm sorry.
I'm going to.
Okay, I'm sorry. It's my fault. Michael, I'm sorry before that I did not know what you were talking about.
Don't. Okay.
Do you want any?
Don't even talk. Don't even talk to me. Okay. All right.
If they call, don't.
Only if they call me, then talk to me. Okay. If it's anything else, or if you want to apologize to me for calling me when they weren't calling, then don't do that. All right. Do you understand? You're very, very nice, but you're kind of pissing me off. Okay?
Sorry. Did she laugh at the end?
No.
I thought she laughed. I thought she said sorry.
So her sorry looks like she's about to laugh, but then she turns it into like a cry. And then poor Erin, she's so confused by Michael. It continues, and you've got to hear it.
All right, don't cry, please. Don't cry. Everybody's sort of high strung, so chalk it up to that.
We're all in it
Well,
together.
don't laugh either. Just don't cry and don't laugh. Good? All right.
It's such a funny moment.
Oh my gosh, I love the dynamic between those two. They really did a good job of creating a different dynamic than what Pam and Michael had.
Yeah, I mean,
She so earnestly wants to help him.
she so earnestly wants to be liked by him.
Yeah.
And Michael with Pam, it's the reverse. Michael wants to be in Pam's life.
Yes. Well, instead of all that, he's going to go into his office and play the Sean Mullins song Lullaby. I found out from Randy Cordray that it cost us $45,000 to have this song in the show, to have this clip.
Well, I have a background catch at 5 minutes 29 seconds. Michael says he needs more Mullins, and he hits the volume button on his keyboard repeatedly.
Okay.
Greg shared that they worked really hard in editing to get that sound to match Steve hitting the keyboard. And Danny shared that after the episode aired, the comment boards were full of people saying that that was a Mac sound, and Michael is using a PC.
Oh my gosh.
Isn't that funny?
Yes. Oh, wow. They picked the wrong volume up sound. Well, Jim's going to come in during all of this. He's like, Michael, you have to pull it together. Like, basically he's saying, you're our leader, and if you're freaking out, it's freaking out everyone. We need to just make this a normal day. What's on the agenda? Michael's like, well, we're supposed to have a staff meeting. And Jim's like, great, right. Everyone in the conference room. Have we ever seen Jim so excited to go into the conference room before?
No, but he says he only slacks off when things are good. So I guess, you know, when the shit hits the fan, he becomes very professional.
It's so funny because I feel like people would be equally freaked out by Jim suddenly having a work ethic. They'd be like, uh-oh,
what's happening?
stuff is bad. Jim wants to work.
Yeah, Mom is getting serious. What's going on?
Exactly. In the conference room, Jim addresses the group. At 5 minutes 56 seconds, Ryan is wearing glasses. That was my big takeaway.
Ryan is wearing glasses, and everyone's in the conference room but Kelly.
Where's Kelly?
Where is Kelly? Let me tell you, she's only in one scene this entire episode.
What was she doing?
Where was Mindy?
I don't know.
Michael has to leave the conference room to take a phone call, and Dwight has one of my favorite lines in the episode.
What is it?
He says, he needs me. Seat saved infinity.
Aw.
Our kids save seats. They're still in that phase of their life. We're like, I want that seat. That's my seat. Seat saved infinity. Dwight came to play.
Well, Michael's going to come back. His phone call was bad news, Angela.
Yeah,
very bad news. There's been a murder in Savannah.
And that was the end of the act break.
It was supposed to be. They were supposed to go to commercial.
Yeah.
And then when they were editing, they thought that would be stressful.
They thought it would be mean also to the audience.
But instead, we have this Michael talking head where we also see him going through his closet. He's looking for something.
His office armoire.
Yes. There are many games inside, and we realize there has not been a real murder, but we're going to play a murder mystery game.
Yes, because Michael thinks games help distract you in stressful situations.
Yes.
Did you see the games in his armoire?
I did.
Let's read them off.
All right. I don't know if we wrote them in the same order.
Well, you do one, I'll do one.
All right. Connect 4.
Stratego.
Operation.
Trouble.
Sorry.
Risk.
Battleship. That's it. That's what I had.
Me too. Well, the game he brings in to the conference room is called Bells, Bourbon, and Bullets, a murder mystery dinner party game.
Yes, we got a lot of mail. People wanted to know, is this a real game? Can I buy it? Can I play it? Well, it was a made-up game. The box and all the cards and the props inside were created just for our episode. The box and the logos were designed by our new graphic designer, Henry Sane, and Phil Shea worked with Danny Chun to come up with all of the props and paraphernalia that each character would have. And Randy even shared with us that the box and cards were printed by Phil's go-to prop manufacturing company called the Hand Prop Room. Now we know where all this stuff comes from.
Well, they crushed it. I thought it looked so amazing. I zoomed in on it. I loved the catchphrase on the front.
What was it?
Everything you need to have a deadly good time.
Ooh.
And there was like a fan with blood on it, and like a pistol and a glass of bourbon.
Love it. Jim is not for this. Jim does not want this, but Michael's like, you owe me one.
Tube City.
Tube City. Yeah, he shut down Tube City, so he owes Michael one. Tube City is a bunch of tubes with a hamster inside that was going to go all over the whole office. We had a fan question from Emmy in Baltimore, Maryland. Who set up Tube City? Phil Shea? Yes, Emmy. Yes, and the hamsters were provided by Bob Dunn's Animal Services. Denise Sanders was our hamster wrangler.
Greg shared they only had half an hour to shoot the whole B-roll of Tube City.
Oh my God.
It's not a lot of time.
No.
And he said that this whole B-roll idea was kind of an afterthought, and so they really didn't have a ton of time to do it.
Tube City made me laugh out loud.
Laugh so hard.
The little hamster in the very end, he's just a cute little hamster nose coming out of there.
I know.
Well, back in the conference room, Michael plays the recording that sets up the whole murder mystery game, and I am so sorry to say that despite my Googling,
that you just learned how to do in like
just
the
a
last
couple
5
years ago,
Yeah.
and Randy's research, we could not find the name of the person whose voice is on the tape anywhere. So listen, if you are the voice of Bells, Bullets, and Bourbon, will you let us know? you can write to us at officeladies@earwolf.com.
We'd love to hear from you. Well, this is what the voice on the CD player said. Should I do it in an accent?
Please. Please, Angela.
Okay, who knows how this is going to go. August the 5th, 1955. It's a sad day down here in Savannah. Local magnate Bill Bourbon was killed last night, and all y'all have congregated tonight for a meal to celebrate Bill as he passes on to his great reward. You're not just here to pay your respects. You have to figure out which of y'all is the no-count scoundrel who killed him.
That feels good.
I'm ready for my dinner theater.
You'd be great. You'd love it. It's a lot of improv, Angela.
I'd have a great time, and I also love like vintage costumes.
We got to do one of these. Nifty 50s Murder Mystery Dinner Theater, a special episode of Mom Detective. I mean, God, we just don't have enough time to do it all. Michael starts passing out the character cards and the props. Angela does not like her character.
No.
We had a fan catch from Katie K in San Jose, California. I think I have a Southern Angela catch. When Angela says, I don't like my character at 8 minutes and 54 seconds. Cassie pulled an audio clip. Let's hear it.
Michael, I don't like this game. It's scary.
It's not scary.
I don't like my character. Who are you? Voodoo Mama Juju, the witch doctor of the Savannah Swamps. I'm not comfortable with this. There's so many words that are Southern. I don't like this game. Swamps.
My character.
I don't like my character. I don't like the game. I don't like my character. It's scary and it's set in a swamp.
Yeah.
Voodoo Mama Juju.
Yep. I hear a hint of it. I don't think it's your strongest accent flip, but I hear a hint.
It's always there, guys. I want to point something out. As we rewatch these episodes, Jen and I have talked about this. Sometimes we'll just watch a scene and a flood of memories come back that we had totally forgotten about. It's like in a little folder in your brain. Yeah, it hasn't been opened in years. As I watched this scene, when Angela goes to leave, and Michael says, there'll be baby carrots, and she pivots back to her seat. My skirt is so bunched up, and I instantly remembered that this was the week I wanted to wear tights. I was cold. I never wore tights, and I wore thick winter tights, but I was wearing a gray pencil skirt that would climb up all day because of the static in the tights, and I wrestled that skirt this whole episode. And when I watched this moment with the baby carrots, I was like, oh my gosh, that was the week with the skirt that kept crawling up my legs.
They used to spray me with static guard.
Yeah, it didn't matter though because of my tights. Anyway, this is the week I wrestled a skirt. Sometimes those are the things you remember when you rewatch a show.
And you know what? We are going to leave no detail unturned in this rewatch.
That's right.
In this oral history that we're creating for all time, we're leaving nothing out.
Nothing out. We are going to tell you the week that Jenna's allergies were bad.
Yep.
And she sneezed a bunch.
And this is the skirt bunch.
This is the skirt
forever to be known now as the skirt bunch episode. We got a continuity catch from Leah in New Albany, Indiana, who says, I think I have a continuity catch. So, you know, Michael gets mad and he takes Oscar's BlackBerry at 9 minutes 25 seconds.
Yeah.
Michael is seen holding it in his hand at 9 minutes 44 seconds. But then at 9 minutes 46 seconds, when Pam stands up to do her character intro, Oscar is looking down again, like maybe he's looking at his BlackBerry. And then at 9 minutes 59 seconds, the camera switches angles, and you can clearly see that Oscar has his BlackBerry back.
Good catch.
I know. Thought that was pretty good.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of, Pam does offer to go first, and she speaks in an accent to introduce herself as Debutante. Deb for short. Then we're going to go through, we're going to meet Andy's character, Nathaniel Nutmeg, and Aaron's character, Naughty Nellie Nutmeg. This is when Andy is very sad to learn that they are brother and sister. Phyllis is Beatrix Bourbon. Michael is successful playboy Caleb Crawdad. Angela, we know you are Voodoo Mama Juju. Well, Danny revealed that he wrote names for the whole cast, and Phil created cards for everybody. And we didn't get to hear all the names, but he told me what they were. Do you want to hear? I absolutely do. All right.
Wait,
Kevin
no.
is
Oh my God,
Dick
this is hard.
Sealand. Okay. Oscar is Chad Anuga. Dwight is the butler, Jeeves Julep. Jim is George A. Peach. Ryan is Paul Meto. Meredith is Connie Federer. And then he can't remember who got assigned these characters, but he did have to write 2 more prop cards, and they were Barbie Q and Carl Earned Greens. Earned Greens, like it's a play on collard greens, but it's like Carl Earned Greens. So those are all the names you didn't hear. Well, I did make note of all the props that went with each character. Voodoo Mama Juju, Angela, had a voodoo head and a hat she had to wear. Yes, I did have a wardrobe fitting for that hat. Somewhere there are photos of me in multiple versions of that hat, and that's the one the writers picked. Pam had lace gloves. Yes. Meredith had a long cigarette, like a cigarette holder. Yes. Kevin had a cigar. Phyllis had a feathery fan. Dwight had white butler gloves, and it looked like a napkin over his arm. Aaron had a lace garter. And there was a deleted scene of her putting it on that didn't make it, but you see it ever so slightly at the end when she runs in the conference room. Andy had on men's sleeve garters. And I couldn't see what everyone else had, but those were the main ones that were visible. So Andy is going to try to teach Pam how to do a better accent, because everyone thinks she just sounds like Forrest Gump. And he is able to do like a Florida panhandle accent, and then he gets into his description of a Savannah accent where he says it's like molasses coming out of your mouth. Yeah, it's so good. Danny said they were originally planning for Andy to have a horrible accent, but on the day, they realized that Ed was very good at these different accents, and so they rewrote it. Well, he is from Georgia, and he probably has a good ear for all the accents there. Interestingly enough, there was an Andy talking head in the shooting draft that did not make it. This is what it said. I went to dialect camp every summer from the age 7 to 18. Then I was a counselor for 10 years. What? It was Andy's childhood. So we learned in the meeting that he spent a summer in Toulouse apprenticing for a fromagier. Yeah. Now we find out that he went to a dialect camp for years. Well, it's interesting, Angela, because we have wondered if deleted scenes count. If something doesn't make it into an episode,
No, it doesn't.
does it still count in that character's lore,
No.
in the story, right, whatnot, and sort of in the canon of the show? Is it part of that?
No.
And we sort of said, no, it's what aired. Yes, that is what would be the show Bible. Well, I found an old article on OfficeTally.com from 2007, right when Google started. Right. There was an interview with Greg Daniels, and he talked about this? Yes. What did he say? He said, quote, "For the writers, in our minds, those scenes have happened. We wrote them, we shot them, and at the last minute, I cut them in the editing room. But we're relying on them anyway for the mythology of the show." Wow, okay, so per Greg, if it made it in the shooting draft, if we shot it, right, then it's part of the mythology of the show. So that would mean that, yes, Andy did spend a summer as a fromagier. He did do this weird accent camp. But here is the problem. What? The exception that proves the rule would be Pam's painting. Because Pam's painting, they shot it being destroyed. It stayed off the wall for several episodes. It's still off the wall in this episode. In this episode, there's still just golfing inspiration. But it came back. So, I don't know. I think it's still up for debate, Greg. Sorry, Greg. We don't know. This interview does predate the destruction of the painting. So, okay. He's allowed to change his mind on that one.
People are pretty impressed by Andy's accents. Kevin has a request. The Swedish chef. Andy's like, what province is he from? And Kevin says, he lives on Sesame Street, dumbass. He's got such a huge laugh at the table read. Like people lost their minds. And when the final edit of the episode came and Greg saw it, it wasn't in. It got cut.
Really?
And Greg was like, where's Kevin's line about Sesame Street? He absolutely loved this line. And Greg fought really hard to have it put back in.
Well, I'll have you know, Stephanie M. from Salt Lake City, Utah, would like to point out that the Swedish chef does not live on Sesame Street. He's from The Muppet Show. Yes, which makes the line even funnier.
Yes. Well, why don't we take a break? Because when we come back, I need to point out a line that Phyllis could not say.
Ooh, and I have some things to say about Creed.
We'll be back. We are back, and as you guys rewatch this episode with us, please go to the conference room scene where Phyllis has to say, I overheard you asking the butler where the pistol was kept.
okay.
Jenna, do you remember every time Phyllis got to the word pistol,
cool things
she started to snicker?
As we get
And
into
we all
this
started to
hour,
break.
Gary and Shannon show, here's what's happening.
If you listen to it, she says pistol because she can barely get through that word. And we got tickled every single time.
Oh my gosh, now that you say it, I remember that. That would happen with Phyllis in general, too.
Yeah, it was everything. It was the southern accent. She had to be doing the fan. And then when she said pistol, it made me laugh. I remembered instantly how tickled we got.
Well, guys, Creed is going to arrive to work. He's late. He's sorry.
Yeah.
He asked Michael, what's going on? And Michael says, as Caleb Crawdad, there's been a murder, and you're a suspect. And Creed is like, oh, okay, great. Can I just have
let me get settled. I'll be right back.
I'll be right back. And he just hightails it right out of there.
The worst
Now,
school shooting in
some
Texas
people
history. They call
on
the
some
delayed
message
response
boards
by law enforcement
think that this is an indication that Creed is the Scranton Strangler.
And you know, Marcus
Oh!
Is. 11 officers
Sorry, that reaction
in
was
the
like a
Valley
cartoon.
School District and the Valley Police
Ah,
Department arrived on
I
the
do
scene
declare.
within 3 minutes of the
Yes,
shooter's
my
entry into
goodness.
the school. But authorities
However,
say
I will
US
say
Border
this.
Patrol agents
We see Creed
eventually
leave.
killed the
We see
shooter.
him jump into a car.
Hundreds of
I
state
was like, oh,
and
I
local
think this
law
is our
officers
first time seeing
informed
Creed's
the
car. I
school
even asked
waited
Randy about it.
an hour
He said that our transportation coordinator, Jesse Dutchover, rented that car from Cinema Vehicle Services. It is a picture car. That means cars that are rented out to productions to be in movies and TV. And that the rental facility was just a few blocks away. And we established this as Creed's car. And whenever we needed to see Creed in his car, this was the car they rented from this facility.
Until he drove a Porsche years later.
Correct. But in the future, when we see news footage of the police chasing who they think might be the Scranton Strangler, look at the car. It is not the car that Creed jumps into right here. Now, does Creed have many cars at his disposal after his work as the Scranton Strangler? Possibly yes. But I did just want to point out that there's a little bit of a car thing going on.
I mean, Creed also, we have found out, lives under his desk and has a home in Canada. So, yeah, anything can happen with Creed. I have some things to share as well. Greg said that Creed running to his car was actually a lot harder to shoot than it looks.
Really?
First of all, the timing of it. I mean, Creed had to really book it. He had to run to the car, he had to jump in, and then doing this back out and pull out move with a car as big as a Lincoln Town Car, which is what it is, was not easy. So this quick little moment actually took a little bit of planning. And lady, it's at this moment I realized that Creed the character and me in real life have a little something in common. What's that? We have both driven Lincoln Town cars.
Oh, you had a Lincoln Town car once?
My grandmother's car was a green Lincoln Town car with a white top. And my grandmother is who taught me how to drive, because in the summers I would go stay with my grandparents for a visit. And when I was turning 16, she took me out in her enormous Lincoln Town car, and that's what I learned to drive a car in.
Wow. You know, I learned how to drive in an enormous car as well.
What was the enormous car?
It was a 1978 Pontiac Catalina.
Hey!
That's a big long car.
That's a big long car. My grandmother had pedal extenders, so that was good. So I wasn't right up on the steering wheel.
You sort of had to learn in your grandmother's car.
Why? Because I'm short?
Well, yeah, those pedal extenders really helped you
They
out.
were very helpful. Apparently, I made my mom stressed out when she rode with me to teach me how to drive.
She gave it to your
Yeah,
grandma.
and my dad was like, I'm not getting in the car with her. So my grandmother said, I'll teach her to drive, and she did.
Well, as your BFF, who's ridden in many cars with you, you're a great driver.
Thank you.
Yeah, no pedal extenders anymore either. The seat goes all the way up.
Although I wouldn't mind.
In San Francisco
Really?
Bay
Yeah,
about a
because then
year.
you're not so close to
And
the steering wheel.
Peterson
Yeah.
was arrested and
So
charged
now
with
we have a little
murder.
romance in the
Remember, he
kitchen.
was driving-
Andy and Aaron, they're chatting. They're still doing their
I always think
accents.
the Innocence
But he
Project,
asked her out on a date. She
Hello.
said
they
yes.
pick up cases of people who
But then later in the conference
And
room,
they must have new
other
sources.
people
What they
started
said
asking her out on a date, and she's saying yes. And then Andy is like, "Oh wait, was she just in character in the kitchen?
Yeah,
Did I really going on a date?"
Did I ask out Naughty Nelly or did I ask out Aaron?
Well, in the conference room at 12 minutes 36 seconds, there is a really good shot of Kevin's character card where you could very plainly see that his name is Dick Sealand. And he's also has an extra prop in this scene. He's got a wad of money.
Oh, yes. It said in the script that he was one of the richest men in all of Savannah.
Yeah, well, so much so that he walks around carrying a wad of money.
Did you see
Oscar interrupts the game. He shares that he received an email from corporate instructing the accounting department to stop all payments to vendors.
Wow, that's serious.
Yeah.
Well, Michael insists that Oscar give no more details unless he is speaking in character. Yeah, he cannot use his Yankee accent, Michael says.
When it comes to professional sports.
So Oscar tries.
Yeah, it's interesting.
To
They're not
give
taking on
important
anything
news
NFL.
about the company
Obviously, that's been taken. That's
as a
big
Southern character.
brass ring, if you will.
We
But
got
they
mail.
have that Thursday nights, right? Amazon. is
Yeah,
good.
mail flurry on
That's
this
right,
one.
On the Prime.
Starting with
Actually, watch that.
Zach
So
M.
what's
from
interesting
Venice
is,
Center, New
like
York.
here is, remember
Does
Valley Forge?
Oscar struggle with a
That's
Southern
a
accent in real
So it was
life, or
owned by
was
the
this just
bankrupt
more of his
Diamond
brilliant
Sports Group.
acting?
So Diamond Sports
Zach,
Group
it was
announced
just brilliant
yesterday
acting.
that its creditors
100% amazing
Amazon
acting job by
agreed
Oscar.
on this plan
We
to
did
get
about
out
6 takes of
bankruptcy.
this.
And that includes $100
And
million
Danny
from
Chun
Amazon,
spoke about this in
which
an
will
interview with
become the digital platform
OfficeTelly.com.
experts. Don't you think that
He reminded me
Amazon
that at
being better
first,
in this situation
Oscar
and sees an
was
opportunity
doing
to
a
come in
really
at $100
deep
million,
voice.
and then they have
And it was
37
the
different
last take where he
major
did the
league
super high voice
teams. Oh
Yeah,
my
that we
God.
used in the show.
None of us
these
were expecting it.
leagues that they
We had
could
gotten
then
used to his low
exploit.
voice
And
Southern
you're right,
accent.
100
That's
million
right.
is a
We had a fan
rounding
question
error
from
there.
Jenny
That
F.
seems
in
like a
Amarillo,
pretty good deal
Texas,
for
and
Amazon,
many
right?
others who
Yeah.
wanted to know
So
how did we
so
keep
I
a
think
straight
that's
face
exactly
during
right. I
this
think he
scene.
size it up perfectly, and it
Oh, we
gives
did
them
not.
additional
No,
cred.
especially not on
So,
that last take. Not the
everything's
one
gonna
you
go through
see.
Amazon eventually,
No,
it seems
when
like.
he
It-
came
you
in
know,
in
they
that higher
are
falsetto,
trying to be the
and
conduit
he's
for a lot
talking
of
about
things.
the
It's funny you say
greenback.
that
We
people
were
Amazon
on the
Prime, you can see
floor.
how they're trying to get
Even
that
Steve
to be
broke,
the
and
sort
Steve
of
never
landing
breaks.
pad from
It
which
made it
you
onto the
then
season 6
go to a lot
bloopers.
of different,
I
other
asked Cassie
streaming
to pull it
services.
so we
They're
could
already
hear it.
going there for almost everything anyway. Now you
It's
service
his plantation.
That's why they wanted
It's
to call it
one
Amazon.
of the
Prime.
greenbacks.
They enjoy the content on Amazon.
He
Yeah,
kind
they
of
do. I
wanted
mean, I
to
think
pay
most of the
the
streamers have pretty
people
solid
some
content. It's a question of how many there
slaves
are. There's got to be
to
consolidation there.
unhook.
When we come back, more of what's happening. He's Jeff Bond,
Basically.
Mark Thompson here for Gary and Shannon. And KFI 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Now to the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Here's
You
Jeff.
can sort of hear Steve. I can recognize everybody's different laughs. I do too. I hear John. I hear definitely Brian and Steve.
Oh, yeah. Man, I rewatched the bloopers for that as well. And from the camera angle from our back, my head is just bent over. Like I'm bent over.
walk-in weddings on each day.
Oh, I have to say, whenever Oscar and Steve were paired together in a scene, just, I don't know what it was, those two, I think because they were the two that never broke, they got each other, they really did.
Yeah, I wish, you know, there were more Oscar Michael moments. Like in rewatching, I'm like, gosh, man, I really wish that Oscar had to like do a sales call with Michael or something.
Well, I know there's some good ones coming up.
Oh yeah.
This news from Oscar really bumps people out, and they go back to work. Also, the murderer is revealed on the tape. It was Phyllis.
And she was really bummed because she felt like she was doing a good job.
Yeah.
Andy wants to figure out if he asked Aaron out or if he asked out Naughty Nelly.
Right.
So they have this great scene in front reception. I thought Ed and Ellie did such a great job just playing two people who like each other but are afraid to admit it.
I agree.
It ultimately ends up that neither of them admit that it was real when it was real for both of them.
Yeah. So it's not going to happen yet, but we are solidifying the information that they're into each other. Michael insists the game isn't over. He is now, I think he's in a full spiral. He will not break character.
Danny talked about this in the challenge of writing for Michael when Michael isn't his true self.
Oh,
He said he had to write for Michael as Caleb Crawdad. And Greg compared this episode to grief counseling when Michael was unaware of what was motivating him and the episode was playing out in his subconscious. And he said this episode is a variation of that where Michael is not sure what's motivating him, but he's locked into this character.
it's really interesting. You know, Pam and Jim are going to have a talking head where they ask the question, has Michael snapped? Is he stuck in character? What's going on? I noticed something in this talking head.
What?
I am wearing the same outfit that I wore in Double Date, which was last week's episode. It's exactly the same. I kind of noticed it earlier in the episode, but this talking head solidified it for me.
Yeah, now that you say it, it's the exact same outfit.
Exactly the same. It's that very kind of dark gray shirt with that lighter gray blazer. Yes, thank you. I was trying to get the words. The only thing that's different is that in Double Date, I'm wearing some little hoop earrings that I'm not wearing in this episode. I tried to figure out, how did this happen? Why would Alicia put the same outfit in my trailer on back-to-back weeks? Well, she didn't. I have a mom detective moment.
What? What'd you find out?
I found out that we filmed these episodes in a different order than they aired. We originally filmed Double Date, then Koi Pond, then Murder.
Oh.
So there was a week in between. They aired as Koi Pond first, then Double Date, then Murder. So I had gone up to the bigger belly bump, the belly B, and it was only meant for these 3 episodes. And we had to tailor the clothes to the bump. So I think Alicia was trying to get a little extra mileage out of my B bump wardrobe. And she thought, well, as long as I throw an episode in between, we won't notice that Pam has recycled this outfit. And they ended up airing back to back. So Pam's in the same clothes, 2 weeks in a row.
Good mom detective cat. Thank you. You know Dunder Mifflin Clothing is really going to hit Pam and Jim hard. They both work there. They're married and both working at the same company.
And a baby on the way. Yeah, I know. And they're talking about that in Jim's office when Michael busts in. And he's like, come on, Deb, we need you. We need you. And Pam goes.
At 17 minutes, 2 seconds. If you're curious what is splattered on the floor by Meredith's head, that's roast beef.
It's from the little lunch platter that is there on the table. You can see all the roast beef has been placed on the floor.
Jim has really lost his patience at this point, and he demands to speak to Michael, and Michael snaps back at him so hard. He's like, you shut up.
Yeah, we have one of those drama moments. Here's the thing. We've been wondering, is Michael losing it? Has he gone crazy? And here's where you realize he's actually quite lucid. And this is a choice. He is choosing to lose himself and help the office lose themselves in this game. Yep, it is a strategy. During all of this, David Wallace finally calls back. Jim takes the call. I thought Andy Buckley did such a great job because you can just hear how distracted / worried / trying to like put out a bunch of fires, like his day, you know? Yeah, he was just sitting back at the annex at Kelly's desk making this phone call in real life. That's where he was. Well, everyone knows that Jim is just taking this call, and they're so anxious about what he's going to say, and there's no really anything good to say. And so Jim decides to join Michael, and he's like, turns out there's been another murder. And the look on Michael's face, I'm like, oh, thank God, he's with me. Well, I love their talking head. Michael has this line that rings so true to me. He says, today is the hardest I've worked in a long, long time. That was a pitch from Steve. Yeah, it's good. It's so good. I didn't know that he pitched that. Yeah. I mean, I also just thought of how hard Steve worked this week. Like, that was a hard week. Yeah. Well, now Andy, Michael, and Dwight are in a three-way standoff with like finger guns. They're like pointed at each other. I guess Jim shares that Andy revealed himself to be a double agent, and then so was Dwight, and as it turns out, so was Michael. Also at 6 o'clock, and Jim would really like to go home. Yeah, but guess who he needs to get out of the conference room? Pam is part of this standoff. She is. Her finger guns are drawn as well. And she says to Jim, grab the keys, start the car. She's going to slowly back out of the conference room. And then the three-way standoff turns into a dramatic shootout. Everyone's writhing on the floor. We had a fan question from Caroline P. in Honolulu, Hawaii. For the tag at the end, how much of that scene was scripted and how much of it was just Steve, Ed, and Rain improvising and having fun with it? Well, I'll tell you what, in the script, it ends with Pam backing out of the conference room. It was supposed to just end on a standoff. Yeah. And then on the day, they started doing the shootout, all shooting each other, and this is how it ended up being. Greg shared that when the guys fell on the ground and were like convulsing and everything, that was just them. They were just having fun. He said it was like little kids getting to play. Yeah, it looked like it. It did. Well, at 20 minutes, 44 seconds, I wanted to point out one thing. The reveal of Pam is so great. And Greg shared what really made that happen was our camera operator, Matt Stone. His ability to whip around in a circle like that is what really captured the moment. Matt and Randall were so amazing, so whenever we can give a shout out to them, way to go, Matt Stone. We got another fan question from Patricia B. in Oklahoma who said, Jenna, how much did you enjoy that final scene when you were in the conference room doing your finger gun standoff? It was so fun. And it's like a very popular meme of me. Yeah, you know, that says, I'm not going down for this. Yeah, that line. It was so funny. I remember the direction from Greg was like, you need to act like you are 100% invested in this. Like, this is real in your mind. You have to get out. You have to get out, and you're going to get out safe. Yeah. I was like, all right, let's do it. And you got to be in a mini action movie. I did. The Office. I did. Well, there you have it. That is murder. I want to give a big thank you to Danny Chun for all of his details. He said you can find him at Danny Chun on Twitter. He's got a bunch of fun stuff coming up, but he said it's going to be a while, not till the summer, but we'll post all about it when it's there. Well, of course, we always want to give a big shout out and lots of love to Randy Cordray every week answering our questions. We love you, Randy. All right, you guys, well, we're taking next week off for spring break, but we'll be back the week after with a shareholder meeting. Ooh, that's the Recyclops. Oh, yeah. And I am already trading emails with our costume designer, Alicia Raycraft, to get all the details details on that Recyclops costume transformation.
I can't wait. You guys have a great one. Bye.
Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey. Our show is executive produced by Cody Fisher. Our producer is Cassie Jerkins, our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer, and our associate producer is Ainsley Bubico.
Our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton. For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
This was clearly an active shooter situation, but the first officer.
Most people give up on their resolutions by mid-January. Walmart Plus can help save yours this year by saving you time and money. Walmart Plus is the membership with benefits like gas discounts, video streaming, plus so much more. Is your resolution to simplify your life? With free delivery, Walmart Plus makes ordering what you need online a no-brainer. Join now. New members get $50 in Walmart cash to get what they need to help save their resolution. Terms apply. See walmart.com/plus for details.
Did you know that the bold, smooth taste of Dunkin' cold coffee can be brewed in your Keurig coffee maker and enjoyed at home?
You heard that right. Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods were crafted to be brewed hot and enjoyed cold.
Each Dunkin' cold K-Cup pod is packed with the smooth, bold Dunkin' flavor you crave.
Pick up a pack of Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods and enjoy a Dunkin' cold coffee at home whenever you crave it.
Just brew over ice and sip in seconds, because the home with Dunkin' is where you want to be. Hi everyone. Howdy. It is spring.
It is.
It is springtime.
It's springtime, and you guys, before we head out on spring break with our families, we wanted to pop in and say hi.
That's right. We are going to give a re-listen to Chair Model this week, because coming up in a few weeks, we're going to be breaking down Scott's Tots, which is considered the cringiest episode of The Office. But another episode that was on that cringe list is Chair Model.
Yeah, and we thought maybe to prep for the cringe factor of Scott's Tots, we should take a moment and re-listen to Chair Model.
You know, that's the episode where Michael falls immediately and deeply in love with a woman sitting in a chair in a magazine.
She's in a catalog.
Yeah.
But before we do that, you guys, there was a deleted scene that I didn't share when we...
Most people give up on their resolutions by mid-January. Walmart Plus can help save yours this year by saving you time and money. Walmart Plus is the membership with benefits like gas discounts, video streaming, plus so much more. Is your resolution to simplify your life? With free delivery, Walmart Plus makes ordering what you need online a no-brainer. Join now. New members get $50 in Walmart cash to get what they need to help save their resolution. Terms apply. See walmart.com/plus for details.
Did you know that the bold, smooth taste of Dunkin' cold coffee can be brewed in your Keurig coffee maker and enjoyed at home?
You heard that right. Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods were crafted to be brewed hot and enjoyed cold.
Each Dunkin' cold K-Cup pod is packed with the smooth, bold Dunkin' flavor you crave.
Pick up a pack of Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods and enjoy a Dunkin' cold coffee at home whenever you crave it.
Just brew over ice and sip in seconds, because the home with Dunkin' is where you want to be. I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only two people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office Ladies. Hello, everybody.
Hi, you guys. Before we get going today, I want to say happy birthday to my BFF.
Thank you, Angela. Yes, as I was arriving today, I saw Angela not open the door for me and instead run past the door.
Listen,
because she was up to something.
I didn't think you saw me. Although Sam and Cassie, I did say there's a chance she might have seen me. I did say that. I did that right after I swatted plastic cutlery out of Sam's hand.
It was the most aggressive thing I've ever seen you do.
He was
no time.
she's here. Get the cutlery out of the way.
But we love you. We wanted to say happy birthday. Oh, I loved it. I got a giant bouquet of flowers. I mean, humongous, so pretty. And Josh made me some gluten-free treats. He did, because you get desserts on your birthday at office, ladies. I like it. And then, Angela, you gave me just a beautiful gift. It's an inside joke, I guess we should say. But also, guys, I made the card with my second grade level skill set. And it was an elaborate homemade card, and I loved it. Thank you. Well, what are we talking about today? We are talking about Shareholder Meeting, which is season 6, episode 11, written by Justin Spitzer and directed by Charles McDougall. Action! Action! Charles McDougall. Here's your summary. Michael heads to a shareholder meeting in New York City, and he brings Andy, Dwight, and Oscar with him. Michael is shocked when he and other higher members of the company are booed while on stage. And he tries to improve the situation by suddenly and publicly making promises that management cannot fill. Meanwhile, back at the office, Jim realizes that nobody takes him seriously as a real boss. That's our summary. Michael on a stage in front of people. What were you thinking, corporate? What were you thinking? They must have been very desperate, clearly. Fast fact number 1. This episode ran on November 19th, 2009 during NBC's Green Week, also known as Green is Universal. Yes, or, NBC Universal. I remember we went to like a party for NBC around this time, and the red carpet was green. Yes, the green carpet. They turned their logo green for this week as well. For Green Week, the network asked shows to incorporate this theme into their episodes somehow. They also ran news stories on environmental issues like hybrid vehicles and hydrofracking. Al Gore made an appearance on 30 Rock. On Community, the college that they attend, Greendale. It's Greendale Community College. Well, they changed their name to Environdale. They were already green, I know, but they changed it to Environdale, and then they plan a green concert. This was my favorite tie-in. On Law and Order SVU, an accused killer has to resort to alternate means to make money after too many people have started recycling their own bottles and cans. Wow. Which I thought was, it's kind of like too much recycling.
What's it say?
Led to
I'm about it's 3 and 4 days.
Maybe not what Green Week was hoping for.
I gotta see what somebody said to this. Yeah, I get several days.
Our contribution to Green Week was Recyclops. We have a whole cold outfit.
Is there no way to jump on the line? We can spend all day blocking it. Maybe that's a point.
We're gonna break it down for you.
Word, baby.
When we get there. Okay. Fast fact
Not
number 2
him,
is a
but
location
Tim
breakdown
McGrath is
for
sure
the
that
shareholder
constantly
meeting.
probably be along
They
with
were
the
not
young
New
pictures.
York
Yeah, I get several of them a day.
Yeah.
I blocked him a few days ago. There's
All those
dozens.
people in Manhattan.
Thank you. I got 2 blocked I didn't have. Oh, dog.
All the
You're
interiors
done.
and the exteriors were shot at
Is
the
this
downtown
I
Marriott
love your dog.
Hotel on South
And your
Figueroa
dog
in
is
Los
beautiful.
Angeles. Now, Marriott
Thanks for
sold
this. I
property
just
some years
blocked.
back,
Oh, yeah.
and it is
Yeah,
now
it
called
looks,
the
looks
LA
like a
Grand
healthy
Hotel.
girl.
We shot at the
You're
hotel
good. I
for 3
love
days.
them. Oh, yeah. They
Monday and
just keep
Tuesday, we were in the
popping
main
up.
ballroom,
It's crazy.
and we used 405.
I get about 20 cents from
And
these
then on
bots.
Thursday, we were in the lobby
I get
of the
over 100 a day
hospitality
for bots,
suite
but
and the
about
kind of
10
drive-up
from the
area.
one I posted about.
The
I
valet,
love it.
drive-up area. Take me to the drive-up area.
They'd follow me. I block it. Me too.
Hi, can I
Yes,
my
it has
car
been
for
accounts
the
with
drive-up
different numbers
area?
at the end. Thank you,
Thank
Jeff.
you.
You're
I
welcome.
have my thingy
Just sounded like he
for my
followed a
drive-up
friend with a
area.
bunch of
Well,
accounts.
Randy
Oh,
told
no, but
us
thanks for a heads up.
that
Oh,
the
we didn't get
hotel
you yet, Nick?
provided us
Oh,
with
sorry, dog.
breakfast and craft services for all of our
Multiple
background
versions of
performers.
the bike.
But
Same hoy
Sergio
cow
and
keeps
Alan
coming
at
back.
Big Time Catering made lunch for everybody.
There are
We had
10
to
of them.
have 3
More
serving
than 10.
lines
Someone said 100.
like
I
we
blocked
did
a
for
few
company
dozen.
picnic.
I've never
It
seen
went
or
all
heard of
out.
him.
Yeah.
Oh, did you make a
All right,
mistake?
let's move on to fast fact number 3.
Wow,
I'm very
lucky.
excited about
Yes,
fast fact
I
number
deleted
3.
6 of those requests the other day.
Here's the thing about fast fact number 3. Tell them. At 15 minutes, 35
Nope,
seconds,
but I
there is a
really
scene
don't. I really
Jim
pay
and
attention to
Ryan
anyone.
back in
I
the
followed
annex.
unfollowed, then muted.
Jim
It's a
is
bunch of them. I
asking
boxed them
Ryan
all.
if he's
Oh my
finished
god, they're
this
really having a good time with me.
spreadsheet that he's asked him
Just
to
boxed
do,
him.
but
He has
Ryan
about
is
6 or
playing
7
Tetris.
different accounts. That's what
This
you
is
say.
all part of that Jim Ryan
It's got a lot
storyline
of them.
where Ryan is leading off and no one takes Jim's
No,
authority
but have you been
seriously.
getting other myths
Seriously,
about
this
big? No,
episode
no,
could
no,
be
no,
called
no, no.
Shareholder
Quit
Meeting
talking about that. Talk
Ryan's
about
Ass.
it. No,
It
but
really
yeah, follow
could.
from
It
it for
rolls
the
off
go
the
for no.
tongue.
Yeah, I don't know. They're sneaking it.
Well, in
Oh,
this scene of
dog.
Ryan
Oh,
playing
dog.
Tetris, I noticed
Dog.
there were a ton of gift bags
10.
on Kelly's
And then a
desk.
couple
I
more
was like,
showed up.
what are all
Just
these
kept on
gift bags
blocking.
about?
Oh,
I had
dog.
to know what's up with the gift
You
bags.
just made yourself a
Yeah, I
goddamn
noticed
target.
it too. I counted 4 gift
I
bags.
have. I
What the
reported
heck are these
also.
gift
If
bags
you search
about?
Bible,
I was
Bible,
thinking,
there's
is there
so
something in the
many of
shooting
them.
draft? Maybe something that was deleted that could explain
FI
this.
agent, the dude has
But when I
over
went to
10
check the shooting
accounts.
draft, the
10
entire
over
Jim Ryan
100, girl.
storyline,
I have a small
otherwise known
account, so I
as
don't usually get
Ryan's
bothered by these
Ass,
cute
was
accounts.
missing.
I guess
I mean,
that's
it's
why
just
they're
not
pretty
there at
slipping
all.
on the radar for
Completely
now.
not there.
You're
I
getting
went to the
nailed
shooting
down,
draft because
motherfucker.
I didn't know
You
Jenna
can
was
have
going to the
double the
shooting
amount
draft,
of
and then I
followers
went,
you
Jenna,
have.
what the heck?
I've nearly a
Ryan's
dozen
Ass
blocks.
is
They're
gone.
multiplied.
And we started shooting
Hell
all these
yeah,
messages about it.
motherfucker.
You guys, we had a text
Yep.
flurry.
Got a
We
request
really
also.
did.
Oh,
And we
tight.
decided to get to the bottom of it.
Thanks for the
Folks,
warning.
fast
I
fact
think it was
number
like
3
15 or
is
so
going
I
to
blocked.
be a
Haven't
real
seen them. Oh, you're
Mom
done, dog.
Detectives moment. Sam even made us an intro for
Thanks
it.
for the warning. Nope. Oh, dog.
It was a cold and rainy night when someone
No, I
dropped
guess
that
I've been
package through
lucky.
my mailbox.
Dog.
So many clues,
You
so much
made
chaos.
yourself a
It's been a long
target.
time since I
Yep,
saw
there
this
were
big of a
3
mess.
last I checked.
But
Check
because
again,
it wasn't
girl.
a far drive, because it
At
wasn't a
least
school
3
night,
so far.
and because there was only a
And
little bit of
another.
evidence so it could fit in a small amount of pockets,
Hilarious.
and because I had snacks in case
You
they
always
got
should be
hungry,
like, oh, dog, this is,
and because it
you live
wasn't
for this
chilly
shit.
out.
No, but the
God help
porn
me, I
bots,
grew my
oh,
native
well,
tongue.
dog, let's change that. There are dozens.
Mom
What the fuck?
detectives.
Oh, dog. No, but you're
I love
copy
it
and
so
paste for
much.
for sex special.
Cracks me
No,
up.
nobody
Every
needs that.
piece of that makes me laugh,
It
Sam. I love when
just
it starts
creates
another
two
story.
accounts. Hell yeah,
I love the
motherfucker.
small amount of evidence
That's right. We
I
made
can
20
fit into
today.
tiny
Yes,
pockets,
I've
and
never
because
seen
we have
anything like
snacks.
this.
There were restrooms nearby.
Oh my god.
Yes. Well, here
Yes,
it is,
I've
folks.
never
I
seen
reached
anything
out
like
to
this.
James
He
Carey
follows
and
me. I'll
writer
dump his
Justin
butt.
Spitzer.
They already
And I
blagged
dug
me.
into my digital clutter and I found an email from Randy
Oh,
Cordray
Sherry Lewis.
that said, Team Office. It is
Oh
looking like
man,
we
is
need
that
to shoot some
fucking
additional
hilarious.
material
I
for
like your
shareholder
dog.
meeting. Additional material. What does that
Yo,
mean?
dog.
I said, Jenna, I found an email. I quickly texted her. Randy goes on to
I like
say,
that person's
we are
dog.
planning these scenes for
How
Monday,
funny is
October
that?
19th. Webisodes will be moving
Dude,
to Tuesday,
he just followed
October
me
20th.
dozens of them.
Thank you, Randy Cordray. Well, Jenna, this was a big deal because
Come
we
on,
were
load,
supposed
you
to go on
cunt.
hiatus. Yes,
He just
right. We had
keeps
this big
creating
long
more.
hiatus starting October 19th.
He
all the
just
way till
keeps
after the new
creating
year.
more.
A
Viral
few of us
Rabbi.
were going to work on the
Has
webisodes,
anybody
but the
seen
majority of
anything
the
about this
company was
Viral
officially on
Rabbi?
hiatus. So Randy was basically saying, like,
Latest.
whoop, don't go out of town. We might need you.
Is somebody at Bible
I found
Rabbi?
out that Steve was scheduled to shoot the movie Dinner for Schmucks. So we were shutting down production early that year.
I have blocked over
I spoke
20
to
of these
James
accounts on my account
to
to
uncover
block.
the call sheet schedule for shareholder meeting. And
Yo, dog.
it's true. We shot most
Eli,
of this
help me
episode the week of
understand why
September
one person.
28th.
Why,
But we did
Eli?
not shoot the Jim Ryan scenes
Yo,
until Friday,
give me in on this.
October
Give me in on this
16th.
discussion. This
I
seems
had
like a
no
very
idea. The plot thickens.
limit reach.
Writer Justin Spitzer told me that the Jim Ryan storyline was a part of his original outline for this episode, but it was eventually cut from the shooting draft in favor of staying at the hotel for more scenes of the shareholder meeting.
Create.
So that plot, that Jim Ryan plot, was then shortened and repurposed as a cold open for Scott's Tots. What? We actually shot it during Scott's Tots. But then it was cut from Scott's Tots and it was rewritten again, and we added that shoot day and it went back into shareholder meeting. So Justin said that when they were editing shareholder meeting, they just missed not checking in on the group back at Dunder Mifflin. He also said that in all of these iterations
iterations of the Jim Ryan storyline. The one thing that always happened was that Ryan ended up in a closet. And the reason for this was that they wanted to get BJ out of the background of scenes that were happening in the bullpen. Sneaky, yes. So that scene that we saw, Angela, that's in the annex with Ryan playing Tetris, yeah, that was actually shot during Scott's Tots. That is the one scene from that cold open that remained. And then we added all of this other stuff about people not taking Jim seriously, and we fleshed it out.
Well, this was clearly a puzzle, but we haven't figured it out yet. We are still wondering about these 4 gift bags on Kelly's desk. I was curious which webisode we were shooting that week, so I reached out to Randy, and he said it was The Mentor. In this webisode
Is
series,
anybody else
Erin
getting followed by
decides she
this?
wants to
I've
learn
never
to be
seen
an
anything
accountant.
like it.
I rewatched it, and here's how it's set up.
Sometimes I do get bored with that reception, and I wonder what it's like to be an accountant. So I guess what I'm saying is I really want your life, and I don't know how to get it.
Are you good with numbers?
The count used to be my favorite part of Sesame Street.
1 apple, 2 apples, 3 apples.
Maybe it's not for you.
That is really cool. So, whenever you see an endangered creature and they welcome
I could be your mentor. Okay, yeah, I can do it. I have to do everything else around here, so.
attached to a
Really?
person.
Yes.
It was
Great.
working. This is something. It's kind of.
Oh,
uh-huh.
This whole webisode series is Angela Martin teaching Erin how to be an accountant and grooming her. How does that go? We actually had so much fun. Of course, it doesn't turn out the way Angela hoped, but it was a blast to shoot. Randy also shared the call sheet with me. We filmed the webisode on Monday, October 19th. Here were 2 fun details on the call sheet that day. Quote, today, Monday, Scaretober 19th. Today is the 2nd annual Michael Scott Dunder Mifflin Scranton Office Memorial Cast and Crew Fun Halloween Costume Contest for the Doldrums Cure.
Yes, that's because we were not going to be shooting over Halloween that year. We had to move up our Halloween parade.
Yes, our costume parade at work. It also said, quote, a video crew from NBC.com will be on set today. Well, this explained another email from my digital clutter. I had found an email from Joya Balfour, who worked for NBC.com, saying she was coming to set with a bunch of bobbleheads for me to feature in one of my Adventures with Angela segments for NBC. She even shared with me a mock-up poster for the sale of the bobbleheads that were going to go online. I'll put that in our stories. But here's the thing I was curious about. She ended her email by saying, quote, has Mindy played her new webisode song track for you? If not, go bug her, because it's amazing. I've been humming it all weekend. Well, now that got me curious about what song she was talking about, so I looked it up. And Subtle Sexuality, the webisode series, was about to air on October 29th, and Joya had seen an early edit of it. So I went to rewatch that. Jenna, Joya was right. The song is so good. Just listen to the chorus. I can't get it out of my head.
That song would be big.
Wait, is that an original song and Mindy is singing it?
Yes!
Stop it! Isn't that so good? Why is she not outperforming that at clubs all the time? That is so catchy.
It is really a fun song. And both of those webisodes were so great, but they still didn't explain the gifts.
Yeah. Were they in any of the deleted scenes?
I saw no gift bags in any deleted scenes. I still don't know why Kelly has them on her desk.
I even read the shooting draft for Scott's Tots because the scene came from that episode, and there is nothing in that episode about Kelly and gift bags.
Well, a few folks also caught this, and there is a fan theory online about it. You/Stolatron21 posted this theory on Reddit. And Jenna, it kind of makes sense.
Okay.
You/Stolatron21 said, Jim forgets Kelly's birthday, part 2. When Michael is at the shareholder meeting in New York,
Jim, as co-manager, is left solely in charge and makes Ryan his office in the closet. When Jim's talking to him, Kelly's desk is seen in the background with birthday gifts, implying Jim forgot her birthday again.
We're actually, we're chemicals.
Maybe. Did Jim forget her birthday twice? Maybe. I would think that would be brought up. I don't know. Listen, what we're getting at here, folks, is that while we uncovered a lot of interesting information, we're still not sure why Kelly has gift bags on her desk, and we may never know. We may never know.
It's very on point for mom detectives.
It kind of is. We have a lot of fun trying to solve it. We have snacks and texts and laughs along the way. Yeah, it's ultimately about the journey. It really is. Well, there you have it, guys. Mom detectives. We solved a lot of things, but not the thing in question. You're welcome. Put that on the poster. We solve a lot of things, just not what you asked. All right, we're going to take a break and we'll be back to talk all things recyclops.
A teenager in Riverside County has been arrested for allegedly taking
Well,
a
folks,
loaded gun
you know I have a lot of
to
family in
deputies tried to
Texas,
verify
and I
the
just want you to
yesterday
know, if you
about
travel to
an
Texas,
RV
there
on
are
campus.
vast landscapes, cultures, regions, destinations, activities that allow for an infinite number of different travel experiences. You can have fun in the sun. Texas has 350 miles of coastline. That's right. Or if you like more of a rugged vacation, there are campgrounds, hiking trails, state parks, and the food. Can we talk about the food? Tex-Mex and barbecue. There's live music, art museums, cowboy experiences. Come on. Right now, Travel Texas offers a one-of-the-kind online trip builder that allows users to generate a custom visually led trip matched to their unique interests. So you go in there and you click your interests, and it'll say, here's where you want to go in Texas.
Oh, you're good.
Visit traveltexas.com.
I am
/get
taking
your
fucking
own.
aim
Get
at
the only
everyone in
trip
this
to Texas
goddamn
that
thread.
matters.
If you made a
Yours.
fucking
That's
comment on here,
traveltexas.com /get your own.
look out.
The show starts with Dwight entering dressed as a robot and demands everyone bow down before Recyclops.
No.
It's time to
But thanks
recycle,
for the
guys.
heads up.
It's very over the top.
Oh.
Yes, and then Jim has a talking head where he explains that 5 years ago, Dwight
What did they
started
say?
dressing up as
Has anyone else gotten followed by his viral
as a way
bot
to,
several times? I
corporate
must
had
have liked
this
a few
mandated
dozen.
recycling program, and this is Dwight's answer to that. Yeah, I guess that's
That's
how
so
he's gonna
sick.
help motivate
Like,
people
I
to
know.
recycle.
Really? Oh, so cool.
During this Jim talking head, I noticed something. What is it? Here I go with some train stuff. Oh my gosh, what? I know. Did you notice, you guys, when you rewatched, that the train poster behind
How
Jim in
many
his office is
Rabbi
gone?
Rothschilds are there?
No.
Every day on here
Enthusiast
starts with
Jim
me
has
blocking
taken
another
his
Rabbi
train poster
Rothschild.
down? Exactly. Why? Why would
I just
someone who
laughed
loves
and
trains as
pushed
much as
allegedly
Jim
at the
Halpert
same
take
time.
this poster down, Angela? I don't know, but I did
Look
find out
at
something
this
about
guy's
the train
friend.
poster.
You're like,
That's not even there. Somebody did
25%
there.
of this
The poster that
motherfucker's
is gone.
followers.
I didn't
Really?
Google it.
See if you
Well,
find
Google's
any of
only
them.
been around for a little while, so how did you research it? You know what? Sit down, lady.
There are three of
You
them.
sit it down.
Bing, bing, bing.
I'm not
Name
the
one
only
more. Find one
who
more.
is excited about trains, Jenna. Nikki, who runs the Office Ladies Facebook fan page, shared with me that a member of the Facebook
Is that
group
funny to you?
posted information about
Funny like
Jim's
a
train
clown?
poster, and she thought I should know.
Like it
Well,
amuses
tell us.
me?
This is a shout out to Eric Slekovac. He is an actual locomotive engineer for a railroad that is around the Scranton area. And he wrote that the poster in Jim's office is actually a painting of the Phoebe Snow. It was a famous passenger train run by the Erie-Lackawanna Railroad. It served
What does
Scranton,
this guy say?
and that painting depicts the Phoebe Snow
1
stopping
hour
in
ago,
Scranton.
he's doing nothing.
And the Scranton station is still standing and is now a beautiful hotel called the Radisson, which is mentioned throughout the series. Eric goes on to say, I hope you all enjoyed another train nerd out. And Eric, I did. Thank you so much for sharing. Mouth agape. Yeah, I loved Eric's info. Right? And I am so impressed by our set dressing team that they put such a wonderfully specific
painting in Jim's office, which is now gone. We don't know why.
Has
We don't know
anyone
why.
else gotten
I guess
filed
he's
by
going to
the
be
Bible
tracking
bot
it.
several
Mom
times?
detective? Mom detective. So we'll never get to the bottom of it.
We'll never get to the bottom of it,
Hilarious.
but
We're going to look for it.
put this on
Followed
the
by
card. Where
Brian
is the Phoebe
Chovanek.
Snow?
Yeah. Where is
I'm
the
followed
Phoebe
by
Where's
most
Snow?
the
people.
Phoebe Snow?
Yeah, I get
That's literally
several a
an episode
day.
title.
It's bananas. B-A-N-A-N-A-S.
Okay, back to this
I'm
episode. I really love
so
that.
far.
Eric,
It's
thank
3
you.
and 4
I know,
a
and
day.
Nikki, thanks for letting us know.
We're
Hell,
going to start a series of
hells yeah.
flashbacks. We are going to see Recyclops evolve over 5 years. This was really fun because the first time we see Recyclops, he's up at reception, and we got to go back to our old hairstyles and our old wardrobe. They scrunched up my hair, and they had a hard time. They had to really make John's hair go all in that floppy mop do, right? It was really cute. And then I don't know if you noticed, but next up, Ryan is at reception. Remember when Ryan stepped in?
What was so fun about all these flashbacks is seeing all the different iterations of receptionists over the years.
Well, the next year, when Recyclops has really started to take shape, Ronnie is at reception. Remember, she was played by Dale Raoul. But the only problem with this is that this Recyclops event is supposed to be an annual event in February for Earth Day. And Ronnie was actually the receptionist over the summer when Pam was at art school.
Somebody, mom detective, the shiitake out of that one.
What if she
Yeah,
just
thank
said,
you very much. You're welcome. Then Recyclops, ends up in this final stage. Very elaborate. But it seems like he's now turned to
Like a Terminator.
yeah, he's now actually destroying things with aerosol spray.
And Stanley has this great dialogue where he's like, wait, I thought you were killed by Pluticorn. And Dwight's like, Pluticorn wishes.
I know.
Rain loved dressing up in that Terminator outfit. I took a picture of him, Jenna. It's on our book.
I know.
He was like a kid. He was like a kid getting to play dress up.
I connected with our costume designer, Alicia Raycraft, to ask her all about this amazing transformation of Recyclops. We've said before that Alicia was particularly gifted at building costumes from scratch for very little money. Although she said for this she had a pretty good budget. But I found out she worked in the theater. And this is why she was so talented at building these costumes. She worked for Blue Man Group, and she did the puppet maintenance on The Lion King on Broadway.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. To get started on this, she told me that she would take a picture of Rain and then she would sketch an overlay on top of it so she could really see what Rain would look like in all these different costumes. I found that sort of amazing.
It is amazing. And Alicia is a great artist.
Yes. She even shared her sketches with us. We have them, all of her sketches of Recyclops. The first thing she would do is show her sketches to the writer. And in this case, they really did break down, in some cases, what Recyclops should look like. So, for example, for the very first Recyclops, in the script, it said, Earth Day 2005. Dwight is wearing a thick green t-shirt, a bandana over his mouth, and a third eye on his forehead while lecturing everyone on recycling. So Alicia told me that her first concern was that description reminded her a little bit of this character called Greenzo from 30 Rock, who was played by David Schwimmer. Greenzo was 30 Rock's
Recyclops?
Yeah, kind of. He was this environmental activist. He wore a green shirt, he wore a green baseball cap. So when she was sketching out Dwight's first costume, she wanted to make sure no one was going to think this was Greenzo. So then the script said Earth Day 2006. Dwight is wearing a Love Earth t-shirt, a cape, wrist guards, elbow pads, knee pads, moon boots, a full motorcycle helmet, and a larger eye in the middle of his forehead as he lectures everyone in the office. And in Alicia's notes, she wrote this, which I found hilarious. She wrote, quote, I don't think this has anything to do with Earth Day anymore for Dwight. So, you think, she's like, the costume needs to reflect that. But then the script got really vague.
The next two for September 2006 and February 2007, they just say Dwight is in a much more serious costume, or the costume is more elaborate. And so she just really had to start making things up. She really did. But the present day Recyclops was scripted like this. He wears heavy green body armor, which makes it difficult to walk. There is a blinking LED display on his chest. He has aerosol cans taped to his hands, which spray a red mist. A weapon belt holds Chinese stars, boomerang, samurai sword, fencing epi. On his head, he wears a helmet with a hole in the middle showing his one giant eye. So for this, Alicia said she researched skateboarding and hockey equipment as well as lacrosse equipment because she wanted the whole thing to have sort of like a subterfuge ops sort of feel. She said they gathered everything and she didn't want to force Rain to like try on all this equipment, so Alicia put it on herself. And she sent me a picture of herself.
Oh my gosh.
And they built this costume onto Alicia, and then once they got it approved, they put it onto Rain. And she also said there was like a lot of back and forth about what the LED box should say. And then they finally settled on kill. And that is how Recyclops evolved and ultimately came to be. And thank you, Alicia, for digging through all of your digital clutter and sending us those amazing sketches. We're going to post them in Pod Stories.
Yes, they're so beautiful. Like, you really see what a just amazing sketch artist she is, as well as being this, you know, my gosh, she can sew and sketch and do everything. I did notice, Jenna, in the very first shooting draft for this episode, this is what it said about this whole cold open. Very first shooting draft. Cold open. To come, semicolon, Recyclops, 5 exclamation points. End of cold open. That's all it said.
Yeah, you know, when I was talking to Justin about the Jim Ryan storyline, he said this episode really came in pieces. That Recyclops was added a little later. We did ultimately shoot Recyclops while shooting this episode, but yeah, this one was, you know, bits and pieces.
Bits and pieces. Well, before we end the cold open, I just had a really random thought. What is it? What if Mindy was given 4 gifts and set them on her desk and forgot them there, and then they shot the Tetris scene and no one noticed them, and they were actually gifts for Mindy, not Kelly Kapoor? Just throwing it out there. My God, I mean, the one person we didn't check with was Mindy. I know. We should send her a screenshot of it and be like, Mindy, was there something special happening? I'm just saying, what if it was a special day for Mindy and people had given her gifts and she left them on her desk and ran to get a snack and then they shot the Tetris scene?
I don't know. I don't buy that theory because there is no way that Veda would allow gift bags on Mindy's desk for no reason. She'd be like, what's up with gift bags?
No, you're right. You're right. Okay, well, again, we may never know. But we learned a lot of other things. We will never stop wondering. It's our gift to you. A sense of wonder and curiosity. All right, well, listen, this episode is going to start with Michael. He's practicing waving and nodding, or wait, should he stand? Should he sit down?
Yeah, should he twirl?
Oh, no, don't twirl.
Do not twirl. He's trying to figure out what he's going to do when they announce his name at the shareholder meeting, when he's up on the stage. Everyone really just wants him to give a little wave.
Yeah, Phyllis's reaction to the twirl is my favorite. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's like a thing. Clearly, there's history with this twirl. It's not the first time he's brought it up.
I feel like from the very beginning, I think I have the first line, and Pam's like, yeah, that's great, do the wave. I feel like that's because this is like the 15th thing he showed us.
Oh, yeah.
Here's the thing, though. While Michael is practicing waving, Oscar is looking up on his computer the stock prices for Dunder Mifflin, and it's not good. And he would like Michael to take it seriously.
Well, I have two background catches during this scene between Michael and Oscar at Oscar's desk. At 3 minutes 28 seconds, please note the superb on-screen DMI stock page. You know, it's the one Oscar's looking at. That was created by our graphic designer, Henry Sane, and Randy shared with us the original of it. I'll put it in our stories. Second background catch, I'm calling it a solitaire catch. Is it Merida? 3 minutes 32 seconds. Kate is playing solitaire on her computer through the whole scene. You can see her game.
Yeah. She always did very well.
She was very good at it.
Well, Erin is going to announce that Michael's limo has arrived. His limo. No. It's a town car. She's like, I'm pretty sure it's a limo. Everyone goes and looks outside. It sure is. They sent a stretch limo.
Everyone is super impressed, but Oscar, who once again is like, this is classic Dunder Mifflin. They don't have the money and they're just throwing it out there like that. This, of course, oh, Jenna, led me to bigcars.com.
Oh, bigcars.com?
Yeah, it did.
It sounds, I don't know what it sounds like.
I know. It sounds like a random thing to have in my search history, but there it is, because in 1889, the first limousine automobile was introduced to Paris, France.
Really?
Yes. I had to know more. Where did the limousine come
This
from,
bitch
Jenna? I
fucking
had
blocked
to
the
know.
YouTube just now.
The word limousine actually comes from the French word, not going to say it right.
Wait. The word limousine comes from the French word limousine? I'm shocked. How did we come up with that? What a leap.
There is a thing that I want to share with you. It's relatively new, like in the last 6 months. It's called Google Translate. Google just came up with it.
They did.
Brand new.
Oh, it's just like in the last few days?
Yeah, it's brand new. If you look it up on your app, it's
Okay,
one second. We're typing in limo.
What is Google again?
It's a search engine that came about 5 years ago.
Huh. I'll need you to show me how to use that later.
All right. This is how you say limousine in French, according to Google Translate.
Wait.
This is what it says. Oh, wait. Maybe. Oh, I played the English. Okay, wait. This is how you do it in French.
Oh,
limousine.
Oh, this is a recurring segment where you play it in English and go, I know it sounds similar.
Oh, Lordy. Okay,
everybody.
All right. Well, I had to know where the first limousine originated. It was a former province in France, and the original limousine had a closed passenger compartment, and the driver was exposed to the elements. The enclosed portion of the car was said to resemble the limousine cloaks that were worn by the countryside shepherds.
So the shepherds in a province of France called Limousine
wore cloaks that were specific to that region of how people dressed, because they were outside farming and shepherds in the cold. And they would transport their goods in a type of horse-drawn cart with part of it covered and the driver exposed.
Okay.
All right. That is when the word limousine, which referred to a chauffeured type of transportation, was born. Historically, limos were delivery vehicles. Yeah, and it wasn't until Woodrow Wilson rode in a chauffeured car that the limousine was used to transport people. Important persons.
Wow.
And that sort of became the thing. A limousine showed the separation between passenger and driver. And then once chauffeured transportation started being associated with the wealthy, well, then it was the bigger, the more flashier, the better, right?
Okay.
The stretch limousine, for example, is an American-made limousine, and, that's like the one you would take to prom or parties, and everyone would pile in. According to Coldwire.com, here are the list of type of limos you can get now.
Oh, okay.
Standard stretch limo, sedan limo, Hummer limo, SUV limo, a limo bus, eco-friendly limo, convertible limo, tank limo, jacuzzi limo, and an old-fashioned limo.
Oh, is that a limo where I drink an old fashioned?
It should be. There you have it, guys. Limousine originated in limousine.
So here's what I'm getting from that. In order to qualify to be a limousine versus, let's say, just a chauffeured town car, there must be a separation between passenger and driver.
That is correct.
And so that would be like little window.
Or in some other types of older limousines, the driver is actually outside of the enclosed car. Like you sort of see those, I think, sometimes like Buckingham Palace has an oldie they'll pull out every once in a while.
Right. That would be a limousine.
Yeah.
Fascinating.
Well, there you have it.
I like learning things like this. You know, it makes me an interesting dinner companion, I think.
You got lots of stuff you can just throw out at a random cocktail gathering.
I really do. It's one of the benefits of doing this podcast. I love tidbits.
We do love a tidbit.
This limo seats 8 people. Michael wants to bring the whole gang, but we're going to have to decide who actually gets to go to the shareholder meeting. I absolutely loved our limo driver.
He was so good.
Randy told me that he was played by our very own transportation captain, Mike Stork. He was so no nonsense. I guess when it was time to cast the role, Randy talked to Allison about maybe using one of our transportation regulars because this person was going to have to actually navigate a stretch limo through Los Angeles traffic while we were rolling. So Randy was like, it would be great if we could have an actor with professional driving experience. Well, I guess Justin Spitzer and Paul Lieberstein did a little mini audition with Mike, and they loved his dry delivery, and he got the part.
Perfect. It was so perfect. So here's who ends up going to the shareholder meeting. Andy, Michael, Dwight, and Oscar.
And they are living it up in the limo.
They are so excited. There's drinks, and Michael says it's bigger than where he sleeps.
Is he still sleeping
He's still
on the
sleeping
bench?
on the bench, even though Jan's gone? That's what I thought too.
I found out a little bit about how we shot these limousine scenes from our own Randy Cordray. At 6 minutes, 12 seconds, we see inside the limo. It's really driving down the road. Randy said this was shot with Charles McDougall, our director, sitting in the front seat, and Matt Sohn inside of the back of the limo with the cast. He said we drove the limo around Balboa Park, which is a very good palm tree free zone. Now then, at 6 minutes, 38 seconds, we see the limo driving down the streets of Los Angeles, substituting for New York City. And he said, for this, we shot car to car. Matt Sohn was in one car, hanging out the window, filming our limo from across traffic. And he said, for this scene, we rented 4 New York City-looking taxi cabs to be around the limo to help sell the idea that they were in New York. It was a nice touch, I noticed.
Yeah. Well, the fellows are going to arrive at, the fancy building that the shareholder meeting is in. Did you see the people protesting in the lobby? Wait, right as they walk through, there's a whole bunch of people protesting the Dunder Mifflin shareholder meeting. At 6 minutes, 53 seconds, you can see them. They're all holding up signs. My favorite was Blunder Mifflin. I love it. Thought that was a great job by Phil Shea. And yeah, if they were paying attention, they'd notice right away, this is not going to be smooth sailing.
I've got
they
the
don't
corn
notice.
on my
They are
finger.
greeted by Lori, who's
I
going to
love
take
you,
Michael
Jill
up to the lounge.
McMillan.
Lori
I've
was
got a
played by
cord on
Amy
my
Hale
finger.
Peterson.
Oh my god.
And when Michael gets to the lounge, he is introduced finally to Alan Brand. Yeah, we're going to meet this Alan
So
guy.
funny.
Finally. He is the
I'm gonna
CEO
fuck you so
of Dunder
badly.
Mifflin.
You're
He
not
was
gonna know
played
what
by
the fuck
Alan
happened.
Fudge. In his 37-year career, Alan Fudge appeared on so many television series and in so many films. He had recurring roles on Seventh Heaven, Murder, She Wrote, LA Law, Matlock, and Columbo. You know, I've been loving my rewatch of Columbo.
Oh, yeah.
And The Office was Alan's final on-screen acting job. He sadly passed away shortly after filming this episode. But we were so fortunate to have him. He's great.
Michael also gets introduced to Congressman Chris O'Keefe. He bows when he meets him.
Yeah, he says you're eminence.
And Chris O'Keefe was played by Chris Ellis.
So there are lines forming in this big room that they've rented for this meeting, and Dwight is determined to get to the front of the line.
Someone said 100.
Yeah, he wants to give Michael a softball question.
Early, because then he's got to go to the garment district to grab a crate of his shirts. He has a shirt guy. Now we have figured out where Dwight gets all of the short sleeve mustard shirts. He has a guy.
Well, I guess there were some other things that Dwight might do with his extra time. They were in our must-shoot candy bag for this episode.
Oh, I love a candy bag. What was in there?
So, guys, these are the alternates that we would shoot for every episode. A must-shoot meant we had to get them. So here are two other things Dwight was going to do with his time. He says, I was hoping to lob Michael his softball question early. Then I was going to sneak away to the New York Public Library and see about this ghost thing for myself. That's like a Ghostbusters reference.
Right.
And then the other one was, then I was going to swing down to the Diamond District and see what these are worth. And then it says Dwight holds out a black felt cloth with a bunch of small diamonds in it. So either shirts, ghost hunting, or getting some diamonds appraised.
I love the shirt one. I love that we finally find out where he gets all of those mustard shirts.
I agree.
Well, there's some fun stuff in the deleted scenes of Dwight in this line. You know, Jenna, he becomes classic Dwight. He has rules for his line.
Oh, yeah. I mean, when the woman in line asks Dwight if she'll save his place so she can go to the bathroom, he says no. And then, lady, there was a couplet of dialogue that I love where she says, it'll just be a second. And then he says, if onlys and justs were candy and nuts, then every day would be Earn to Donkfest. I did a deep dive on Earn to Donkfest. What is Earn to Donkfest? Well, it's German, and it translates as give thanks for the Harvest Festival, and it's a real thing. It is very similar to America's Thanksgiving, just in that it is time to give thanks and appreciation for that year's harvest. It is traditionally celebrated on the first Sunday that falls after September 29th. And it is traditionally celebrated with a church service by the Catholic and Protestant churches. And then following that, there are parades and a feast. Now, there is no one meal that's served, but you'll usually find like a large chicken or a rooster, I guess, or a fattened hen that is served with root vegetables and bread.
You eat rooster?
I guess for Earn to Donkfest, you can eat a rooster. You can. Okay, if you want. Well, I brought this up to Justin Spitzer, Earn to Donkfest. Yeah, and I said, I just loved that line. And he wrote back and said, well, Jenna, there's sort of a code where writers aren't supposed to take credit for like certain moments in the script, but it was his. He said I did write it, and it's really funny to me. So thank you for appreciating it.
It was really funny.
Well, listen, we got a little ahead of ourselves. We should back up because we have to see Oscar and Andy enter this shareholder meeting now.
Well, let's take a break, and when we come back, Oscar is furious, and Andy is really encouraging him to say something. I know.
All right, we're back, and Oscar and Andy are making their way down the aisle. Oscar is incensed at the money that was spent on this event.
Oscar actually has some really good ideas.
I know. And Andy says, you know, you should say something. You should go to the bike.
Yeah.
I spotted something in this scene.
What?
At 8 minutes 15 seconds, I spotted a mic hide.
A mic hide?
Do you remember the way that they would hide the microphones inside the knot of the men's ties?
Oh, yeah.
They would put this squishy thing around the microphone. It kind of looks like an earplug with a hole in the middle. And they would stick the mic in that, and then they would put that whole thing into like the knot of the tie. And you can only see it if you know to look for it.
But I think I could see it in Oscar's tie as he's walking down the aisle. Well, now you know about the mic hide and the tie. It'll be all that you look for, guys. You're welcome. Back in the office, we have a little bit of what I'm calling sass in the break room. Yeah, Jim's having problems. I guess he asked Ryan to import all of their contacts into Outlook. But Ryan is like, isn't the company going under? I mean, shouldn't we wait to find out? Like, why do all this work if the company's going under? I mean, he kind of has a point, but he's also being a slacker. Yeah, I do see his point, though. I know. It feels like busy work. Yeah, honestly, Jim, it feels like busy work. At 5 minutes, 48 seconds, we got a coffee mug comic. What is it? Meredith is drinking out of her America's Got Talent coffee mug from customer survey. The problems for Jim are not going to get any easier. Phyllis is going to come back from her lunch, a long lunch, 2-hour lunch. I mean, we know what Bob and Phyllis do in the bathroom at lunch. Oh, Lord, remember? I hadn't even gone there. Yeah, I mean, this was a long lunch. I think we know what they were up to. She says she's a little tipsy, but she just admits that to her boss, Jim. Jim's like, why are you saying this to me? But Jenna, I have a question for you. What is it? How do you say the word fire? Fire. Fire. Yeah, Sam. Fire. Kathy. Fire. Because listen to how Phyllis says it. I thought I could hear a little bit of St. Louis in that fire.
Phyllis, you just came back from lunch now.
Bob took me to Cabela's. Got a little tipsy.
Okay, shouldn't be telling me that stuff, and also shouldn't be taking 2-hour lunches without telling me.
It's okay, Michael doesn't really care about these things.
I care about him. I'm just as much of a boss as Michael. It's so funny. I'm a co-manager. That doesn't make you a boss.
It's not like you can fire people or anything.
What? How did you? Who told you this?
Fire people or anything. Fire people. Fire. You know what I need to do is ask my mom and dad to say far. See what they say. Because she says party far. Right. Far. I think maybe. Accent catch. Way to go. You're welcome. St. Lou. Limousine. Far. Well, by the way, this sets off a whole thing. Can Jim fire people or not? Everyone seems to think he can't. Even Pam, for a second. Yes, she forgot that she has to support Jim no matter what. That was a close one, she says. Back at the fancy shareholder meeting, it's showtime for Michael. He's going to be introduced, do his wave. He does, and he does do the wave. He doesn't twirl, thank goodness. Yeah, it's still a bit awkward, and that's it. Then he just sits down. In the audience, though, Andy, he will not stop encouraging Oscar to stand up and go to the microphone and say what's what. Yeah, Andy says he's, the guy that rallies other people to rebel. He once organized a walkout over standardized testing and got over 500 students to skip the SATs. Andy chickened out and he took him anyway. He scored a 1220. Yeah, he feels very lachrymose about it, which means tearful or given to weeping. I looked it up too. I mean, I was like, I feel like I should figure out what that means. Well, he got a 1220 on his SATs. This led me to a mini deep dive. Per a website called Prep Scholar, who did a survey in 2019, the SAT score range is 400 to 1600 for your total score. One section scores math, while the other is a combined reading and writing. As you would expect, the higher your score, the better you did compared to the other test takers. So I wanted to know, where did Andy rank? Okay. I thought he sounded like he did pretty good. I did too. So he would have been in the 74th percentile. Oh, very well. I know. I did not take the SAT. No, I scheduled it, but my ACT was before my SAT, and I took my ACT, and I scored high enough to get into my college of choice, so I just didn't take the SAT. I was like, wait, can I get in with my ACT score? And they were like, yeah. I was like, okay, bye. I took both. And, now they're moving it to a digital online version, but I did the old-fashioned paper and pencil. Me too, in a big auditorium where I had to sit every other row, super spaced apart. Exactly.
Yeah, I took both of them, ACT, SAT. Now, after college, my college had this, they had this standardized test that you had to take to test out of college. You didn't have to pass it or get any certain score to leave the school, but they just wanted it, like, for their records, I think, just to show how people would score on tests after attending their school. Right, yeah. And I was like bitter about it. It was like a Saturday. I had to get up really early, and it was standardized. Weirdly, it was on a computer. It was all multiple choice, and I started taking the test, and it was going to be one of those 2 to 3 hour tests. And at a certain point, guess what? You left. Every answer was C. I just went C, 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 C. I didn't do that bad on it.
Oh my gosh. You just played the odds of hitting C over and over.
I did. So I'm sorry to my university that I actually really loved that I just phoned it in on that test, but I didn't want to take it. So that's why I did. Well, that's what happened. So they maybe didn't look so good on their stats that year. It wasn't bad though, I'll say.
Don't make me take a test to try to make you look good.
That's right. That's not my job. My job was to pay you money and get an education, and then we part ways. Well, I think that joke only works if Andy does well on the test, after he talked everybody else out of taking it. That's a good button for the joke that he was in the 74th percentile. Right, but he regrets it. He regrets taking it. He does. The crowd is taken to the mic, and they're angry, and they're saying that the board of Dunder Mifflin are criminals. And Michael is going to defend the company. He's going to do what Michael does best and pretty much burn it to the ground. Yes. He is going to share about how great Dunder Mifflin is. They sent him a limo. Yes. And all this free food. Yes. Can you believe it? The crowd gets even angrier. Like to the point where they're running these guys off the stage. So Michael promises that they're going to take a break, but they're going to come back from their break. This is my favorite thing, with a 45-day, 45-point plan to get the company back on track. Now the crowd goes wild. Michael's got him in the palm of his hand. And he doesn't stop there. He says, limo lady, this is the woman who was angry about the limo, we're going carbon neutral. Everyone cheers. And they're like, get him off the stage. But he like runs back for an encore spin. Yeah. He gets the spin in. Got the twirl and the wave, all of it. You know, that carbon neutral line, that was another little nod to Green Week. But man, I love a 45-day, 45-point plan to get things done. It made me want to make one for my own life. Here's the just to make it.
Here's the part I love. 1 point per day. We get the 45 points and we are back in business.
Exactly.
You just get 1 point a day.
Well, then when he goes up to the like holding room, and those guys are freaking out. They're like, Michael, what have you done? He's like, listen, get me a pad of paper. The only answer here is to do what I said. So, day 45, company saved. What's day 44? He's going to work backwards. It's so amazing.
And he's like, we got 15 minutes. Let's do this.
Well, I want to say up in the lounge at 15 minutes, 44 seconds, I have a Fiji water catch.
I knew you would, and at 15 minutes, 51 seconds, I got a Gouda catch.
What's a Gouda catch?
It's an enormous plate of Gouda. There's so much Gouda.
There is?
I couldn't get over it. I had to take a picture of the screen.
I did not get the Gouda catch, but at 17 minutes, I have a New York Times catch. It's sitting out on the table. I thought that was a very nice detail from Phil Shea.
Well, at 17:09... I've got a fabulous plant catch. What? There's so many great plants in the scene.
Okay, I just have to say, I love that I spotted water and a newspaper, and you spotted some cheese and plants. That is all you need to know about us.
That is everything.
Oh my gosh.
Well, Michael has a plan. He's going to call Oscar. Oscar has all these great ideas. He's an accountant. He's going to get him up there to talk to everybody.
This is not a bad idea.
I know. But Oscar completely chokes.
He's worried he's going to get fired if he tells the truth to these big bosses.
Yeah. Well, this really sets off the room. The congressman calls Michael a moron. And Michael goes, I'm not a moron. Time after time, my branch leads in sales. I have personally won over 17 Dundee Awards, which, guys, are awards he basically gives himself.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, then Congressman O'Keefe says he's taken back the limo. You guys don't get to ride the limo back to Scranton.
Michael hauls ass out of there. He gets the guys, he's like, let's go, load it up.
Well, they jump into the limo, they yell at the driver to drive, they've got booze, they're celebrating, their hands go
I
up.
get about 20 some a day.
It's very exciting.
It's not just you,
party.
baby. That's
A
others
few
too.
background catches here and some tidbits from Randy. At 20 minutes 8 seconds, at the limo loading area, Randy said they rented 5 additional limos for the day to make it appear that the
Now
Dunder
I
Mifflin
get that.
corporate people had truly been overdoing it, right?
I like that.
20 minutes, 22 seconds per
McMullen.
Randy. When you see the hands outside the limo
Put that
from
mouth
the
to go.
outside shot,
Yes.
the cast had already been released for the day. So those hands are Randy's, our stand-in Steven Socks,
McMullen.
our PA Greg Ubaraga, and our PA Chuck Canzaroni.
No way! I love that.
Yeah, and they all put on dress like suit jackets so they could match when their hands went out.
Well, when the limo's driving down the street right after that shot, you see the Dunder Mifflin stock ticker go by on a building, and you can see that it's dropping.
The arrow, the down arrow is, yeah.
Well, I guess creating this very small moment of this ticker on the side of the building took a lot of effort. I was curious about it because I don't recall us having things like that in downtown LA, but they're very popular in New York.
They're wraparound like electronic billboard.
Yes. Yeah. Randy told me we totally faked it. That is a fakey ticker.
Like the sign doesn't even exist on the building.
Yes.
Wow.
He said they started by finding real buildings in New York that had stock tickers, and then they tried to find a building in downtown LA that kind of matched it. So they settled on the Brooks Brother building. Just to be clear, there is no ticker on the side of this building.
Okay.
So our graphics designer, Henry Sane, created the fake ticker, and then Stargate International, which was our go-to CGI company, they put it on the building and made it look 3D. Fakey ticker.
Well done, fakey ticker.
Well, that finishes out the fellas at the shareholder meeting. Back in Scranton, here we are. We're at that scene that we started with in Mom Detectives.
15 minutes, 32 seconds. Count them. 4 mysterious gift bags on Kelly's desk. Ryan is continuing to be defiant, and Jim finally has the answer.
Yeah, he's going to give him a new office. And that office is the closet off the kitchen.
The old supply closet.
I remember when they built that closet.
I do too.
I do too. And it really was very tiny.
It was.
And when you would see BJ as Ryan in there, like at his little desk, it was really funny looking.
And it really was very enclosed. Like when you shut the door, it was pitch dark. Yes, it was. This episode has a tag at the end that sort of like takes us back in time. We would do this sometimes. We see Dwight finally getting his turn at the microphone, and instead of talking about Dunder Mifflin, he's going to give a speech about how to improve the line situation. Yeah, we just used to like to do this. If there was a bit, if there was a joke that didn't make it into an episode, sometimes we would use it as a tag, and that's what happened here. We got a lot of mail of people saying, wait a second, did Dwight go back to the hotel because he was in the limo? No, this was sort of like a flashback kind of tag.
Yes, exactly. It was like sort of out of sequence.
Yes.
Well, that was shareholder meeting. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Jen, I hope you enjoyed your cookies and your flowers.
I did. I have had a wonderful birthday. I want to say it's been stretched out in our family, instead of doing gifts as much, sometimes we do experiences.
Yeah.
So, like, my son took me to my first Lakers game. So fun. I know, and I got to see
Another day,
that
another
game
ViralRabbi
where
follow.
LeBron James like scored all the like gazillion points.
That sounds like LeBron.
I know that. Listen to me, like my first basketball game. You guys, LeBron James scored a gazillion points.
Really good.
Very, very good basketball player.
He is.
When I was there, it was funny because I turned to my husband and I said, "These Laker girls are very good dancers." It's like truly like a person being there for the first time. But I loved it. And then my daughter arranged for me to have manicure pedicure with her.
Aww.
So cute. And then you guys, my husband, Lee, I love you so much. He converted the little room off our garage into an exercise room for me.
The little storage room?
Yes.
Hey, you're going to get your workout on?
I am. I told him that I've been wanting to have this goal of getting back into shape, kind of like just moving my muscles a little bit more. I took a long time off for the pandemic.
Yes.
Yeah. I think a lot of us did.
We all did.
Well, we had shoved.
All right, more coming up. John Cobell Show. Deborah Marks live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
An organized retail theft crew has been caught with more than $3,000 in merchandise stolen from a Kohl's in Laverne.
Every day on here is me buying another Rabbi Rats. That's one of my favorites. It's like a part of his day. Word, girl. Hells yeah.
They say officers found the thieves had stolen about 50 pieces of Nike clothing. Investigators say the value of the stolen items totaled about $3,300. The Biden administration has finalized approval of a $1.1 billion aid package to help keep California's last operating nuclear power plant up and running. The funding is part of the plan to keep the Diablo Canyon power plant producing electricity until at least 2030. Terms of the package were not released by the Energy Department yesterday. A deal to close the plant was voided in 2022 at Governor Newsom's request since the power is needed to stop blackouts as climate change stresses the energy system. A 10-year-old boy who was bitten by a shark in the Bahamas has returned to Maryland and is recovering in the hospital. Police say the child is in serious stable condition. This tourist says she saw the aftermath of the attack Monday. Everyone was frantic trying to figure out what was going on. It was very chaotic right then. Police say the boy was bitten on the leg while participating in an expedition in a shark tank at a resort on Paradise Island. The company that operates the experience says it was the first time there was a guest-related incident since it opened in 2006. And a travel advice blogger says wearing red while flying could lead to a better experience in the air. Stephanie Lee says it's a phenomenon known as the red dress effect, where studies have shown that women in red are seen as more desirable. Red is commonly associated with love, desire, anger, power, and passion. Lisa's airline staff may subconsciously perceive passengers in red as more important or of higher status, leading to enhanced customer service experiences. Southland weather from KFI, partly cloudy.
What about Rabbi with the big dick effect? The Rabbi with the big dick effect.
In the high desert, low to upper 60s at the beaches, upper 60s inland OC, around 70 for the IE.
Give me 2 times. Give me 2 times.
Before Rancho Santa Margarita.
Because he said everything 2 times. Said it 2 times.
Temecula.
Get the papers, the papers.
Northbound right before you get to Winchester Road.
West side.
Accident blocking the right lane. It is stopped coming away from Temecula Parkway. Now, once you do get past that, get 15 not a bad ride as you make your way into Corona. DeVore, 15 southbound, connector to the southbound 215. Got an accident blocking the right shoulder, and that partially connector is going to be blocked there. Downtown LA and the 10 East on Hoover Street got a stall in the left lane. Culver City, 405 southbound before National Boulevard, still trying to clear an accident from the carpool in the left lane. And in Philmar, 5 northbound right at the 405, brand new crash in the right lane. KFI in the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jenny Harmon.
Back and neck pain can be the worst, inescapable sometimes. Well, we found something to help out with that.
Yeah, it's Gary and Shannon. We talk about wellness all the time, and the Serogem V6 can keep your body and mind feeling great. A specialized massage like you've never experienced before. The V6 is next generation technology and FDA cleared.
Lay down on your Serogem V6 and immediately it does a scan of your body to find out where it needs to focus, then relaxation. No appointments, no commute to the spa. The spa is in your home.
The Serogem V6 also folds right into a beautiful sleek piece of furniture in any room of your home. You can use it for 10 minutes or 90 minutes or however long you have to work relaxation into your schedule.
This is wonderful for pain management, perfect for post-workout recovery. Athletes use this technology post-game. The V6 helps with blood circulation.
You know what's so
Try
gangster?
before you buy at the West Hollywood Lounge or check out the Serogem booth at the upcoming LA Fit Expo. Also, right now, there's a promo code specially for you. The next 30 people to use it will get $300 off their Serogem V6.
Here it is.
Who's
Get your
insurance,
V6. Promo
kid?
code, get your V6 at SerogemUS.com.
This is Jacob Emrani. If
Look at
you've
this,
been
I'm
in
just
an
hanging.
accident, call
Can you
844-24-JACOB.
see?
Cunning Dental can make the pain and embarrassment of loose, missing, and rotten teeth
I can
all go
hear.
away in just one day. They've been making smiles great since 1968.
I bet
Change
you
your
can
life,
see.
increase your confidence, and enjoy
What?
your favorite foods again with no more pain
Why
and
not?
discomfort. Call 888
Yoshini.
and receive
Control.
$4,000 off new teeth in one day. Plus, we'll beat any competitor's written offer. Read all of their 5-star reviews at cunningdental.com. 888-640-SMILE. Restrictions apply.
Witness the extraordinary events in the final week of the life of a legend. Cerritos Center for the Performing Arts presents the 50th anniversary tour of Jesus Christ Superstar. Jesus Christ Superstar rocks the Cerritos Center for the Performing Arts on January 19th at 8 p.m., the 20th at 2 p.m. and 8 p.m., and a matinee on the 21st at 2 p.m. Tickets start as low as $39. For more info, visit CerritosCenter.com or call 562-916-8500. That's 562-916-8500. KFI AM 640.
An iHeart radio station.
John Cobell Show, KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeart Radio app, on the radio 1 until 4, then after 4 o'clock. John Cobell Show on demand, the podcast. We're going to go now to Alex Stone, ABC News. ABC had an exclusive today that the Scott Peterson case has been taken up by the LA Innocence Project. I don't know what this is about. Alex, shed some light here. Hey there, John. So, yeah, I mean, the history of the Innocence Project, typically they only take things that they truly believe that they can get overturned, and they have a history of getting things overturned. It is the Los Angeles chapter of the Innocence Project that is doing this. And in this court filing today from the court in San Mateo County, that they are making the claim. In fact, I'll read. It says, evidence has been discovered that points to Mr. Peterson's innocence and points to the actual perpetrators of the crimes against Lacey and Connor Peterson. They say that there are many things that police ignored or did not look at, that they want to now see that evidence from the court. They're not yet making the claim that he should be released or that he deserves a new trial, but they are making a claim for discovery.
Sometimes my BS must
Show
like
us what you've got.
talk
Court
about it. It
on
makes me
a
hungry.
number of different bullet points that they're hitting, but they are really focused in
Informative.
on a
Very, very.
burglary that happened across the street from the Peterson's home around the same time of her disappearance. Police had long discounted that. They
Knowledge
said they
filled.
arrested the guys, had nothing to do with it. The LA Innocence Project is claiming that there may be more to it than that. That, yes, their arrest made in the case. They want to hear the interviews that were done with the two out of the four suspects in that. They want to know about somebody who was seen on a bike in the area. Other witnesses say that they saw a 70s-looking van in the neighborhood, and the 70s-looking van was found burning down the street a short time after the crime was committed. So there's a number of things that they lay out here. They are indicating that they are going to ask that he be released from prison, now serving life in prison, no longer the death penalty. They haven't gotten there yet, but a lot of things are asking the court for. All the evidence that you cited there, I put the word evidence in quotes, I remember all that stuff from the original trial. For 21 years, they've been regurgitating the same incidents over and over again, the burglary across the street and so on. That's been investigated and reinvestigated and reinvestigated and appealed and reappealed. But I think it's important to point out, too, that court after court has said, no, you're not getting out. Yeah, he got off of death row, but, has said, no, that you're not getting a new trial. And it went to the California Supreme Court, and they said, okay, don't give him the death penalty because of potential juror misconduct, but he stays in prison. So the courts have not seen any reason to believe that there needs to be a new trial. But this group is now coming in and saying, well, we've got new parts of this evidence that either police ignored or police didn't know about. Some of it, this is like 800 pages of documents that we got today, exactly what their arguments are going to be compared to what they knew in court 20 years ago. But now the question is going to be, what does the court in San Mateo County do? Does it say, you know what, you're right, we want to hear your evidence? Does it say, we know all of that, sorry, no, thank you very much, but we're not going to do it? What do they do? And we don't know. They just filed all of this.
So this court could order an investigation be reopened, or they could order.
We heard from Peterson's sister-in-law today, saying that their aim is to get a new trial and point to, they claim, who the real killer was. Now they're saying that they're going to argue that if it's too expensive to have a new trial, to let him go free and to let him out of prison because clearly he didn't get, they claim, a fair trial. Now, they claim that in the last couple of years, and, that then led to all these court hearings. And it goes back, really, to the one juror, you remember her, the fire engine red hair?
Yeah.
And that she allegedly didn't tell the whole truth during the voir dire process, and that she did have a history with a crime against her and whatnot. So the court said, all right, so she didn't mention that she had been the victim of a crime. It doesn't make her not reliable as a juror, but we'll take you off of death row and you can have life in prison, right. But not a new trial. They're coming back now and saying they want a new trial.
That's really bizarre. So there are 800 pages of documents that are being made public here.
Yeah, well, we got our hands on them, so as public as that we were able to get them. But it's a lot of arguments in this, a lot of claims being made about the burning van and the burglary and scent trackers and DNA, and it's all coming back.
You remember Mark Garagos's argument that a satanic cult was in the van and they were driving around and they kidnapped Lacey Peterson?
Oh yeah, no, and I mean they're saying it could have been any number of things. That they say that Modesto police went in, focused in on Scott Peterson, and then didn't look at anybody else, and made everybody believe there wasn't anything else or anybody else, and they ignored a lot.
All right, thanks very much.
Let you know where it goes.
Yeah, that's Alex Stone, ABC News, on the Innocence Project here in Los Angeles, trying to get this case reopened. Most of the time, you get murdered by somebody you know, and if it's somebody you know, much of the time it's your husband, your wife, your boyfriend, girlfriend, somebody else in the family. That's what life is. Only people who are family or in some kind of romantic relationship can work up enough anger over feeling betrayed, over feeling wrong, to actually murder. The number of people who are picked off the street at random, or there's a random burglary and somebody gets killed, that's a pretty small number. Most of the murders outside of domestic killings would be gang murders. People shooting each other, protecting their drug sales territory in certain neighborhoods. I mean, that's the, if you're killed by somebody you don't know, and even then, all these guys know each other, right? They're just perpetually in a state of war with rival gangs, and they shoot each other over money and drugs and territory. So that's one category. The other category is people in your family. People, because people kill, for what? Basically love or money. Those are two of the most common. And if you remember, Scott was not enjoying his marriage. He had a couple of affairs going on. He was not happy that the kid was on the way. He was getting older, and it looks like life wasn't turning out the way he planned. And his behavior
And again, this, you go to the Wikipedia page. That's a good place to start. And you start reading all the circumstantial evidence and his behavior before, during, and after the situation. Then it becomes clear. There's really no question. And I remember Garagos at the time just created, absurd stories. The satanic van, just one example. And it was always, well, look over here, and what about this? Look over there. Look, hey, we had a burglary. Hey, look, there was a van driving by. It's like, stop it. The guy didn't want to be married with a kid. Too much of a burden. He enjoyed playing around with his girlfriends. And he thought he had a foolproof plan. He took Lacey out on a boat. We don't know if she was dead or alive. Took out on a boat, probably dead, and tied a 90-pound cement anchor to her and dropped her into the sea. And eventually parts of her body washed up. So his little plan didn't work. He could have spent the rest of his life free, had the body remain submerged. But somehow her body detached from the anchor, and the rotted corpse floated up onto the coast. Bad luck for him. His plan didn't follow through. We got more coming up. 2 o'clock. In fact, we'll start getting into this in the next segment. Corbin Carson coming up after 2 o'clock on the trial for the guy who shot a 6-year-old boy while his mother was taking him to school. This mother was cut off in traffic on the 55 freeway. She flipped the bird at another woman driving, and that woman's boyfriend pulled out his gun and fired it at Joanna Clunan's car, killing her son, Aiden. Remember this case from May of 2021? Well, the trial is starting, and Corbin was there, and Deborah Mark is live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
The LA County Sheriff's Department is looking for additional people who may have been burglarized by a guy who posed as a Brink home security worker. The Justice Department says police officials who responded to the deadly school shooting in Uvalde, Texas, demonstrated no urgency in setting up a command post and failed to treat the killing as an active shooter situation. Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu says he has informed the U.S. that he opposes the establishment of a Palestinian state as part of any post-war scenario. We're going to go to the 5 next.
All right, let me see. What do we have here? Friends over at Saddleback Eye Center. The laser light LASIK. That's what Dr. Manger has. It's a laser to measure your eyes over 1,000 times to perfectly map your vision. The laser light LASIK exam. He gives Dr. Manger, that gives Dr. Manger a chance to have an exact blueprint of your eyesight. He measures your eyes over 1,000 times. And whether you're nearsighted, farsighted, you have astigmatism, you need your reading glasses, you walk out of there at 20/20 vision or better. You do the laser light LASIK exam followed by the procedure, which is only 20 minutes, and there's no pain. And you walk out of there, and it's unbelievable. I went through this. You're one of the first 14 callers down. They're standing by and waiting to talk to you. First 14 callers, laser light LASIK exam. Call 866-559-4444. 866-559-4444. 866-559-4444.
Southland weather from KFI, partly cloudy, highs mid-60s to around 70. This report brought to you by unbound.org. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. We're going to a crash on the 5 in Glendale.
From 5 northbound to the 134 west connector, got a brand new accident making its way over to the right shoulder. In Elysian Park in the 5 southbound before you get to the 2, got an accident in that center divider area. Going to be slow from Los Feliz.
The pandemic.
Yes.
Yeah. I think a lot of us did. We all did.
Well, we had shoved our Peloton into this little kind of closet room, and it was mostly used for storage. And he cleaned it all out, and he put down like the little like foam floor.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and he got me some kettlebells and all this stuff. I made him a list. He said what would be, the stuff you want in this little room. And so I can take my iPad in there and watch my workout videos. And
I love it. So thank you. And now I got all this stuff here today, but I had a great birthday. And I also got great birthday wishes from people online and through the Office Ladies post. I mean, I just felt so loved. So
Well, you are
thank you,
so
everyone.
loved.
I know this is going to air long after my birthday, but thank you. I'm now 48.
You're a sassy 48. You look fabulous. We love you so much, lady.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
And Mindy, if you're out there listening and you know why there were 4 gift bags on your desk at 15 minutes, 32 seconds in this episode, let us know. We'd love to hear it. We'd love to know. We're going to wrap up with Mindy singing because it's fantastic.
I love that idea. We will see you next week. Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey. Our show is executive produced by Cody Fisher. Our producer is Kathy Jerkins, our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer, and our associate producer is Ainsley Bubico. Our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton. For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
El Cappuccino. What's our gangster? That's how I call it. Look at the moves. And I have 2 animals watching me.
Most people give up on their resolutions by mid-January. Walmart Plus can help save yours this year by saving you time and money. Walmart Plus is the membership with benefits like gas discounts, video streaming, plus so much more.
All
Is
day
your
for
resolution
the rest of
to
the night.
simplify your life? With free delivery, Walmart Plus makes ordering what you need online a no-brainer. Join now. New members get $50 in Walmart cash to get what they need to help save their resolution. Terms apply. See walmart.com/plus for details.
The smartest way to hire. Have you Googled yourself lately?
I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The
It's
Office
a
and give
great
exclusive
day,
behind-the-scenes stories that
Jay
only 2
Willie.
people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office
It's a
Ladies.
beautiful day.
Hello, Angela.
Hi, Jenna.
We are here. We are surrounded by lamps.
So both of us have some progressive eye sight issues, problems.
Yes, deteriorating eyesight.
And we both just got new glasses, but here's the thing we need, lots of light.
I need a well-lit room. I am that person at a restaurant now who is holding the little votive candle
Over the menu.
Yeah, that's right.
And using your iPhone light.
I try not to use the iPhone light because it's just so incredibly embarrassing, but it sometimes comes to that.
Oh, I've let it go. I'm iPhone light. I would like to point this out.
I like
and,
all these
maybe I
people.
should
They're
put it
very
in our
sweet.
stories. We
I like them
have,
all.
in addition to the overhead light that comes in this room, right? There's track lighting. There's all these bulbs. We have brought in lamps. I'm talking floor lamps, guys, like that you see at Target. You know, the floor lamps. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 around us right now. 4 floor lamps.
We're ladies who love lamps. We're the lamp ladies.
We're the lamp ladies, and we're here today to talk to you about Scott's Tots.
Season 6, Episode 12, written by Lee Eisenberg and Gene Stupnitsky, and directed by BJ Novak. Our very own BJ Novak.
Yeah.
Here's the summary. It's time for Michael to face the music on an empty promise that he made 10 years ago. Here's the promise. He told 15 elementary school
What is
students
this?
that when they graduated from high school, he would pay their college tuition.
God's follow. If you allow the Bible to follow, I will follow
And he can't do it. So he's going to have to go to their school and tell them today in person. Meanwhile, Dwight hatches a diabolical plan to trade
Lord will follow it and say this was a match right there. It would have to help him. Some of my pals would follow him.
of his plan. So, as many of you know,
That's
this
so
episode
funny.
is considered the cringiest
Yeah, Jen and I were talking as we prepped for this episode. We both went
I'm gonna
online.
follow
There
every
are so
motherfucker
many
on here
articles
all day.
that list
All
the
day.
cringiest moments or cringiest episodes of The Office, and
Oh,
Scott's
you're
Todd
lucky I'm
pretty much makes
vaccinated.
number one on almost all the lists.
Well, we're very excited today because we are interviewing the director of this episode, BJ Novak. We're going to ask him all about it. BJ, hello! Welcome to Office Ladies.
Thank you. Welcome back.
Let's follow
Are
other
we
bu-
starting
This
with
one person,
BJ
don't
guys?
forget,
I
they
think
said
we
I'm
can
not
start
gonna
with
tweet
Seth
about
already.
this
I love
anymore.
Whoa, that's not my brand. It's the Ryan brand.
It's the Ryan sass coming through.
Yes, welcome back to Office Ladies. Is
Thank
this
you.
your third?
Second.
Second.
You have no memory of any of this.
Do I know you? Have we
Who are the
met?
others?
Are you? How'd you get
Jenna.
into Zoom?
We're
You're on my
tired. Oh,
IMDb
this
right
makes it
now.
really
It's like,
easy.
oh wow.
People in this conversation.
I guess I worked with him.
Oh, just do that.
BJ, thanks so much for being here.
Yeah, I keep staring at you two. It's pretty cool. Like, are they the
What is
same
it?
people?
How do you do it?
I know I did this before, but
Like this?
Well, we're the same, just,
People in
slightly
this
rounder.
conversation?
Yeah.
I was
We're
talking
trying
to
to
Brian
hear.
Baumgartner for the first
And
time
then
in
here.
forever, not in person.
And
I was
then-
like, when I see him, is he even Brian to me anymore? Is it just like Kevin? Like, it's this weird blur when it's been so
People-
long.
Well, I totally get that though, because
And
Jen and I also live in this
It's
weird,
bananas.
kind of surreal place where we see you every week. Every week, but we
Oh,
see
because you rewatch.
Yeah. And,
Yeah.
and we rewatch multiple times as we do research and stuff. So we'll watch each episode 3 times at least.
What
you
does
know?
it say?
And-
Yes, and
yeah,
has many
and
accounts with different numbers
You're in
on
that
each one.
phase, your character's in that
Thank you,
phase
Jen.
right now where like every
You're
week
welcome.
you're doing something weird, like wearing a
You
fedora
just
or
create
glasses
the
Yeah, yeah.
accounts.
or like a
Yeah.
weird
Yes, I've
patterned
never
vest.
seen anything.
Yes, that's what you do when you don't know what to do with the character.
So you guys are living in our brains in this this predated
Oh,
place.
somebody's like,
you
oh,
know?
now I'm
Obviously,
getting them.
you are
Now I
DNA
see.
of
Now
you
I
enjoy
see
watching the stuff you've done.
And I'll say this, my
Multiple
lore of the
versions
show
have been
before we started
deleted.
this rewatch was that it was only good for a few seasons and then it was like meh.
I know.
We were really snobby about
And
it.
it's not true.
I thought season 3, I was like, this show's fucking over.
But it is
What's
not
happening
true
to
at
this?
all. We're in the middle of season 6. We're like cruising right into season 7, and it is a pleasure and a joy to watch.
There were episodes where I thought, oh, I remember when we were doing them that we were like, oh, so broad and bleh. And Jen and I are
Yeah.
watching them and laughing our asses off.
Yeah, like Mafia. I was like, this. When we shot Mafia, I was like, what has happened to us? Why is Ed dressed as a mechanic? It is just, it's amazing. Like, there's just nothing wrong with it.
I mean, some of the bigger swings are more clear why you doubt them, like Kevin and the chili that we talk about. Mindy and I were like, no, this is the dumbest. It's like, okay, the cold open, Kevin makes chili, he loves it, he walks up, he spills the chili. And we're like, that's the joke? We're like this intellectual show, and it's like a classic.
Yeah.
But it's also like, you know, when you're in a school play, when you're a kid, and your parents see Saturday night or Friday night, and you're like, it was so much better Saturday. And the parents like, I know you think that. To me, it's just you in a play. Okay?
Yeah.
And I feel like to fans, it's like, okay, but it's Jim and Pam. It's still The Office, guys. I'm sorry that season 6 wasn't season. It's very funny. I get it. I like it. It's the same show.
Oh, that's really good, actually. That's so
So true. Thank you for coming on today
Oh, I love it.
so that we could talk about God's Taught, which you
Yes.
directed. It was your directorial debut of The Office.
Of anything. Yeah.
Now, had you not directed a webisodes before this?
Oh, that's true. I did the webisodes. Yeah. But, you know, the first substantial thing.
Do you guys remember anything about the show? The two of you?
Me and BJ.
Angela, you want to just handle this on your own? I mean, I think you got this.
I got this. Well, we have some stats to throw at you about some reviews of Scott's Tots.
We do.
Just so we get clear, did you bring me on to answer for Scott's Tots?
No.
Apologize. Okay.
No.
Because I know some of this, but please let's.
No, not at all. Not at all.
Okay, what are they saying?
Scott's Tots is
Yes.
widely referred to as the cringiest episode of The Office.
The majority of our fan questions that we got for this episode were not questions at all. They were actually just comments on how cringy and uncomfortable it is for people to watch this show, how a lot of people skip it when they do a rewatch of the show. We found an article on bustle.com that was titled this: "The scientific reason office fans really can't watch Scott's Tots no matter how hard they try."
Oh, there's a whole article. There's a doctor and everything.
Yes, Dr. Judith Orloff is the author of the Empath Survival Guide, and she said, quote, "Fans might very well avoid this episode to avoid something painful that's hard to face in themselves. There is a subreddit with almost 17,000 subscribers that is titled Cannot Watch Scott's Tots, and it is still regularly updated." This was my favorite. What? One person on this subreddit said that Scott's Tots is like the moment Toby put his hand on Pam's knee but stretched out for a whole episode. BJ, at the time, did you know that you were directing what would become the cringiest episode of The Office?
I had no idea. It seemed great. You know, I was assigned the script, loved it. And it was only much later. I think it's a sign of how deep into the show I was, or we all were, that we did not have a foot in the real world. Not that there was an unrealistic episode, just that that's exactly what Michael would do. That's exactly what Michael would feel. I also think that, you know, we can talk about it creatively. It makes a lot of sense to me. I don't know if people are responding to. It seems like no one's responding to. It's a bad episode, or it's Michael would do that. It's more just like, that's so hard to watch. So it is consistent, I think, with the show. So to us, it just made sense. It was consistent. I don't remember anyone saying you can't do this. But to me, I mean, it is heartbreaking from both the kids' perspective, sure, but from Michael's perspective, which is the one you just happened to be following in The Office, which is that to me, the key to the episode was that Michael was so sure that he would be successful that he could make this promise.
Yeah. He's so believed in himself.
Yes, it's not, to me, it's not about the lie. It's not about what ended up being a lie or a broken promise. It's Michael's, he got carried away with his generosity, his belief in himself. So to me, it was a very, I mean, maybe this is what people cringe about. It's a very, very lovable version of Michael Scott, as well as a heartbreaking version of Michael Scott. And it's sort of the whole series in an incredibly distilled, uncomfortable way from the Michael Scott point of view, when you look at it like that.
To me, it's maybe one of the most Michael things Michael has ever done. 100%. I loved the line so much. I felt like it was like everything you need to know about Michael when he says, "I've made some empty promises in my life, but hands down, that was the most generous." That line is like so perfect. BJ, I made a list because there are a bunch of articles that list the cringiest episodes of The Office.
Get ready.
You wrote most of them. They're Prince Family Paper, Diversity Day, Sexual Harassment, and Chair Model, all of which you wrote.
Yes.
Chair Model, you remember Chair Model, where Michael falls in love with a woman in a magazine and finds out she's died, and he goes to her grave. He lost his wife in 50 years.
Paul Everson wrote a lot. I love that episode. Paul is the source of the darkness on that one. And look, I wrote a lot of very joyous stuff too. I wrote a lot of the Jim and Pam. I wrote Threat Level Midnight, which is a very joyful episode. So I'm not. It's not like I'm the Prince of Darkness on the show. And also, look, there were how many 100 episodes? I worked on more than half of them. So it's not. I'm not just this dark figure. I'm proud of it. I'm less dark now though, because again, I do hear this and I do go, oh my God, like how was I capable of some of this? Like especially when I see Ryan Howard, I'm like, oh my God, like I don't see any villain like this.
Here's the Mashable article that comes out after this episode. BJ Novak, Prince of Darkness.
Yeah.
No, BJ, we love, like, my God.
No, I think dark is important, and I think that you know, I remember after season 1, which was 6 episodes, and I think all of them ended pretty darkly, right? The pilot, Hot Girl, I mean, we had that nice moment at the end of Diversity, but the pilot, Diversity Day, Hot Girl, Healthcare, extremely dark. Basketball, I don't remember. Office Olympics and basketball maybe were a little more positive endings. But, you know, we had sort of a big group meeting that Greg led about, okay, what are we going to do differently in season 2? And there's a lot different. And one of them was 3 out of 4 endings should be positive. And then 1 is just for us, meaning Paul. He was like, we're not going to totally sell out, but the British had ended dark every time. More or less, and we had been ending dark every time, more or less. And so the new thing was, you know, so I guess Scott's Tots was definitely one of those 4.
Relying on Bethany for power in the most critical situations: hospitals, high rises, data centers, school districts, restaurants, and retail. Every form of business, big or small. Whether it's time for a new generator or Duffy's legendary 24/7 repair and maintenance services or an emergency rental, Duffy Power.
Ending dark every time, more or less. And so the new thing was, you know, so I guess Scott's Tots was definitely one of those 4.
One for us.
Yeah, but again, I do think it's an interesting. It is a deep, interesting one. It's not that it's not part of the canon. It is very difficult. I agree.
I think, though, it is Michael. It's honestly Michael trying to do something good, believing in himself, knowing. Well, I don't think he knows he's going to fall.
Well, look how much he believes in Pam and her art.
I know.
He is such a believer.
He is.
You know? And so his belief got ahead of him. And this is by far, you know, exactly like the line you quoted, this is the biggest consequence of all of his belief. You know?
Yeah.
Now, we should remind people, or I should remind people, I wish I had, I admire it. I did not write the episode. This was a Lee Eisenberg and Gene Sipnitsky episode. And I hope it doesn't sound like I'm disowning it either, because I know we talked about somebody who are uncomfortable. You know, these are 2 of, I think, the most brilliant, you know, writers, backbone of the show. When a lot of the original staff was burnt out, these guys took the ball, and a lot of the sort of central seasons of the Office that people, where it was really humming, that was Lee and Gene were just turning out scripts, revising scripts they're not even credited for. So those guys were really an incredible backstop for that. But, you know, look, Gene in particular, I think, is the best one-liner writer in Office history. He's the one who wrote, I'm not superstitious, but I'm a little stitious. You know, so I would guess he wrote that line. But, yeah, I mean, maybe we're getting a little off track, but that is sort of this incredible distillation of why we love Michael so much, and why he's made everyone's life so possibly difficult, which is sort of the heart and the comedy of the series. But it's not usually that intense,
right?
You know?
Well, what was it like, BJ? You talked about, you know, Lee and Gene as the writers, but you went from writing to directing on The Office. And what was that shift like, to go from the writer's room to being the director of the episode?
It felt very intuitive. I took it very seriously, but I over-prepared. I don't think I did any better on the first one than I did on the 5th one that I did. But I think that it's just very interesting what is required to leap from writer to director, and I think to an extent actor to director, is so much the confidence to picture yourself saying action and cut.
Did you get any advice from anyone before you started directing?
Yes, I got the best advice, and I passed it on to anyone directs. So the first piece of advice I got, first of all, it's good advice in general. Ask everyone for advice. People love giving advice. So anytime you wish you had advice and you're shy, ask them. People will talk your ear off. So I asked everybody, what's your advice for directing? And we should clarify, directing an ongoing TV show is incredibly different. The actors know the characters, the writers know the story, the directors of photography and cameramen know how to shoot it. If you just stand there and nicely and intuitively and confidently ask everyone, how would you shoot this? How would you schedule this? Did that feel good to you? You're fine. Because the show is set in the pilot stage. Whereas a movie or a limited series, which is essentially like a long movie, you have to establish, is there music in the show? Is this a very colorful show? Is this a little bit of a campy wink show? Is it super deadpan? Like, you have to establish all these things. But on an ongoing show, it's kind of like, I took it super seriously because it's an amazing first step, but it's not nearly as hard, coming into an ongoing show. Okay. The advice I got from Randall Einhorn, our longtime director of photography and later our most prolific director on the show. I said, "Do you have advice?" He said, "Yes. Direct the cameras like they're actors." I said, "What do you mean?" He said, "You never tell an actor, shout this line and cut it off after 3 seconds, right? You tell them why. So you never tell the camera, swing to the left on this line and punch in on that. You would say, this is where we catch him and her lie. So I would creep up to her and find them. Don't let her out." You know what I mean? And it inspires so much more creativity. It's so much more respectful. And you're more likely to get what you're looking for. And I've extended that to direct everyone like they're actors. You don't tell the costume department, "I want him in a suit." You say, "This is a character who's so insecure that he takes himself, he tries to tell the world he's important. I want him in a suit. Every day he'll wear a suit." Now the costume designer is so excited. Rather than, she went to Sears and got a suit, and then you say, make it look fancier. No one understands what you're doing. No one's motivated. Whereas actors, that's how you talk to an actor, right? And people know that much more. So direct everyone like they're actors is, I think, the best advice I got on that show. Other advice I got later, the other two great pieces of advice, a friend, Lee Winnell, who just wrote and directed Invisible Man, which I thought was great. And he had been a writer forever. And he said that he actually took a panel on directing at the Writers Guild of America. He's like, BJ, I won't do his Australian accent. He's like, it's the kind of thing you get junk mail for. Come to this seminar, blah, blah, blah. It was the best thing I've ever been to in my life. It was like John Wells, it was Catherine Bigelow, and they were giving practical advice and cynical advice and inspiring advice. And he was like, it was the best thing I've ever been to, and everything I tell you is going to be from that. This advice was, the best thing you can do as a director is watch the movie in your head as much as you can. Whenever you're in doubt, just take a walk and watch the whole movie in your head again and again and again. And then when you're in a production meeting and someone says, what does the room look like? You just say what you see and they figure it out. You don't need to know what the lens is and what the lighting scheme is. If someone says, what are they wearing, or how do you want to shoot this? You can say, I picture close-ups, or I picture, you're like looking from a distance. It will have the same effect as if you studied everything at school, because the point is to know the heart. So watch the movie in your head. The other piece of advice that's so simple, this was, I have a friend whose father is Al Ruddy, who produced The Godfather. And I asked him if he had any advice on directing. He said, you only need to know two things to direct: what you want and how to get it. And I was like, you know what? I think that's the best advice I've gotten for anything. Because those are two very hard things. In a way, knowing what you want is even harder. But all of us can approach, okay, if you know what you want and how to get it, you'll accomplish anything. And we do that for all sorts of things. And how to get it includes asking someone for help, or to understand something, or to explain something, or to beg them for a favor. or to, grind them down because they're just not getting it. Whatever it is, or inspiring them, or whatever you need to get it. So that's, what you want and how to get it. And then I told him, I ran into him and I was like, you gave me the best advice ever, and I quoted it. And he's like, oh, there's a third part I forgot to tell you. You gotta know when you got it. I was like, I don't like that one.
I'm editing that one out.
You're not wrong, but it's not as good a quote. And I said that to him, he's like, no, you gotta know when. I think he just worked on a movie with some director, it took forever. I was like, Al, no, this is Godfather Part 3. This is not as good. So I just quote the first two parts.
That's so true, BJ. I know, Angela and I changed our whole lives because we wanted to get something. We wanted to get a quality of life.
We wanted to be able to make it to soccer practice. We want to take our kids to school.
I didn't know you play soccer. Seriously.
I'm sweeper, BJ. Nothing's getting it to the goal. No, we just wanted to make our families first.
And just have agency over our own schedules and our time, and pour that into our family as a priority. And we didn't know how to get it. That took a long time. It took a lot of experimenting.
Kind of griping to each other.
Yeah, but then eventually we did it, and here we are interviewing you on our podcast, which is the result of our wanting to get something.
And we didn't know how to do it. No, as you were talking.
But it's so much easier to figure out how to do it. Like, the worst person to work with, someone that doesn't know what they want. Oh my God, what a nightmare, right? You knew what you wanted, so now you're like, I have no idea how to get this.
Yeah.
But you figure that out.
But you're right. I've worked with directors who don't know what they want, and it really puts everybody through the ringer. You're changing clothes a million times, and you're doing the role different ways, and it really runs people into the ground. But someone with a very clear vision, then you're on set and you're like, okay, well, how do we do it? How do we make this happen? Like, just give me something that I can hang on to.
Right.
If your vision is clear, we'll get there.
I have one other very cynical piece of directing advice, and it does not make the top 3, but it really worked. And someone said to me, who worked on The Office, said, here's my advice. Pick one shot that's a special shot. It doesn't have to make sense. It just it stands out. It doesn't quite fit. And the network will tell you you're a great director because they'll notice it and they'll feel proud. And I did that. I think it was maybe in the website. No, I think it was in this. There's a shot where Creed is standing by the doorway and waiting to go into the room. I don't know which episode it was in, but literally the network is called me personally. It's like, BJ, you are a great director. It was that shot. And it was a stretch that it didn't break The Office style, but that is a cynical thing. And definitely when you see, I've joked, the easiest way to win an Oscar is to be a cinematographer and decide to shoot the movie in glorious black and white. Anything that calls attention to yourself as a director is so rewarded. So that is my cynical advice. If you have the chance to direct something and you want people to think you're good, do something visually unusual, which will flatter the intelligence. Do one odd thing, and every critic and every person will say, ooh, you're good. Whereas if you just shoot intuitively, like Harold Ramis, is a great director. He directed a lot for us, but his movies are classics, but no one talks about him as a great director because he didn't call attention to himself. Rob Reiner, to me, is the greatest director of our lifetimes, because if you look at the movies he directed, they are the classics of their genres. He did Spinal Tap, which is the classic mockumentary, Stand By Me, classic coming of age, Princess Bride, classic family movie, Few Good Men, classic, and I don't just mean classic, I mean the epitome of their genre. Harry Met Sally, epitome of romantic comedy, and people don't talk about him, because he just did it so right that he was invisible. If he had an overhead camera in the ceiling fan and Harry Met Sally, everyone's saying he's such a great director, but
BJ, that reminds me of a piece of acting advice that I got that I use all the time.
What?
So in any project, if it's a TV show or a movie, my acting coach said, you pick one moment for your character. that you decide in this project is your big moment of realization, a confession, something. You pick one. And before you say that line, you pause, move forward, and then say it. And it'll blow people away. And he said, even in auditioning, if you have just an audition scene, you pick one line in that audition scene where you pause and then you lean in before you say that line, and you'll get the part every time. I swear to God, after I got that piece of acting advice, I went on a bunch of auditions. I got callbacks for like 12 auditions in a row when I did that little move-in thing, and I still use it. I still use that.
That's amazing.
This is so funny to me.
Is that in your book?
It's not in my book because I didn't want to steal his thunder. And that's Robert Davanzo, my acting coach, and I put him in the book, and I said, call this guy and take his class. He'll give you the best advice. But I guess now I've put it on my podcast, so sorry, Robert. My acting coach did something similar. She was this very amazing older woman, and she said that she was auditioning for a movie. She was from France, and she had an old crown, like some dental work, that as she was giving her big speech, she felt pop off in her mouth. And so she paused with her tongue to put it back in to cover her tooth back. And the pause was so long, the room became quiet. And then once she got her crown back over her tooth, she finished her line. And the casting director said that was the most powerful audition we have ever seen. She got the part. And so she was like, so sometimes, pause. That's my French impression, but and it does. It's like, it's the one moment that doesn't make sense, and people are like, why doesn't it make sense?
That's such a good way to distill the common thread of those two things.
Yeah. Well, okay. We actually wanted to talk to you also about what it was like to shoot those 2 days in the school. You had a huge, big group of kids in a classroom. What was it like directing such a big group like that?
I guess an advantage of mine is I love talking to kids and groups of kids. Now, they were probably, looking back, 18, because the way the guilds work, you can work very different hours because of child labor for a kid over 18. Or even over 16, the rules are very different. So you'll generally cast people who just turned 18 and look young, or just turned 16 and look young, for roles that are supposed to be younger. So those kids were probably slightly over 18. That said, they were still like, they kid energy playing kid. I just love talking to kids. When I read my kid's book, the book with no pictures, like a classroom, it's like the happiest I am. So I guess to me, being like, all right, everybody, here's what happened. This guy, Michael Scott, Steve over here, he did this. They knew it, they got into it. Again, you talk to everyone like they're actors, including the background actors. Because it was mostly background actors in the class, and most kids didn't speak. So just getting them, in the mindset of it was really fun for me. They were real, they had good spirit, they were professionals. And then I think it was Lee and Jean, because the writers are so involved on The Office, or were so involved. I think it was they who taught the kids like the chant and the dance, and they were amazing.
I love Steve's speech so much. I love his delivery of his speech. You know from the beginning that he's going to have to tell them. He's going to have to give this speech.
Right.
But everything about it is so great. He tries to get them to figure it out so he doesn't have to say it. Yeah. Which is amazing. And then he hands out the batteries. Lithium. Not laptops or tuition, but some batteries for their laptops. Lithium batteries,
Yeah.
Was that just Steve knowing Michael Scott so well?
Yeah, that was just Steve doing her so well. Maybe someone pitched maybe the exact phrasing of, and what's better than laptops, but laptop battery, or what do you need for laptops? I don't know. But it's a collaboration because you see where Steve's going, so you might pitch him a line. But that was Steve completely. What also was great acting was in the photo where he's surrounded by the kids, phrased on his desk. Like, even that is good photo acting, his optimistic smile.
Yes. Oh my gosh.
He directed, and he said it was so much easier than acting.
Really?
And I thought, wow, that shows how much he's putting into the acting.
I mean, this is like always, he was the total leader of this episode. He had so much, I mean, he just had to thread that needle, and he did it so well.
We do want to talk to you about the movie you have coming out that you directed. Can you share with us about it?
It's cool. It's called Vengeance, and I wanted to do it. I saw a poster for a movie called Vengeance at the Cannes Film Festival. I thought, I want to be in a movie called Vengeance. And I thought, but in a fun way, I was like, if I were in a movie, if you saw me on a movie poster in a movie called Vengeance, you'd know it was different. You know, it wouldn't be like, whoa, he's a cool action star. You'd be like, that's interesting. What's that tone? And honestly, that's where it came from at first. And then I had this plot idea that I just thought really cool. And yeah, so I took it to Blumhouse because they had just done Get Out, which I thought was another movie that they had been really popular despite having such challenging, interesting ideas. Because I didn't just want to make a thinky thing. I wanted it to be fun and funny and, you know, scary and all those things. So, I mean, it was great to get to direct my first feature that had all of those elements, you know.
Wait, did you write it and direct it and you're in it? Wow! Triple threat, BJ!
Oh, come on. 3 very unthreatening professions, I will say as a caveat. No one's scared of someone who does those 3 things.
BJ, when does your movie come out?
July 29th.
Vengeance out. BJ, thank you so much for coming on Office Ladies. We love you.
I love it. I love you both. I don't see you enough. I love talking to you. I love remembering it from this lens with the 2 of you. It's great.
You've always been one of my favorite people from the time I met you working on this show. So, I love you.
Well, that is what a wonderful thing to say, and I feel exactly the same way. Media bonds. And I noticed Angela's silence here. And I would say I feel very similarly about Angela, but if it's not requited,
oh, BJ,
what are you going to do? But no, I felt that about both of you from the pilot, really. Okay, see you soon. Family for life.
Family for life, BJ. Love you so much.
Bye.
Well, that was so fun, Angela. I love talking to BJ. I love that we got into that cool discussion about directing. I felt like it's when we had Mike Schur on and we were talking all about the writing process.
I know. I could listen to BJ talk all day. Truly, he's so smart. I love him so much. I love his brain. I told him that. I said, BJ, I love your brain. Is that a weird thing to say to someone?
No, I love his brain as well.
It's so good to be back in the studio. Hi, Kelsey. We missed you.
Hi, welcome back. Thank you. Yes, I guess what we haven't shared with everyone was that we actually took a 2-week break from the podcast. We made sure to double record episodes so that you didn't miss us, but we were off recording the audiobook for the Office BFFs.
Oh my gosh, you guys, I mean, I listen to audiobooks. I have a newfound respect for how they come together. We sat in a room together and read all day.
It was a teeny tiny little, like, padded room, truly, and we read our book.
One day at lunch, I had hummus.
Oh, yeah.
And after lunch, my stomach kept making all these noises because I had a spicy hummus. It was so embarrassing. We had to stop the audiobook, and our amazing director, Dennis, had to go get a pillow and cover my stomach with a pillow. And he said, don't worry, Angela, it happens all the time.
Yeah, and then the next day it happened to me. So the next day we're recording our audiobook. We both have pillows on our stomachs.
Oh my gosh, it was so embarrassing. But so much fun. You guys, I can't wait for you to hear the audiobook. We put our heart and soul into it, and so many Office castmates make these great appearances in the audiobook. I'm really proud of it. I can't wait for you guys to hear it.
Yeah, we really wanted to make it something separate from the book. You know, in the book, you're going to get to see all of our personal photos. So we thought, well, how could we put some special audio surprises in the audiobook? So we can't wait for you to hear it.
Yeah, our friends and castmates really came through.
Well, it's available for pre-order now wherever you listen to audiobooks, and I think we should start breaking down this episode.
Let's do it. This episode begins with a hilarious cold open. It's Andy and Michael in Michael's office, and guess what? Andy's baby talk is back.
I loved it. I love that Michael makes Andy read his baby talk off a card.
Oh, Jenna, I got so tickled in this scene. I literally was giggling when Michael then reads Andy's baby talk back to Andy. I mean, you have to hear it. You have to hear it.
We're also on record as saying Widow Iddle, Footy Woodies, Num Nums, Jammies, Make Boom Boom, Widicowus, and Woad I Would.
Do I sometimes replace R's with W's? Do I sometimes repeat a word to get my point across? Well, if I do, Andy thought we.
You can't be a baby in the office. It makes me look like I hire babies.
When he says it makes me look like I hire babies, he says it so seriously.
You know, Angela, my cat, Andy, he used to say ridiculous. When things bothered him, he would say, oh my God, that is ridiculous. It's so ridiculous, Mama.
You mean when you did your voice of your cat, Jenna?
I channeled what he was actually saying, Angela.
Jenna has voices for all of her pets.
Yep, Sunny has one, Maggie has one.
Yeah. Oh, what's Maggie's?
Maggie's.
I know Sunny's.
Maggie's is like this. Hey guys, hey, did you want this shoe? Do you want it? You can have it. Hey, oh, what's that? Oh, look, that orange fella's back again.
Yeah, Maggie's just so optimistic about everything.
She's joyous. Maggie's joyous. Although every single morning in our house, it is like Groundhog Day. It is like Maggie is meeting Sunny for the first time. Every morning she reacts like, oh my God, there's a cat in the kitchen. Oh, I must follow it. I must get it. What is it? And they do this whole routine, and then about 45 minutes later, everybody's fine again. But every morning, she is seeing the cat for the very first time in her life.
Oh my gosh.
It's crazy.
That's crazy.
Well, it's ridiculous.
That's ridiculous. This scene ends with Andy complimenting Michael's Elvis impression. He said other people don't like it, but I like it. And Michael says, this made me laugh so hard. Michael goes, you're welcome, baby.
I know. Oh, it's too good. Well, the main plot of this episode is going to get started when Andy bursts into Jim's office.
Yeah, Dr. Tuna MD. We have terrible news.
We have a serious case of the Mondays. And there's one cure. We need an Employee of the Month contest.
Background catch in this scene.
Tell me.